Chapter 2211. Blood Curse Insect. 3 days later, Han Li departed from Deep Heaven City with Silver Moon, Daoist, Zhu and Li Rong, and the 5 of them traveled to the Su family. Following the retreat of the devilish army, the Su family had returned to its former site of residence, so through the use of several teleportation formations, Han Li was able to arrive after just half a month of travel. As soon as his arrival was announced, the entire Su family erupted into a frenzy. Not only did family leader Su Jiao and Su Qinyu hurriedly come out to greet him, they were also accompanied by the elders of the family, including Su Yan and Su Hua, whom Han Li had met once in the past. It seemed that the Su family had managed to preserve most of its powerful beings despite the devilish tribulation. "We pay our respects to Senior Han. Your visit is truly a great honor for our entire family," Su Jiao said as he extended a respectful bow, and all of the elders also followed suit. As one of the major families of the human race, the Su family had been able to maintain a hint of pride in the face of Han Li back when he was only a body integration cultivator, but they certainly didn't dare to treat him with the same attitude now that he was at the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li's group was invited into the main guest hall, and after sitting down on the main seat he turned to Su Jiao and said, "I'm sure you know why I'm here. Fairy Su has already informed me of the Blood Soul's current situation, but I want you to give me a more detailed account to see if there's any additional useful information." The Senior Blood Soul suddenly returned to our family around 7 months ago. Thus Su Jiao began a detailed recount. Han Li listened carefully to his story, and after the recount was completed, a serious look appeared on his face as he said, "So prior to falling unconscious, fellow Daoist Blood Soul told you that I'm the only one who would be able to awaken her." "That's right, Senior Han. As a clone of our matriarch, the Blood Soul is only at the spatial tempering stage, but due to the semi-insubstantial nature of her body, it's very difficult for her to sustain injuries. However, she's been afflicted by some type of condition where there is no visible damage to her body, but she's remained unconscious this entire time. I've already tried everything to awaken her, but all to no avail. I hope you can do our matriarch a favor by saving her, Senior Han," Su Jiao said in a careful manner. "That's quite interesting. Let me see fellow Daoist Blood Soul for myself first. If I can save her, I'll be sure to do so," Han Li said with a faint smile. Su Jiao was ecstatic to hear this. "Thank you, Senior Han. I'll take you to see her right away. Come with me, Brother Xia. Silver Moon, Gourd, fellow Daoist Li, you can all stay here for now," Han Li instructed. "All right, I'll wait here with Gourd and fellow Daoist Li," Silver Moon replied in an obedient manner. As for Li Rong and Zhu, neither of them dared to raise any objections either. The Su family cultivators had already noticed Silver Moon and the others, but the disparity between their cultivation bases was far too great for the Su family cultivators to be able to glean their true powers. As such, the Su family cultivators were treating them with a lot of respect as well. After leaving several servants with Silver Moon and the others, Su Jiao and the Su family elders led Han Li and Daoist Xia to the Su family's restricted area. Thus, the group soon arrived in the deepest part of an underground stone hull, where a semi-transparent coffin was situated. Within the coffin laid a white-robed woman with her eyes tightly shut, and a layer of black qi enshrouding her entire body. This was none other than Fairy Ice Soul's Blood Soul clone. Han Li approached the coffin, and as soon as he reached within 10 feet of it, he was immediately struck by a glacial sensation. "Is this myriad-year profound ice?" Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. "This is indeed a coffin constructed from myriad-year profound ice, Senior. Only this material can slow down the rate at which Senior Blood Soul's aura is fading," Su Jiao hurriedly explained. "Glacial power is quite effective for controlling most injuries, so it's not a bad idea to place fellow Daoist Ice Soul in a myriad-year profound ice coffin while you're still unsure of exactly what condition she's been afflicted by," Han Li said with a slight nod. He then turned his attention toward the Blood Soul to find that not only was there black qi emanating from her entire body, there was also a peculiar crimson symbol on her glabella that was flashing faintly. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed slightly at the sight of the crimson symbol, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. "Senior Han, have you identified the root cause for Senior Blood Soul's condition?" Su Jiao hurriedly asked. "I think so, but I can't be sure. I'll need to verify her condition," Han Li replied as he released his spiritual sense toward the coffin. Moments later, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly pointed a finger at his own glabella, upon which a third demonic eye appeared. As soon as the demonic eye was opened, a translucent thread shot forth from within, then vanished into the body of the blood soul within the coffin. In the next instant, the translucent thread returned with a thumb-sized crimson insect impaled on its front tip. At the same time, the crimson symbol on the blood soul's glabella instantly vanished. The insect resembled a snail with 8 feelers of different lengths on its head, and as soon as it emerged from the blood soul's body, it immediately began to thrash and struggle frantically. What is that thing? How did we fail to discover it in Senior Blood Soul's body? Su Jiao exclaimed as he stared at the snail-like insect with a flabbergasted expression. It's no surprise that you failed to discover it. This is a blood curse insect that has no detectable form and fuses with the host's blood. If I hadn't forced it out with my spiritual sense thread, you would have most likely never discovered it, Han Li said in a calm manner. A blood curse insect? How have we never heard of such an insidious insect before? Su Jiao asked in a hesitant manner. That's because this insect can't be found on our continent. Instead, it can only be found on the Blood Sky continent, the most mysterious of the 3 continents in the spirit realm, Han Li replied. The Blood Sky continent? How could that be? Su Jiao and the Su family elders were stunned to hear this. I've never been to the Blood Sky continent, but I did travel through the Thunder continent for a while, and I saw a description of this insect in a tome on the Thunder continent, so there's no mistaking it, Han Li explained, and the spiritual sense thread he had released suddenly unleashed countless thread projections that abruptly wound themselves around the crimson insect. The translucent thread vanished in a flash, and the crimson insect was also torn into countless shreds before raining down onto the ground as droplets of blood. The blood curse insect is extremely sinister and difficult to expel even for body integration stage beings, but once it's outside of its host's body, it becomes completely vulnerable, Han Li said with a cold smile. Thank you for the lesson, Senior Han. What will happen to Senior Blood Soul now? Su Jiao asked in a concerned manner as he glanced at the blood soul who was still unconscious. Rest assured, now that the blood curse insect has been expelled, she'll wake up on her own eventually. However, I don't have that much time to wait for her, so I'll help her awaken a little earlier, Han Li replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Thank you, Senior. Su Jiao and the Su family elders were all ecstatic and extremely grateful to hear this. Han Li withdrew his demonic eye, then approached the ice coffin before suddenly pointing a finger at the blood soul's forehead. A burst of immense spiritual power immediately erupted forth as a pillar of azure light, vanishing into the blood soul's body in a flash. The spiritual power then surged through all of her meridians at Han Li's behest, clearing away all blockages in the process. The blood soul gave a pained moan, and her brows furrowed slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Han Li then flicked a finger to release a streak of green light that flew into the blood soul's mouth with unerring accuracy. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he departed from the hall. Bring fellow Daoist blood soul to come and see me once she completely absorbs the power of the pill. Yes, Senior Han. Su Jiao and the others were completely overjoyed. Daoist Xie remained as expressionless as ever as he followed Han Li out of the stone hall. Around 15 minutes later, the awakened blood soul arrived before Han Li in the main guest hall. How do you feel, fellow Daoist blood soul? Han Li asked with a smile. The blood soul was looking rather pale, but she still forced a smile onto her own face and replied, I'm fine now thanks to the essence replenishment pill you just fed me, Senior Han. Chapter 22:12. The Secret of the Cauldron. The essence replenishment pill can help you recover some of your energy, but if you want to fully recover, you'll have to rest some more. Before that, tell me how you fell victim to a blood curse insect. Those things are extremely rare on our Tianyuan continent, Han Li said with an intrigued expression. Seeing as you're aware of the existence of blood curse insects, I'm sure you're also aware that they're not found on our Tianyuan continent. I fell prey to this blood curse insect on the Blood Sky continent, and if it weren't for the special nature of my body, I most likely wouldn't have been able to return alive to our Su family, the blood soul sighed. So you really did go to the Blood Sky continent. According to fellow Daoist Su Jiao, didn't you intend to go to the Thunder continent? Why have you gone to the Blood Sky continent instead? Han Li asked. I did indeed go to the Thunder continent first, but after recovering a part of my memories, I discovered that I had to pay the Blood Sky continent a visit as well, and that was something I didn't foresee, the Blood Soul replied with a wry smile. I see. According to my knowledge, blood curse insects are extremely rare even on the Blood Sky continent, and not just any cultivator can come into possession of them. It looks like you must have run into quite a bit of trouble on the Blood Sky continent, Han Li said with a meaningful expression. That's an understatement. I've made myself several powerful enemies on the Blood Sky continent, and if I were to return to the continent on my own, there's a very good chance that it'll be my final resting place, the Blood Soul sighed. Oh. It sounds like you plan to go back to the Blood Sky continent again, Han Li remarked as his brows furrowed slightly. Unfortunately, that is a trip that I must make. My newfound memories tell me that Ice Soul vanished on the Blood Sky continent, and I've already gathered some leads, but if I want to find my true body, then another trip to the Blood Sky continent will be nothing short of mandatory, the Blood Soul said in a resigned manner. So fellow Daoist Ice Soul disappeared on the Blood Sky continent. It's no wonder that the Su family was unable to track down any leads. Having said that, this still doesn't explain why you decided to offer the Heaven Void Cauldron to me, Han Li said with an inquisitive expression. A peculiar look flashed through the Blood Soul's eyes upon hearing this, and she suddenly turned to the other members of the Su family present before instructing, "You can all go now. I have something very important to discuss in private with Senior Han, and I'll call for you if I need anything." Su Jiao and the others didn't dare to oppose her wishes and he replied, "Yes, Senior, we'll be waiting outside." "Senior Han, may I ask these fellow Daoists to give us some privacy as well?" The Blood Soul asked as she cast a hesitant gaze towards Silvermoon and the others. "It looks like fellow Daoist Blood Soul really does have something very important to discuss with me, so I'll have to ask you to leave for now as well, Silvermoon," Han Li instructed in a calm manner. Silvermoon and the others naturally had no objections to this, and they also departed along with the expressionless Daoist. Thus Han Li and the Blood Soul were the only two people left in the room. "Alright, you can go ahead and tell me what you want to say now," Han Li prompted with a hint of a smile on his face. "Forgive me, Senior Han, but what I'm about to tell you next concerns very sensitive information. Would you like to know the true purpose of the Heaven Void Cauldron? I'm planning to use it to make an exchange with you, Senior Han," the Blood Soul said with a serious expression. An exchange. A hint of intrigue appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "That's right, I can assure you that learning this secret will benefit you immensely, Senior Han," the Blood Soul said. "If this secret really is as useful as you proclaim, then I certainly wouldn't be opposed to an exchange, but you'll have to convince me first, fellow Daoist Blood Soul," Han Li replied. "I knew you'd be interested in this, Senior Han. Regarding the true origins of the Heaven Void Cauldron, I'll have to go back to an opportunity one encountered in the human world. The cauldron is actually a treasure that I created while trying to replicate a treasure recorded on a page of the Golden Jade Tome, and its true purpose is not for battle. Instead, it's to be used as a key." Thus, the Blood Soul began her story, and initially Han Li listened with a faint smile, but his expression then gradually became more serious, and at the end even a hint of astonishment had crept into his eyes. Around half a day later, Han Li departed from the Su family and traveled toward the center of the human territory on a giant white ark. "You spoke with fellow Daoist Blood Soul for quite a long time, Brother Han. What did she discuss with you?" Silvermoon asked. "Not much, we simply made an agreement," Han Li replied with a smile. "An agreement?" A contemplative look appeared in Silvermoon's eyes. "You can call it an exchange as well," Han Li added in a nonchalant manner. Silvermoon merely smiled and didn't raise any further questions. Li Rong was also very intrigued, but she knew that she couldn't compare with Silvermoon, so she made the wise decision to remain silent. In contrast, Zhu Guo didn't think much of the matter and asked, "Senior Han, where are we going next?" "We'll be going to the Holy Island next. Fellow Daoist Li, I'll be counting on you to lead the way," Han Li said. "Rest assured, Senior, I'll be sure to get us to the Holy Island as soon as possible," Li Rong hurriedly said in an elated manner. Han Li nodded in response, and all of the sudden, the giant ark they were situated on accelerated by about twofold, almost instantly vanishing into the distance as a long streak of light. 2 months later. In an extremely secluded mountain range on the border of the human and demon territories, there was a vast sea of mist that stretched as far as the eyes could see, and encompassed close to a third of the entire mountain range. However, once one traveled close to 10,000 kilometers into the Sea of Mist, they would discover an island hovering several thousand feet in the air with hundreds of massive meteorite-like rocks slowly orbiting around it. Each giant rock was several acres in size, and there was a series of buildings situated on each rock alongside groups of armored warriors. There were also some flying boats and carriages that occasionally entered and exited the giant island, patrolling the surrounding area. A series of light barriers could be seen in the air around the island, spreading over virtually the entire sky. This was none other than the revered Holy Island, and its defenses were truly quite formidable. Within a hall at the center of the island, there were around a dozen body integration stage elders in attires of different colors seated on 2 rows of chairs, and all of them wore anxious and uneasy expressions. "Fairy Li should be here soon, right?" a clean-shaven man asked. "Don't be so agitated, fellow Daoist Sun. Fairy Rong has informed us in advance that she would arrive today, so she's definitely coming," an elderly man replied. "I'm naturally aware of that, but it's already past noon now. I'm just concerned that they may have had an accident," the clean-shaven man sighed. "Hee, what could possibly go wrong with Senior Han accompanying them?" a woman in a white coat chuckled. "Indeed, the powers displayed by Senior Han during his ceremony most likely place him above even Senior Mo and Senior Ao Shao in terms of power. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have waited here for him for so long," the elderly man said with a wry smile. "Having said that, rumors are still just rumors. None of us have ever seen Senior Han in action in person. If he really is powerful enough to severely wound the Black Owl monarch of the Xianxia race with ease, then that would be quite extraordinary," the clean-shaven man said with a hesitant expression. "Even if the rumors are slightly exaggerated, it's definitely true that Senior Han is far more powerful than the average new Grand Ascension stage being. On top of that, both Senior Mo and Senior Ao Shao have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, and Senior Han is the only one we can count on to save them. Regardless of how we look at it, it's imperative for us to assist Senior Han with all our power," the elderly man said without any hesitation. "That is indeed true, but we've already severely offended him by trying to take his disciple. Senior Han isn't going to exact revenge on our holy island, is he?" the clean-shaven man sighed with a wry smile. Several of the other elders' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured, Senior Han was able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage, so he's definitely not a petty individual. On top of that, we were only doing what was best for our 2 races, so I'm sure Senior Han wouldn't blame us for that," the elderly man said in a nonchalant manner. The other elders' expressions eased slightly upon hearing this. Just as the elderly man was about to say something else, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Looks like everyone's all here. In that case, I won't have to inform all of you of my arrival one by one." As soon as this voice trailed off, 3 women strode into the hall. They were none other than Li Rong, Silvermoon and Zhu Guo, and Li Rong was the one who had just spoken. However, Han Li and Daoist Xia were nowhere to be seen. "Ah, Fairy Li, fellow Daoist Ling Long, has Senior Han already arrived?" the elderly man immediately asked as he rose to his feet. "Senior Han has indeed already arrived at our holy island, but he's gone somewhere else first. Rest assured he'll be joining us soon," Li Rong replied with a smile. Chapter 22:13. Heavenly Tome Library. Meanwhile, at the foot of a tall cliff at the center of the Holy Island, Han Li was staring intently at a massive crystalline wall that was around 1,000 feet tall. Daoist Xia was standing beside him and he was also appraising the giant wall. Around 80 feet away from the 2 of them, there were 2 green-robed elderly men standing off to the side with overwrought expressions. They were naturally the guards of this place, and they were both at the late spatial tempering stage. As soon as Han Li arrived, he released a sliver of his Grand Ascension stage spiritual pressure, and the pair of elderly men immediately granted him access. At this point, Han Li had already cast his gaze over the contents of the entire crystalline wall, and his attention was currently focused on several ancient golden characters that were ranked 3rd on the list. "Profound heavenly spirit/sword," Han Li murmured to himself as he reflexively began to stroke his own forearm. A certain diagram on his forearm began to heat up and throb slightly under his fingertips. Han Li exhaled before suddenly asking, "Is this profound heavenly spirit/sword the newest profound heavenly treasure on the roll? I heard that all races on the Tianyuan continent had been scrambling to search for it when it first appeared." The two green-robed elderly men exchanged a glance before one of them stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, Senior. When this profound heavenly treasure first appeared on the roll, even some super races from other continents had sent people to search for it, but for some reason, none of them managed to find it and no news of it arose thereafter. However, I'm sure those major races are still searching for it in secret." "Perhaps so. Let's go now, Brother Xia," Han Li said with a smile, then immediately departed. "We are greatly honored by your visit, seniors." The pair of green-robed elderly men hurriedly extended respectful bows as they spoke. Shortly after their departure, Han Li suddenly asked, "Brother Xia, do you know anything about this chaotic myriad spirit roll? I have no recollection of this object and nor have I ever heard my past master mention it, but I did sense a hint of immortal spiritual qi within it just now." "Immortal spiritual qi?" Han Li was quite stunned to hear this. "Indeed. It's far from abundant, but it's extremely pure, no less so than the immortal spiritual qi in the spirit liquid you've been providing me with," Daoist replied. "That's quite interesting. It's been many years since our spirit realm lost contact with the true immortal realm, but it seems that some things can't be completely severed," Han Li mused. Daoist's expression remained unchanged and he offered no response to this. The Holy Island wasn't very large, and with the map provided to him by Li Rong, Han Li soon arrived in front of a small teleportation formation. He stepped into the teleportation formation with Daoist Xia, then made a hand seal, and a buzzing sound rang out as white spiritual light erupted from the formation, following which the duo instantly vanished. In the next instant, white light flashed in front of a pavilion that was around 800 feet tall, and Han Li and Daoist Xia reappeared in another formation. Heavenly Tome Library. Han Li looked up at the massive plaque hanging above the entrance of the pavilion, and a peculiar look flashed through his eyes as he said, "Please wait for me here for now, Brother Xia, I'll be back soon." "Go ahead, fellow Daoist Han," Daoist Xia replied without any hesitation. Han Li nodded in response before making his way toward the entrance of the pavilion. Moments later, he found himself standing in front of a pale-faced elderly woman. "I've heard that the Heavenly Tome Library holds countless secret techniques. Would you be able to open the restriction and grant me access, fellow Daoist?" The elderly woman was seated at the center of a spacious hall on the first floor, and she appraised Han Li with her brows slightly furrowed as she said, "You're very unfamiliar. Have you only just arrived on the island? Seeing as you've come here, I'm sure you're already aware of the rules of our Heavenly Tome Library." She was unable to detect this person's exact cultivation base, and that naturally came as quite a surprise to her. "In order to learn a secret technique, I have to offer a sum of spirit stones or exchange for it with another secret technique not yet in the library's collection, correct?" Han Li asked with a smile. "That's right. You're planning to issue spirit stones, right? Each secret technique is extremely expensive, but it's easier than offering another secret technique in exchange. There are already over 10,000 secret techniques in the library's collection, so it won't be that easy to find new ones," the elderly woman chuckled. "I see. I actually do have quite a few secret techniques I collected from foreign races. You can examine them to see if there are any new ones," Han Li said with a smile. Before the elderly woman had a chance to respond, Han Li suddenly swept a sleeve through the air, releasing close to 100 jade slips of different colors that hovered before the elderly woman. The elderly woman's mouth gaped open in shock, and only after a long while did she ask, "These jade slips were all collected from foreign races?" "That's right. Go ahead and examine them, fellow Daoist," Han Li replied. "Please give me a moment, fellow Daoist," the elderly woman said as she finally regained her composure. After that, she quickly grabbed a jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it. "Origin Light Splitting Technique. Isn't this a renowned secret technique of the flying spirit race? I've heard that only the core flying spirit beings with the purest bloodlines are able to learn this technique. This is indeed a secret technique that our Heavenly Tome Library does not yet possess," the elderly woman said with a stunned expression after a brief examination. "Oh, it seems like you're very familiar with foreign secret techniques. This was indeed a secret technique I obtained from the flying spirit race, but it's not suitable for me to cultivate, so I've never used it," Han Li said with a slightly surprised expression. "Hee, I'm renowned as the leading secret technique expert among our two races. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been assigned with the task of looking after this Heavenly Tome Library," the elderly woman said in a pleased manner. After that she stowed the jade slip away before taking another one for examination. 9 Flame Devilish Technique. This seems to be a devilish secret technique that's also a new addition to our library. Heavenly Light Azure Wood Arts. This is a wood tribe secret technique that our library already has. The elderly woman was able to determine the origins of most of these jade slips, and it seemed that she wasn't exaggerating about her status as the leading secret technique expert of the 2 races. After looking through only around a dozen jade slips, the elderly woman was already in shock. Not only did these secret techniques come from a diverse range of origins, around 2/3 of them were new to the Heavenly Tome library. Generally speaking, one would only be able to bring out 1 or 2 types of secret techniques to be exchanged at the Heavenly Tome library. Such a large number of secret techniques being offered at once was unheard of. After about 15 minutes, the elderly woman finally examined all of the jade slips and she exhaled before asking, "Among these secret techniques, 61 of them are new to the Heavenly Tome library. Are you planning to exchange all of them?" 61, eh? That's not bad. I'll use them to exchange for 61 of the secret techniques in this library, Hanli replied with a smile. In that case, I'll open the restriction right away for you to select other secret techniques. I must remind you that you have to come out right away after completing your selection, and these secret techniques can only be cultivated by yourself. They're not to be given to others. Otherwise, if the Holy Island is made aware of your transgression, you'll be punished by our enforcers, the elderly woman warned. Rest assured, I'll only be referencing most of these secret techniques and only truly cultivate a few of them, and I won't give them to anyone else, Hanli replied as he swept a sleeve through the air to recover all of the jade slips that were rejected by the elderly woman. Good. I'll be opening the restrictions now, the elderly woman said before opening her mouth to release a shimmering golden badge. She then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the badge, which immediately released a burst of silver light that surged toward the stairwell. A dull thump rang out from the stairwell as if several invisible restrictions had been opened, and Hanli quickly vanished up the staircase, leaving the elderly woman alone on the first floor. Hanli didn't stay in the pavilion for too long before he re-emerged in a calm manner, then cupped his foot in a salute toward the elderly woman before departing. Who was that? He definitely doesn't seem like an ordinary new body integration cultivator that's just come onto the island. Even I was unable to ascertain his cultivation base, and he was able to bring out so many foreign secret techniques at once. Could it be that he's... The elderly woman murmured to herself, and as she did so, her eyes gradually lit up with a hint of realization. Meanwhile, Hanli had just emerged from the pavilion when 3 balls of golden light suddenly appeared in the air above him. Chapter 22:14. Entering the Elder Devil realm again. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he merely swept a sleeve upward, upon which the balls of golden light instantly disappeared down his sleeve. Hanli then flipped a hand over and a fist-sized golden beetle appeared on his palm. This was none other than one of 3 faux beetle monarchs that he had sent after the Black Owl monarch. Hanli appraised the golden beetle momentarily before his brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "So the Black Owl monarch managed to escape." Having said that, close to half of his body was devoured and he was wounded far more than I anticipated, so this isn't a bad result. After that, Hanli stowed the beetle away before a jade slip appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. Hanli cast his gaze toward the jade slip, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Even though he had witnessed quite a few powerful techniques in the Heavenly Tome library, his true objective was the second half of the Lightningwield Technique. Back when he had obtained the Lightningwield Technique from the demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss, it was an incomplete version. The divine Devilbane lightning that it could unleash was extremely powerful, but it took a very long time to set up and had no use in practical battles. After learning from Master Blackrain that the Holy Island had the second half of the Lightningwield Technique, he had immediately made up his mind to get his hands on it. After finding the second half of the Lightningwield Technique and discovering that it could match up with the first half, he was naturally ecstatic and immediately took a jade slip containing this technique. As for all of the other secret techniques he had taken with him, those were mere accessories. However, there were some of them that had caught his eye, and he planned to cultivate those when he got back. After quickly assessing the Lightningwield Technique recorded in the jade slip to verify that there were no issues, Hanli stowed the jade slip away before making his way toward the teleportation formation not far away. Daoist was still waiting for him there and he gave Hanli a slight nod. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Xia. Let's go and meet the elders of the Holy Island. I'm sure they're growing tired of waiting, Hanli said with an apologetic smile. Daoist naturally had no objections to this, and thus the two of them quickly departed using the teleportation formation. Several days later, a white jade arc emerged from the Holy Island before flying away into the distance. Hanli, Daoist and Silvermoon were all on the arc, and they were accompanied by the white-haired Holy Island elder with the Luo surname. Hanli was standing at the front of the arc with his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating something quite important. Fellow Daoist Luo, the Black Owl Monarch has been severely wounded by me, and he won't be plotting against our two races for at least several centuries. As for the other races, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to do anything without Grand Ascension stage beings among their ranks. However, as a safety precaution, you have to ensure that news of my departure doesn't get leaked for at least the next century, Hanli instructed. Yes, Senior Han, I'll do everything in my power to keep your departure from the spirit realm a secret. Having said that, do you really have to leave so soon, Senior? You've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage. Why don't you take some time to consolidate your cultivation base before entering the Elder Devil realm? The elderly man asked in a hesitant manner. It's been a long time since fellow Daoists Mo Jianli and Ao Shao have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, and they could be in grave danger. How can I continue to delay? As for consolidation, that's not required for me. I progressed to the Grand Ascension stage primarily using a body refinement cultivation art, so I don't need much time for consolidation, Hanli explained with a shake of his head. In that case, I won't say anything more about this matter. The spatial node that we're traveling to now is one that was used by the Devilish Army during their retreat. Even though the passageway has already disappeared and transformed into a spatial node, there are occasional reports of violent spatial fluctuations erupting out of it, so it's clear that the interrealm walls in there are still quite fragile. With your powers and that star-defying plate, it should be easy for you to break into the Elder Devil realm. As long as there are no issues with the spatial node, this shouldn't be an issue, Hanli replied. Senior Han, if you're willing to wait for a while longer, I'm sure the other major races will send more people into the Elder Devil realm to investigate. After all, they also have Grand Ascension stage beings that have disappeared in the Elder Devil realm, Lian interjected. Even if that does happen, those people will only be concerned about the Grand Ascension stage beings of their own races. No one will care about beings from small races like ours. Besides, those super races may have already sent more people into the Elder Devil realm to investigate. I'm certainly not going to hold my breath and wait for them to go out of their way to report back to our two races, Hanli chuckled coldly in response. Both Lian and Elder Luo fell silent upon hearing this. A thought then seemed to occur to Hanli and he said, "There's no need for you to be concerned. Brother Xia and Silvermoon will be accompanying me into the Elder Devil realm, so I'll be able to ensure self-preservation. However, it would be unsafe to take Gourd with me, so I'll have to get you to look after her. Rest assured, Senior Han, we'll take fellow Daoist Zhou back with us to cultivate on the Holy Island following your departure," Elder Luo hurriedly replied with a respectful bow. Zhou Gourd pouted slightly with displeasure upon hearing this, but she didn't dare to raise any objections. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face, and his lips tremored slightly as he transmitted his voice toward Zhou Gourd. It will take some more time for the entrance to the small spirit sky to open up, so stay on the Holy Island and cultivate for now. After you make some progress, you'll be able to look after yourself once we find the small spirit sky. Zhou Gourd's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she immediately nodded in response. As for Silvermoon, she was very concerned for Patriarch Ao Zhao's safety, so she was naturally more than willing to accompany Hanli into the Elder Devil realm. Thus, the Jade Arc continued onward, and after flying for around half a month, it arrived at a lush grassland. After flying deeper into the grassland for 2 days and 2 nights, the Ark stopped above the remains of a stronghold. This should be the place. There were once devilish troops situated here, but it's been abandoned for a long time, Elder Luo said after consulting a formation plate in his hand. Hanli cast his gaze upward upon hearing this, and he discovered that there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary with this place aside from a blanket of gray clouds in the sky. All of a sudden, Hanli's expression changed slightly as he pointed a finger at his own glabella. A third vertical eye quickly emerged there amid a burst of black chi, and as soon as the eye was opened, it released a beam of black light that vanished high up in the air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of rumbling rang out within the gray clouds, followed by a burst of faint spatial fluctuations that was detected by everyone on the ark. Elder Luo and the others were ecstatic to sense this, and Han Li nodded as he withdrew his third eye before sweeping a sleeve through the air. Countless formation treasures immediately shot forth in all directions before vanishing into thin air amid flashes of light. Moments later, Han Li rubbed his hands together before thrusting them downward, releasing a thick bolt of golden lightning that disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and a giant lightning formation that was around an acre in area emerged. Han Li then swept his sleeve downward again, and a ball of white light emerged, containing a disc that was around a foot in size. This was none other than the vastly renowned realm-breaking treasure, the star-defying plate. As soon as the plate was released, it revolved in the air above the giant formation, then transformed into a silver moon that was suspended in mid-air. "Let's go," Han Li said before taking a step forward and vanishing on the spot. A dull thump rang out as Han Li appeared at the center of the formation down below with lightning revolving all around him, and Daoist and Silver Moon also followed along. Han Li aimed a parting glance at Elder Luo and Li Rong, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger upward. The silver moon above the formation immediately emitted a clear ringing sound, following which a pillar of 5-colored light was released straight into the gray clouds. At the same time, a loud thunderclap rang out from the formation beneath Han Li, and 6 pillars of black and white light erupted forth, disappearing into the same spot where the pillar of 5-colored light had just struck the gray clouds. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the silver moon up above immediately vanished, only to be replaced by a giant black hole. Han Li took a deep breath and golden light radiated from his entire body, sweeping up the 2 people beside him before he flew up as a streak of golden light. A burst of violent spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the streak of golden light instantly vanished into the black hole. Chapter 22:15. Stemborers. In the air above a swamp that was filled with rotting mud, a massive black hole appeared, and a streak of golden light containing several humanoid figures emerged from within the black hole. This was none other than Han Li's trio. Han Li briefly inspected his surroundings, following which his brows furrowed slightly. There was not a single living being around them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li released his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, upon which he immediately discovered that there was a large cluster of stone buildings near the edge of the swamp. There were hundreds of these buildings and there were several protective formations set up around them. However, these formations had been destroyed, and after sweeping his spiritual sense into the buildings, Han Li discovered that their interiors were completely wrecked, and that there wasn't even a single devilish being within them. Han Li was rather surprised by all of this, but he quickly arrived at a decision. "Let's go to the nearest city and find out where we are first." In contrast with when Han Li had last entered the Elder Devil realm, he was now at the Grand Ascension stage and had Daoist by his side, so he had nothing to fear even if he were to encounter one of the 3 devilish patriarchs. Thus, the 3 of them set off, and after flying west for no more than half a day, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he stopped in mid-air. Daoist also stopped on the spot as he peered into the distance, while Silver Moon was left feeling rather perplexed as she couldn't see anything in the distance. "What's going on, Brother Han? Have you and Brother Xie discovered something?" Han Li nodded calmly in response. "There's something coming from up ahead." Silver Moon faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly casting her gaze into the distance as well. A short while later, a strange buzzing sound rang out in the distance, and it became louder and louder, seemingly drawing closer to them. Moments later, spiritual light flashed up ahead, and several hundred streaks of light emerged before hurtling directly toward Han Li. These were hundreds of devilish beings of different cultivation bases, and they were fleeing for their lives as if they were being pursued by something extremely fearsome. Just as Silver Moon was wondering what it could be that was chasing these devilish beings, a massive dark cloud appeared up ahead amid a loud buzzing sound, surging along in hot pursuit of the devilish beings. Silver Moon hurriedly injected her spiritual power into her eyes as she peered carefully into the gray cloud, upon which her face immediately paled in horror. The gray cloud was made up of countless strangely shaped insects. The insects ranged from the size of human fists to around the size of a grown man. They either had hooked spikes all over their bodies or mouths full of sharp fangs, and their appearances were vastly different from all ordinary devilish insects. Some of the largest insects even had 2 heads, seemingly being the leaders of the swarm. In the face of such a fearsome insect cloud, it was no wonder that Silvermoon was displaying such a fearful reaction. The insects within the swarm were all flying at different speeds, with the larger insects clearly faster than their smaller counterparts. In the blink of an eye, some of the devilish beings that were lagging behind were caught by the larger insects. These devilish beings had no choice but to fight while they fled, and fierce battles quickly erupted. However, as soon as these devilish beings slowed down a little, the rest of the insect swarm immediately caught up and devoured them. A string of agonized howls rang out as all of the devilish beings that were lagging behind instantly disappeared within the sea of insects, and Han Li's expression finally changed slightly upon seeing this. He suddenly turned to Daoist Xia and asked, "Brother Xia, do you see any difference between these insects and the other devilish insects of this realm? Their auras are different and their devilish chi is rather impure. It seems they're not originally from the Elder Devil realm," Daoist Xia replied. "I see, so these insects must be related to the Stemborer queen," Han Li sighed. Silvermoon drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. The Stemborer queen? Is that the creature that's behind the tribulation of the Elder Devil realm and forced my grandfather and Senior Imo to enter the Elder Devil realm? "That's right," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "If these insects are related to the Stemborer queen and they've appeared in the Elder Devil realm in such huge numbers, does that mean that the Stemborer queen has already escaped from its seal?" Silvermoon asked with a strained expression. "Not necessarily, maybe these are only descendants of the Stemborer queen," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Silvermoon wanted to ask another question, but during this short period of time, over half of the fleeing devilish beings had been devoured by the swarm of insects, and only a dozen or so remained. All of them were high-grade devilish beings, but they were extremely disheveled and wore horrified expressions. Even with the naked eye alone, Han Li was able to clearly see the expressions of the devilish beings at the front of the group. These devilish beings were quite taken aback to see Han Li's trio hovering in midair, seemingly completely disregarding the swarm of insects in the distance. A devilish woman who appeared to be in her 20s yelled in an urgent voice, "What are you standing there for? The Stemborers are here, hurry up and run for your lives." Immediately thereafter she whizzed right past Han Li's trio and continued to flee into the distance. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he cast his gaze toward the insect cloud, then suddenly swept a sleeve through the air. 3 miniature mountains immediately appeared before him amid a resounding boom, and they instantly swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall before hurtling directly toward the insect cloud. At the same time, the gray insects swarmed around the 3 giant mountains and completely surrounded them. Han Li pointed a finger toward the distance, and the 3 mountains began to revolve on the spot. Gray light was released from the black mountain, and all of the insects that came into contact with this gray light instantly vanished. Meanwhile, countless streaks of invisible sword chi were being released by the azure mountain, slicing countless insects into dismembered pieces that rained down from above alongside a shower of green blood. As for the 5-colored mountain, it was releasing radiant 5-colored halos that instantly crushed all of the insects in its wake into mincemeat amid a string of anguished howls. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive areas had been cleared out within the sea of insects. Regardless of how many insects swarmed toward the 3 giant mountains, they were all killed without any exception. Shortly thereafter, the gray insect swarm had become extremely sparse. All of a sudden, one of the remaining 2-headed giant insects let loose a shrill cry, and all of the insects immediately turned around and fled. Han Li's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed a finger at the black mountain in the distance. The black mountain instantly vanished amid a burst of gray light at his behest, then emerged without any warning above the 2-headed giant insect alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations. Gray light swept forth from the underside of the black mountain, and the giant 2-headed insect only had a chance to let loose a despairing cry before it vanished amid the gray light with all of the other insects around it. At this point, the remaining insects had already fled into the distance, and they quickly disappeared out of sight. Han Li seemed to have no intention of continuing to pursue these insects, and he merely waved a nonchalant hand toward the distance. The 3 giant mountains quickly shrank down to around a foot tall each, then disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted within one of Han Li's sleeves, and the 3 miniature mountains reappeared before vanishing in a flash once again. Only the span of a few breaths had passed since Han Li had first released his 3 extreme mountains, and the devilish woman who was fleeing for her life took a quick glance behind herself, upon which she almost plummeted out of the sky. "How is that possible?" the woman exclaimed with incredulity in her eyes. The other fleeing devilish beings faltered slightly upon hearing this, then also turned their attention toward the same direction, and they were naturally stunned as well. The fearsome insect swarm that had been pursuing them had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and all of them drew to a halt before casting their eyes toward Han Li's trio with astonished expressions. It was clear that these 3 had something to do with the insect swarm's sudden disappearance. The devilish woman was the first to return to her senses, and she carefully appraised Han Li's trio while contemplating whether she should approach them. Right at this moment, Han Li's voice rang out in the ears of all of the devilish beings in the group. "Please come over here. I have some questions I'd like to ask you." The devilish woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she did as she was told after a brief moment of hesitation. The other devilish beings didn't dare to disobey Han Li's orders, and they also flew over to him. Han Li had eradicated the insect cloud with ease, so he was definitely far too powerful for them to oppose. Chapter 22:16. Black Gourd City. The devilish woman was the first to arrive, and she didn't dare to get too close as she extended a respectful salute from around 70 feet away. "Thank you for saving our lives, seniors." She was completely unable to ascertain the cultivation bases of Han Li's trio with her spiritual sense, and that prompted her to act in an even more respectful manner. "Who are you and where is the nearest city?" Han Li asked in a concise manner. "We are crystal gatherers from Chaotic Cloud Mountain, and the nearest city is Black Gourd City. If you want to go there, we'd be happy to lead the way, senior," the devilish woman replied. "Black Gourd City? I've never heard of it before." "There's no need for you to lead the way, just give me a map of this area," Han Li instructed. "I just so happen to have a detailed map of this nearby area. It would be my honor to offer it to you, senior," the devilish woman said as she immediately offered up a black stone shard with both hands. Han Li nodded as he drew the stone shard into his own grasp, then injected his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. At this point, the other devilish beings had also already arrived, and they were all standing in a nervous silence. "What's the deal with the Stemborers you mentioned earlier? I don't recall such an insect in our holy realm, and their auras are slightly different from normal devilish insects as well," Han Li inquired as he stowed the stone shard away. "Do you not know of these Stemborers, senior?" the devilish woman asked as a hesitant look appeared on her face, and a stir also ran through the other devilish beings, but none of them dared to say anything. "I've been in seclusion for the past few centuries. Is it very strange that I don't know of them?" Han Li asked. "I see, then it's no wonder that you're not aware of these Stemborers. These insects have only appeared in the past century, and apparently they were originally all ordinary devilish insects, but for some reason they suddenly mutated into their current forms. These Stemborers are currently wreaking havoc across the entire holy realm, and there are even stories of entire cities being massacred by these insects. As a result, there's been a lot of unrest in our holy realm, and everyone is living in constant fear," the devilish woman explained. "Oh. Have the 3 patriarchs and other sacred ancestors not stepped in to exterminate these Stemborers? They're certainly more powerful than normal devilish insects, but they can still be easily killed by sacred ancestors," Han Li asked. "With my lowly cultivation base, I don't have access to information about what the patriarchs and sacred ancestors are doing. All I know is that only a few sacred ancestors have stepped in areas where Stemborer infestations have been too severe. As for the rest of the sacred ancestors and the 3 patriarchs, all of them seem to have disappeared at once," the devilish woman replied after a brief hesitation. "All of the sacred ancestors have disappeared? When did this happen?" Han Li immediately continued in his line of questioning. "I can't give you an exact time, but it seems to coincide with when the first Stemborers began to appear," the devilish woman replied in a respectful manner. "All right, that's all I need to know. You can go now," Han Li instructed in an indifferent manner. The devilish woman was quite relieved to hear this, and she said in a respectful voice, "Yes, we'll be taking our leave now, senior." After that she quickly departed, and the other devilish beings hurriedly followed along after extending respectful bows toward Han Li's trio. Following their departure, Silvermoon sighed. It looks like all of the Grand Ascension stage beings really have encountered some trouble. Otherwise, the situation in the Elder Devil realm wouldn't be this bad. The current state of affairs is indeed quite grim, but we'll have to do some further investigation if we want to know exactly what's happening. I presume there are devilish lords in Black Gourd City, and I'm sure they'll know some things about the sacred ancestors and the Grand Ascension stage beings from our spirit realm, Han Li said as a solemn look appeared on his face. Silvermoon smiled and replied, "You're right, let's make a trip to Black Gourd City then, Brother Han." Hee, there's something that I have to do before that, Han Li chuckled before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a burst of gray light, within which was contained a giant gray insect. It was none other than the two-headed Stemborer that he had just captured. The insect possessed an aura that was around the late deity transformation stage, and clearly held an important position in the insect swarm. As soon as the insect appeared, it immediately began to flap its wings desperately in an attempt to escape. However, Han Li instantly released his terrifying aura, and the giant insect was slammed back down onto the ground by a burst of enormous invisible force. The giant insect's two heads thrashed violently, but its body was completely immobilized, and it could only let loose bursts of fearful cries. Han Li reached a hand out of his sleeve before pressing it toward one of the giant insect's heads, and 5 translucent threads shot forth from his fingertips before vanishing into the insect's head. The struggling insect immediately shuddered before slumping onto the ground in a motionless manner, and at the same time Han Li closed his eyes as faint golden light appeared all over his body. He was unleashing a soul search technique on this giant insect. After about 15 minutes had passed, Han Li opened his eyes, and the translucent threads were withdrawn from the giant insect's head before disintegrating into specks of translucent light. The giant insect's head then began to fluctuate unsteadily in size before abruptly exploding. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air again, and a fireball shot forth to instantly incinerate the insect carcass into ashes. "Did you get any information, Brother Han?" Silvermoon asked. "I'm afraid not. This insect only has the most basic instincts and possesses no intelligence, so I couldn't find out anything," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "I see, that's not too much of a surprise. These Stemborers have suddenly become very powerful due to their mutations, but it's not that easy to attain intelligence, and that's good news for us," Silvermoon said with a smile. "Indeed. If the Stemborers are only relying on basic instincts, then they won't pose a threat to us no matter how many of them there are. Let's go to Black Gourd City now. I'm sure we'll be able to get some information there," Han Li replied. Thus the 3 of them rose up into the air and flew north. 3 days later, Han Li's trio entered a highland that was full of black mud, and after flying for several more hours, a black city with an area of around 200 kilometers appeared in the distance. This was none other than Black Gourd City. However, the entire city was currently surrounded from all directions by another gray sea of insects with no end in sight, and the sounds of battle were audible even from extremely far away. This sea of Stemborers covered virtually the entire sky, and even though the Stemborer swarm that Han Li had witnessed before was also extremely large, it was nothing compared to this one. Currently, Black Gourd City was enshrouded under a black light barrier that sat atop the city like a giant upside-down bowl. Dense layers of Stemborers covered every single inch of the light barrier, and they were all attacking the light barrier in a frenzy. Within the light barrier were countless devilish beings that were using devilish treasures of different descriptions or unleashing devilish techniques to strike back at the Stemborers. The Stemborers currently attacking the city were clearly not that powerful, and they were being quickly slain by the attacks being unleashed by the devilish beings in the city. There were also arrows flying out of the city like a torrential storm to exterminate even more of the Stemborers. At the center of the city stood hundreds of tall towers that were rumbling incessantly, around which lightning was flashing incessantly. Hundreds of bolts of black lightning were constantly being released by these towers before splitting up into countless threads of black lightning that were reducing hordes upon hordes of Stemborers to ashes. It seemed that under the protection of the city's restrictions, the devilish beings could attack with reckless abandon and held the firm upper hand. However, as blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, he was able to ascertain the true nature of the situation, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. During this brief period of time, the black light barrier over the city had already dimmed slightly, and the devilish beings unleashing attacks from within the city were all in very bad condition, clearly already beginning to overexert their magic power. All of a sudden, the rumbling in the city drew to an abrupt halt, and all of the towers ceased their lightning attacks. Chapter 22:17. Stunning display of power. Without the assistance of the lightning being released by the towers, the offensive power of the city was reduced by close to half, and layers upon layers of Stemborers landed on the light barrier, causing it to dim at a rapid rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. "We have to save this city," Hanli suddenly said with furrowed brows. Silvermoon nodded in response. "Brother Xia, in order to resolve this issue as soon as possible, I'll have to get you to assist the two of us," Hanli said. "No problem," Daoist Xia replied in a calm manner. Thus Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, releasing the 3 miniature extreme mountains amid a flash of spiritual light. Immediately thereafter he made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes at his behest, then let loose a long cry akin to a dragon's roar. The roar erupted directly up into the heavens, unleashing invisible sound waves that surged toward the sea of Stemborers. The devilish beings in Black Gourd City were quite alarmed to hear this thunderous roar, yet before they had a chance to look for where the sound was coming from, the majority of the Stemborers that were attacking the light barrier either self-detonated or plummeted out of the sky without any warning. In the blink of an eye, only less than half of the insect swarm remained, and the ones that did remain had been thrown into complete disarray. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted overhead, and 3 gargantuan mountains appeared above the sea of insects in a flash. The giant mountains then came crashing down in unison, and in the next instant, vast expanses of light began to wreak havoc through the insect swarm alongside streaks of lethal sword chi. The Stemborers were completely powerless to resist as they were felled in hordes by the 3 mountains, and only a few Stemborers that were clearly far larger than their brethren were able to pose some resistance as they fled in a blind panic. However, right at this moment, a thick bolt of silver lightning suddenly appeared up above amid a rumbling thunderclap, and the bolt of lightning instantly flashed through the bodies of the giant Stemborers, reducing them to ashes alongside thousands of normal Stemborers in the nearby area. After the silver lightning dissipated, a young man in a set of Daoist robes emerged in midair. It was none other than Daoist Xia. Daoist Xia cast his gaze toward the giant Stemborers that had fled even further into the distance, and lightning flashed from his body as he shot forth once again as an arc of lightning. Countless Stemborers were felled in his wake, and all of a sudden, the Provenance True Devil projection, which had swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall, appeared within the sea of insects amid an earth-shattering boom. Hanli was standing at the center of the projection with his hands clasped behind his back, appraising the nearby Stemborers in a completely expressionless manner. There were currently countless purple runes flashing over the body of the massive projection, and as it swept its 6 arms through the air, silver fireballs were sent flying in all directions. The silver fireballs quickly formed vast expanses of silver flames, each of which was around an acre in size, and the flames quickly engulfed large patches of Stemborers. Regardless of whether it was the normal Stemborers or their larger counterparts, all of them began to struggle violently upon coming into contact with the silver flames before instantly being incinerated into nothingness. In the face of Hanli and Daoist Xia, this virtually endless swarm of Stemborers was being slaughtered at a rapid rate. However, the normal Stemborers were completely fearless even in the face of death, and they abandoned the assault against Black Gourd City as they flew directly toward Hanli and Daoist Xia in a suicidal manner. Even with Hanli and Daoist Xia's incredible powers, it took them quite a while to completely clear the nearby area. However, there were still some giant Stemborers that managed to escape, but Hanli had no interest in pursuing them. He waved a hand toward Daoist Xia, then slowly descended toward Black Gourd City. Silvermoon also flew over to Hanli in an unhurried manner, and the two of them descended toward the city together. The countless devilish beings in Black Gourd City had been completely rooted to the spot by the display of power put on by Hanli and Daoist Xia, and now that the entire sea of Stemborers had been eradicated, all of them instantly erupted into thunderous cheers. As Hanli's trio descended toward the city, a few high-grade devilish beings hurriedly rushed out and opened up a gap in the light barrier, then extended respectful salutes as they welcomed Hanli and the others into the city. An early body integration stage black-robed middle-aged man extended a deep bow toward Han Li and Daoist, then said in a grateful manner, "Thank you for saving the tens of millions of citizens in our Black Gourd City, seniors. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Our Black Gourd City will never forget what you've done for us." As for the normal devilish beings nearby, they had all fallen to their knees and pressed their faces onto the ground, not even daring to look at Han Li and Daoist. It was clear that in the eyes of normal devilish beings, sacred ancestors were virtually gods. Now that two sacred ancestors had suddenly appeared here, all of the devilish beings in the city were naturally ecstatic. "There's no need for you to know our names. Where is your city lord? Get him to come and see me," Han Li instructed. "Our city lord has severely overexerted himself during the resistance against the Stemborers, and he's currently resting in his manor. But I've already sent people to notify him of your arrival, so he should be here soon," the middle-aged man replied in a careful manner. "In that case, I'll wait for him here. As for everyone else, they can go and do whatever it is that they need to do," Han Li instructed in an indifferent manner. "Yes, senior, I'll get them to leave right away," the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a respectful bow, then issued an instruction to all of the devilish beings in the surrounding area. The normal devilish beings nearby hurriedly rose to their feet, then bowed 3 times toward Han Li's trio before departing. Thus Han Li's trio and a few high-grade devilish beings were the only ones left in the area. After no more than 15 minutes had passed, a streak of black light rose up from a certain tall building in the city, then immediately sped toward Han Li's direction. The black light faded, and a thin elderly man in a set of brocade robes appeared just over 100 feet away from Han Li. The elderly man quickly swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li's trio before immediately extending a deep bow. "Junior Hu Yen pays his respects to his seniors. Thank you for saving our city from what would have been certain destruction." "You're the city lord?" Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. The elderly man was at the mid-body integration stage and he replied with a fawning smile, "I've been the lord of Black Gourd City for over 1,000 years. If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to tell me." Han Li nodded with a pleased expression at the sight of Hu Yan's respectful display, then turned to the other devilish lords as he said, "You can all go now. I wish to speak to fellow Daoist Hu alone." The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to go against Han Li's orders, and he immediately replied, "We'll be taking our leave then, senior." Moments later, Hu Yan and Han Li's trio were the only ones left in the area. Hu Yan was naturally extremely nervous to be in the presence of 2 Grand Ascension stage beings, but he maintained an extremely respectful expression and stood with his hands by his sides. "I'm sure such a massive swarm of Stemborers couldn't have gathered in a short time. When did they start attacking your Black Gourd City?" Han Li asked. "Those Stemborers only appeared in the area several years ago, and I've led many hunting parties to exterminate them, but was unable to kill all of them. Much to my surprise, they were able to organize a swarm of such terrifying proportions and attack our city only 2 days ago," Hu Yan replied. "They only appeared 2 days ago? These Stemborers may not be very intelligent, but it seems that they do have some organizational abilities," Han Li said as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. "Indeed, senior. There are simply too many of these Stemborers for them to be completely exterminated, and the swarms are constantly merging together to bolster their numbers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many horrific instances of entire cities in our holy realm being massacred by Stemborer swarms," Hu Yan hurriedly explained. "Setting that aside for now, there's something else I want to ask you," Han Li said after a brief pause. "Please go ahead, senior," Hu Yan prompted. "My fellow Daoists and I have only recently come out of a long period of seclusion, and the appearance of these Stemborers came as quite a surprise to us. What I want to ask you is, where are the 3 patriarchs and other sacred ancestors? Why haven't they appeared to exterminate these Stemborers? I heard that they all disappeared under mysterious circumstances not long after these Stemborers appeared. Why is that?" Han Li asked. "Ah, so you've only recently come out of a lengthy seclusion. It's no wonder that I'm not familiar with the 2 of you. About the patriarchs and other sacred ancestors." A hesitant look appeared on Hu Yan's face. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this and he said, "Let me guess, the patriarchs and sacred ancestors are currently dealing with the Stemborer queen, and you were told not to tell anyone about this, is that correct?" Chapter 22:18. Sacred Ancestor Xian Hu Yen faltered slightly upon hearing this before a relieved look appeared on his face. So you already know about the Stemborer Queen. In that case there's nothing for me to hide. I heard about the Stemborer Queen quite a few years ago, and it's why I decided to come out of seclusion. However, I'm not too familiar with the current situation in our holy realm, so you'll have to enlighten me, Han Li said. Yes, senior. I only began hearing about these things in the past decade or so I don't know too much either. What I do know is that these Stemborers in our holy realm were once normal devilish insects that mutated after coming into the contact with the aura of the Stemborer Queen that seeped through the seal. Following their mutations, these Stemborers become significantly more powerful, and their reproductive abilities are also enhanced by close to 100-fold. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become such a huge problem in such a short time. Hu Yen paused momentarily here before continuing. According to what I've heard, the 3 patriarchs and other sacred ancestors are indeed dealing with the Stemborer Queen at the original sealed site. In the beginning things seemed to be going quite well. With assistance from powerful beings of other realms, the seal was constantly being bolstered, and it appeared that the Stemborer Queen would be sealed away again. However, close to 30 years ago, the original sealed site suddenly lost all contact with the outside world, and no one knows what's happening in there. They lost contact? How is that possible with so many Grand Ascension stage beings there? Hasn't anyone gone there to assess the situation? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. By the time it was discovered that contact had been lost, it was already too late. Countless Stemborers had appeared around the original sealed site, taking over many of the nearby cities. There are even high-grade Stemborers among them that possess body integration stage powers, and their presence makes it impossible for anyone to access the original sealed site, Hu Yen replied. Body integration stage Stemborers? Considering how fearsome the Stemborer Queen is, it's no surprise to see Stemborers of this level. Aren't there some sacred ancestors who haven't entered the original sealed site yet? Why aren't they doing anything? Han Li asked. I don't know what those sacred ancestors' intentions are, but I haven't heard of any of them traveling to the original sealed site to examine the situation there. As for why that is, that's not something for a lowly city lord like me to know, Hu Yen replied with a wry smile. Interesting. It seems that the other sacred ancestors must know something that we don't. Among the sacred ancestors that have yet to enter the original sealed site, which one is closest to Black Gourd City? Han Li asked. The sacred ancestor closest to this city is Sacred Ancestor Xian of the Myriad Flower Mountain Range. 3 years ago, Senior Xian eradicated all of the Stemborers near the Myriad Flower Mountain Range, Hu Yen replied. Where is the Myriad Flower Mountain Range? Do you have a map of that area? Han Li asked in a nonchalant manner. I do. I once traveled to the Myriad Flower Mountain Range to request an audience with Senior Xian, so I have a copy of the map of that area, Hu Yen said as he immediately produced a stone shard before offering it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the stone shard before briefly injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a smile appeared on his face. That's all I needed to know. You can go now, fellow Daoist. Yes, I'll be taking my leave now, Senior. Hu Yen was very relieved to hear this, and he extended a respectful bow before departing. A group of high-grade devilish beings that were waiting nearby immediately gathered around Hu Yen, and they flew into the city together. Let's pay this sacred ancestor Xian a visit, Han Li said in a calm manner. Silver Moon and Daoist Xia naturally had no objections to this. Thus Han Li raised a hand to release a black devilish flying carriage, and the 3 got onto the carriage before it flew away as a streak of black light. A month later, Han Li's trio appeared in the air above a lush mountain range that looked as if it could easily belong in the spirit realm. So this is the Myriad Flower Mountain Range. I have to say this sacred ancestor Xian has found a really nice and scenic location. Where is he residing on this mountain range? Silvermoon asked. The map indicates that this sacred ancestor Xian is living on a mountain known as Sky-Facing Peak, which is situated at the center of this mountain range, Han Li replied with a smile. In that case it shouldn't be too hard to find him. However, our visit is quite abrupt, and we didn't get a chance to gather any information on what type of person this sacred ancestor is. I hope he's not too inhospitable, Silvermoon mused. Regardless of how hostile and inhospitable he may be, we have to make him tell us what's happened in the original sealed site. Only then can we devise a plan for how to proceed. Of course, it would be even better if we can directly find out the whereabouts of Senior Ao Xiao and Senior Mo Jianli, Han Li said in a confident manner. A hint of concern flashed through Silvermoon's eyes at the mention of her grandfather, and she nodded in response. Let's go. This mountain range isn't very large, so it won't take us much time to get to sky-facing peak. Thus Han Li set off as a streak of azure light, followed closely by Silvermoon and Daoist Xia. Several hours later the mountain range parted, and a massive white mountain that extended all the way up into the clouds appeared up ahead. The mountain was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and its top half was entirely covered in white ice and snow, while its bottom half was enshrouded within layers of black mist, within which fierce winds and ghastly howls could be heard. Han Li's trio stopped close to 10 kilometers away from the mountain, and Silvermoon was quite startled by the mountain's peculiar appearance. This sky-facing peak really is no ordinary mountain. This is just an illusion. It'll work on normal devilish beings, but it can't fool the likes of Brother Xian and myself, Han Li said with a faint smile as blue light flashed within his eyes. An illusion? Silvermoon's eyes widened as she carefully appraised the mountain in the distance, but couldn't find anything amiss. Han Li chuckled as he made a hand seal, and a third demonic eye instantly appeared on his glabella. He then let loose a low cry, and a translucent pillar of light that was around as thick a human thumb shot forth before vanishing into the distance. All of a sudden, a burst of powerful energy fluctuations erupted in the distance amid a resounding boom, and ripples surged through the air several kilometers away, following which the scene up ahead completely transformed. The massive mountain disappeared, and a huge basin with an area of around 100 kilometers took its place. At the center of the basin was a beautiful mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall, and in contrast with the gargantuan foreboding mountain from before, this one was riddled with exotic plants and flowers and enshrouded within a layer of resplendent five-colored light. Han Li's gaze was immediately drawn to a palace on the mountain summit. The palace was around several acres in area and was entirely of an exuberant green color, looking as if it had been constructed from fresh wood. So this is the true sky-facing peak. Silvermoon murmured to herself. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, yet just as he was about to say something in response, when a female voice suddenly rang out from the scenic mountain. Who has paid my sky-facing peak a visit? Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you sooner, fellow Daoists. As soon as the voice trailed off, a streak of green light rose up into the air from the palace before flying directly toward Han Li. After just a few flashes, the streak of light faded close to 200 feet away, revealing a woman in a green palatial dress. Han Li's expression changed drastically as soon as he caught sight of the woman and he exclaimed, Bao Hua? Wait, you're not Bao Hua. The woman was extremely similar to Bao Hua in appearance, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that she carried herself in a manner that was completely different from Bao Hua. The three of you must not be from our holy realm, right? Otherwise, there's no way you would have mistaken me for Bao Hua, the woman said as she carefully appraised Han Li's trio. At this point Han Li had reverted back to his usual calm expression and he said, We came directly to see you, so we had no intention of concealing our origins in the first place. Having said that, you gave me quite a surprise. May I ask if you're related to Bao Hua in any way? Bao Hua and I are identical twins. All of the sacred ancestors of our holy realm are aware of this, so I knew you had to be from a foreign realm, the woman replied. I see, no wonder you bear such a close resemblance to Bao Hua. I'm sure you already know why we're here, right, fellow Daoist Lian? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. You're here to find information about what's happening in the original sealed site, right? Lian asked. Chapter 22:19, White Light Realm. Oh. You don't seem surprised by our visit, fellow Daoist Lian, Han Li said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Are the three of you from the spirit realm or the black flame realm? Sacred Ancestor Lian asked in an expressionless manner. How can you be so sure that we're from one of those two realms? Han Li asked. Among the realms that have sent out powerful beings to assist our holy realm, only the Black Flame Realm and Spirit Realm are still yet to contact us, Sacred Ancestor Lian replied. What do you mean by this? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. I'm referring to the sacred ancestors who have still yet to enter the original sealed site. Even though I've been residing in seclusion in this mountain range, I've kept in constant contact with the other fellow Daoists. For foreign beings like you who want to learn about the situation in the original sealed site, your best option is naturally to seek out one of us, Lian replied. I see. We are indeed from the spirit realm. Judging from what you just said, it seems you're very familiar with the situation in the original sealed site, Li said. So you're from the spirit realm. You look rather familiar, fellow Daoist. Have you entered our holy realm before? Lian asked with a contemplative expression, seemingly completely unbothered by the fact that Li's trio had come from the spirit realm. Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a smile appeared on his face. I have indeed visited this realm once before. It looks like you've already identified me, so why ask a question you already know the answer to? So you really are the cultivator with the Han surname that Yuan Yen and Lu Ji had once placed on their wanted list. Back when you left our holy realm, you were still a body integration cultivator, yet you're already at the Grand Ascension stage now. I finally understand why those two held you in such high regard. In that case, this fellow Daoist must be fellow Daoist Xia from the devilish origin sea. I'm one of the very few sacred ancestors who have yet to travel to the devilish origin sea to see Brother Xia. It's a pleasure to meet you now, Lian said, completely ignoring the early body integration stage Silver Moon. It was clear that she didn't regard anyone below the Grand Ascension stage as worthy of her attention. Daoist Xia's expression remained indifferent, and he displayed no intention of replying. However, Li raised an eyebrow as he said, seeing as you've identified Brother Xia, I won't have to make an introduction. You still haven't given me any information about what's happening in the original sealed site. I know a thing or two about the situation there, but this is a very important matter that we shouldn't be discussing here. Please come with me to my palace first, fellow Daoists, Lian invited. Li cast his gaze toward the mountain down below, and his brows furrowed ever so slightly. An amused look appeared on Lian's face as she chuckled. Are you worried that I would try to plot against you, fellow Daoist Han? I'm sure someone of your lofty status wouldn't stoop to something like that, unless you're confident enough to think that you can take on two Grand Ascension stage beings at once, Li chuckled. Then please go ahead, Lian said with a smile as she turned slightly to the side. Thus Li swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that encompassed both Daoist Xia and Silver Moon before flying toward the mountain in the distance, followed closely by sacred ancestor Lian. The five-colored light enshrouding the mountain parted, and Li and the others flew into the restriction before landing in front of the entrance of the palace on the mountain peak. Right at this moment, a pair of burly men in a set of strange attire emerged from within the palace. These two men had very dark skin and were both wearing suits of silver armor. However, their arms were bared and etched with a series of crimson spirit patterns. Furthermore, their eyes were of a shimmering silver color and were devoid of pupils, presenting a very peculiar appearance. One of the two men was completely bald, while the other had a head of disheveled long hair. Both of them had thick golden bands around their arms and were very muscular in appearance. As soon as their eyes fell upon Li, a slight chill ran down Li's spine and he murmured, "Those two are both Grand Ascension stage beings." Silver Moon immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Indeed, both of these burly men were also Grand Ascension stage beings, but their auras were completely different compared to those of devilish beings. Are these three also reinforcements from another foreign realm, fellow Daoist Lian? Why is there a body integration stage being among them? The bald man asked in a gravelly voice. Fellow Daoist Han, these two are Brother Jinchai and Brother Sherding from the White Light realm. They arrived here around half a month earlier than the three of you. Brother Jin, this is fellow Daoist Han and this is fellow Daoist Xia. Both of them are from the spirit realm, Lian introduced with a smile. The spirit realm? Isn't that the realm that was in conflict with your elder devil realm not long ago? I thought they weren't even going to send anyone, the bald man said with a hint of disdain in his voice. If the Stemborer queen breaks out of its seal, all of the nearby realms will be in grave peril, so our spirit realm naturally can't just stand by and watch. Having said that, it's the first time I've heard of the White Light realm, Li said in a calm manner. Your ignorance is truly astounding. Don't tell me you've only just progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, the bald man said in a cold voice, while his companion remained completely silent and expressionless, just like Daoist Xia. Li was just about to say something in response when Lian interjected, I'm sure you didn't come to my palace to bicker with one another, right, fellow Daoists? Seeing as all of you came here for the Stemborer Queen, let's talk about that. You've always wanted to hear about the situation in the original sealed site, right, Brother Jean? Now that fellow Daoist has also arrived, I'll elaborate on the situation to all of you. Jean Chai's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in response. Brother Shi and I are naturally happy to hear what you have to say. After that, Jean Chai returned to the palace with his companion, and Xiaolian turned to Han Li before making an inviting hand gesture. After you, fellow Daoist Han. Han Li gave her a faint smile before making his way into the palace with Silver Moon and Daoist Xia, followed by Sacred Ancestor Xiaolian. We pay our respects to Mistress Xiaolian. The palace wasn't very large, but the corridor behind the front gate was lined with around 40 female servants in palatial dresses, and they all extended respectful bows towards Sacred Ancestor Xiaolian. Prepare some spirit fruits and spirit tea. We have some important guests, Xiaolian instructed. Some of the servants immediately gave affirmative responses before departing, while Han Li and the others followed Xiaolian into the main hall of the palace. The two Grand Ascension stage beings from the White Light Realm were already seated there, and their lips were trembling slightly as they communicated with one another through voice transmission. Han Li's trio took a seat across from those two, while Xiaolian sat down on the main seat. Fellow Daoist Xiaolian, now that everyone's here, can you disclose the information to us? Jean Chai asked in a direct manner. Xiaolian's smile faded slightly upon hearing this, and a serious look appeared on her face. Of course, but before that, I have a question for all of you. Have you come here to help our holy realm seal the Stemborer Queen again, or are you here to rescue your brethren from your respective races? Why do you ask, fellow Daoist Xiaolian? Do these two objectives conflict with one another? Jean Chai asked as his expression changed slightly. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this unexpected question. I don't want to disappoint all of you, but the situation is very urgent, and we'll only have time to do one of those things. On top of that, regardless of which option we choose, we have to focus all of our power on that one objective for any chance of success. This is why I haven't disclosed the situation at the original sealed site to you before this, Brother Jean, Xiaolian said as a wry smile appeared on her face. So you're telling me that the arrival of these two gave you the confidence to disclose this information to us? Jean Chai harumphed in a displeased manner. Even if fellow Daoist Han hadn't arrived, I would have disclosed the information to you in another month at most anyway. Us sacred ancestors are going to be meeting up in a month to discuss how to save our holy realm with all of our allies that have arrived from the other realms, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss that occasion, Xiaolian revealed. Fellow Daoist Xiaolian, regardless of what our objectives are, I think it would be better if you disclose the situation in the original sealed site first before we make our decision, Han Li said. Chapter 2220. The truth, I agree with fellow Daoist Han there, Jean Chai chimed in agreement. I'm naturally willing to disclose the situation in the original sealed site to all of you, but in reality, even the information that I have is rather vague and inconclusive, Xiaolian said after a brief hesitation. What do you mean by that? Surely you know what's going on. Otherwise, why haven't you taken any action? Jean Chai asked as his expression darkened slightly. Please don't misunderstand, Brother Jean. While it's true that we haven't taken any action after we lost contact with the original sealed site, that's only because of a piece of information that we received from the site, Xiaolian replied with a wry smile. A smile appeared on Jean Chai's face upon hearing this. I knew all of the Grand Ascension stage fellow Daoists in the original sealed site would be able to send some information to the outside world somehow. Don't celebrate too early, Brother Jean. This piece of information is very vague, and was sent out by fellow Daoist Yuan Yen in a rushed manner using a rare secret technique. The message states that due to a sudden turn of events, the Stemborer Queen was able to break through most of the restrictions in the ancient seal, and that it was somehow able to utilize a part of the seal's power to seal everyone in the original sealed site. However, the Stemborer Queen is still restricted by the seal and unable to leave the area. Furthermore, it's expended a significant amount of its power and had to fall into hibernation again. The Stemborers that have appeared in our holy realm were contaminated by the Stemborer Queen's aura, which it unintentionally released during its slumber, Xiaolian revealed. So you're saying that all of our fellow Daoists have been trapped in the ancient seal. Just how fearsome is this ancient seal to be able to trap so many Grand Ascension stage fellow Daoists with just a part of its power? Xianxia exclaimed with an astonished expression. I don't know about that. All I know is that this is the only piece of information that was sent out of the original sealed site before all contact was cut off. It seems that the Stemborer Queen must have done something to make even fellow Daoist Yuanyan's secret technique ineffective before it went into hibernation, Xiaolian replied. I feel like you're hiding something, fellow Daoist Xiaolian. According to what you just said, wouldn't it have made more sense if sacred ancestors outside of the original sealed site like yourself had taken action right away? Why would you wait until a month from now to meet up? On top of that, this doesn't explain why we can't simultaneously reseal the Stemborer Queen while also rescuing our brethren, Hanli countered. Xiaolian's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Do you know who was the first person to receive this information? Who was it? Could it be someone other than one of the sacred ancestors outside the original sealed site? Hanli asked. It was none other than the person that you mistook me for earlier, Xiaolian harumphed coldly in response. You mean Bao Hua? Hanli was quite surprised to hear this. That's right, she was the one who received the information first, and it's most likely because Yuan Yan thinks only Bao Hua is capable of saving them, Xiaolian said with a dark expression. So you're saying it was Bao Hua who convinced all of you to wait until now, and that it was impossible to simultaneously stop the Stemborer Queen while rescuing our brethren? Hanli mused as his brows furrowed slightly in a contemplative manner. Looks like you're quite familiar with that twin sister of mine, fellow Daoist Han. Indeed, she gathered all of us remaining sacred ancestors and displayed Yuan Yan's message to us for verification. Otherwise, we wouldn't have listened to her instructions, seeing as she isn't even one of the 3 patriarchs anymore. The final part of the message sent out by Yuan Yan was very ambiguous, and according to Bao Hua, it states that the Stemborer Queen was somehow able to draw upon a part of the seal's power to trap everyone, but there's an effective period due to instability. The power of the seal will be at its weakest in several decades, but it's also when the restrictions of the original sealed site will be the most potent against the Stemborer Queen. As such, that will be the perfect opportunity for us to reseal the Stemborer Queen or rescue Yuan Yan and the others. As for why those objectives can't be simultaneously achieved, that's something that Bao Hua proposed. As soon as she received Yuan Yan's message, she had ventured into the original sealed site to investigate, and that was the conclusion she had arrived at. As for whether this conclusion is accurate or not, that'll be for all of you to judge when the time comes. However, all of us sacred ancestors think that it should be accurate. All of us have guarded the original sealed site at some point, and we're all very familiar with the ancient seal. Bao Hua does indeed possess incredible powers, but it's very unlikely that she'd be able to fool us in this aspect. On top of that, we can't think of any motive for Bao Hua to hatch a plot like this. After all, she's also a member of our holy realm and she wouldn't just stand by idly and watch as our realm falls into peril, Xiaolian elaborated. Xianxia and Ding exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. It was clear that what Xiaolian had revealed was quite a surprise to them, and they needed some time to process this information. Meanwhile, Hanli pondered the situation for a moment before breaking the silence. If the information was provided by fellow Daoist Bao Hua, then it should be accurate. However, seeing as fellow Daoist Bao Hua was able to venture into the original sealed site, surely you and the other sacred ancestors would be able to do the same. If we could venture into the original sealed site to investigate, we would have naturally done so at all costs. However, Bao Hua's intrusion had already alerted the Stemborer Queen. Even though the Stemborer Queen is hibernating, the insect swarms surrounding the original sealed site became more than 10 times as fearsome. There are some extremely formidable Stemborers among them that even sacred ancestors wouldn't dare to engage in battle. As such, our hands are completely tied, Xiaolian said as a hint of fear surfaced in her eyes. There are Stemborers too fearsome even for Grand Ascension stage beings? Are these the high-grade Stemborers with body integration stage powers? Xianxia asked. Xiaolian immediately shook her head in response. No, it's another type of crimson Stemborer that's no more than a foot in length. These Stemborers have never appeared anywhere else in our holy realm, and they've only been seen around the original sealed site. Even in those areas they're extremely rare. At the very most, there are only less than 2,000 of them in total. Xianxia's eyes widened with shock upon hearing this. Could it be that these Stemborers possess Grand Ascension stage powers? Otherwise, how can they threaten you with such pitiful numbers? That's not the case. Judging from their auras alone, those Stemborers are only at the spatial tempering stage and they only possess 2 abilities. However, 2 abilities almost killed the 2 fellow Daoists who had previously tried to venture into the original sealed site, and none of us dared to try again, Lian replied with a wry smile. Han Li's pupils contracted drastically upon hearing this. They almost killed 2 sacred ancestors with just 2 abilities? May I ask what those abilities are? It's very simple. One of them is instantaneous teleportation while the other is self-detonation, Lian replied. A hint of enlightenment appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, but he continued, there must be additional conditions attached to those abilities, right? Otherwise, they still wouldn't be able to pose such a major threat to Grand Ascension stage beings. Indeed, the instantaneous teleportation of those Stemborers is unavoidable. As soon as they catch sight of you, they'll immediately appear right beside you, and no treasures or abilities can keep them out. On top of that, once they self-detonate, no abilities or treasures can protect the target, so the force of the explosion can only be withstood using one's physical body. What's most damning of all is that the force of the explosions is somehow able to contaminate our souls, thereby inflicting severe injuries on all of our clones as well. Some of our clones with less powerful souls may even perish on the spot in the face of those explosions, Lian explained with a grim expression. Even the souls of your clones were affected? Xianxia was astonished to hear this, as was Han Li. I'm sure you know why these Stemborers are so fearsome now. Even Baohua only managed to conduct a brief investigation before she was driven out by the swarms of Stemborers, Lian chuckled coldly. At this point, it was clear to everyone that Lian and Baohua didn't seem to be on good terms with one another. Will you be able to find a way to counter these new Stemborers during the meeting that's going to be held in a month? Han Li asked. You're a smart man, Brother Han. We chose to delay this operation to allow more powerful beings to arrive from other realms in order to bolster our forces, as well as to wait for Baohua to refine 2 types of special treasures that can counteract these self-detonating Stemborers. According to Baohua, those 2 types of treasures will be able to nullify the explosions, Lian replied. Chapter 22-21. Meeting. So fellow Daoist Baohua has already devised a plan. In that case, we should have some decent chances. How many beings from other realms will be able to arrive for the meeting? Xianxia asked. Aside from the Black Flame realm, all of the neighboring realms have sent more powerful beings into our holy realm. Even though the numbers are less than what was sent into our holy realm the first time, there are still over 40 in total. The most powerful realm among them, the Heavenly Crow realm, sent 9 Grand Ascension stage beings on this occasion, including even the legendary Old Man Copper Crow, Lian replied. Xianxia immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Old Man Copper Crow? Isn't he one of the vastly renowned 4 great birds? Even he's arrived in this realm? Looks like you've heard of him, Brother Jean. That makes sense, considering fellow Daoist Copper Crow is more renowned in the other realms than even the 3 patriarchs of our realm. However, it's said that he only came to our holy realm as one of the beings trapped in the original sealed site is an extremely important direct lineal descendant of his, so he had no choice but to come, Lian replied. It's quite surprising that someone as powerful as Old Man Copper Crow would take such a risk for a mere descendant, Xianxia said as he rubbed his own bald head. Apparently, Old Man Copper Crow only has one direct lineal descendant, and he expended countless efforts and precious resources to nurture that descendant to the Grand Ascension stage, so he naturally couldn't just abandon that descendant, Lian replied. I see. Come to think of it, if I had a Grand Ascension stage descendant, I'd also hold them in extremely high regard, Xianxia chuckled. Han Li pondered the situation in silence for a short while, then said, Brother Xia and I will definitely be attending this meeting. Please inform us when the time comes, fellow Daoist Lian. Of course. Once the date arrives, I'll send a message to all 3 of you, Lian replied without any hesitation. In that case, we'll be taking our leave now, Han Li said as he immediately rose to his feet. Daoist Xia and Silvermoon also stood up upon seeing this, clearly following Han Li's lead. Why are you in such a hurry, Brother Han? Our sky-facing peak produces a few types of special spirit fruits. Why not have some before you leave? Lian said with a smile. There's no need for that. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. He then swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that enveloped all three of them before departing from the palace. Lian didn't say anything further upon seeing this, but her brows furrowed ever so slightly. Looks like this fellow Daoist Han has no intention of befriending a sacred ancestor like you. That's no surprise considering a battle has just taken place between your elder devil realm the spirit realm, Xianxia chortled. The relationship between our holy realm and the spirit realm is not for you to comment on, fellow Daoist Jin. Now that fellow Daoist Han has agreed to attend the meeting, what are your plans, brother Jin? Lian asked. We'll be attending as well, of course. However, we have no interest in living without a roof over our heads, so we'll have to stay here for some time, Xianxia chuckled. Sure, I'd be honored to host you, and it's certainly fantastic news that you're willing to attend our meeting, Lian said with a smile. The two men were quite pleased to hear this, and right at this moment several female servants strode into the hall, carrying platters of spirit fruits and fragrant spirit tea. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others were flying through the air, and a short while later, they descended into a peaceful valley in the myriad flower mountain range. Han Li raised a hand to release several giant ape puppets, which quickly dug out a temporary cave abode. The trio entered the cave abode, then retired to their respective secret chambers to meditate. Prior to attending the meeting organized by the sacred ancestors, there was nothing that the three of them could do or discuss. Silvermoon was naturally still very concerned about Patriarch Ao Shao, but at the same time she was also very relieved to hear that he had merely been trapped, not killed. A month was nothing more than the blink of an eye for cultivators like Han Li. And on this day Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when he suddenly opened his eyes before reaching out and making a grabbing motion with one hand. A translucent white jade shard was grabbed out of thin air, and he immediately rubbed his hands together, upon which the jade shard shattered, releasing a ball of green flames. Lian's voice then rang out from within the flames. The date has arrived, brother Han. Please come to the sky-facing peak so we can set off together. Han Li smiled upon hearing this, then snuffed out the flames before rising to his feet. Around half a day later, Han Li's trio arrived in a small secret palace within the palace on the sky-facing peak. Lian, Xianxia, Shi Ding, and two seductive women who appeared to be Lian's disciples were already waiting for them there. At the center of the palace was a faint silver formation that was around 10 feet in size, and it was flashing with faint spiritual light. This formation can teleport us to the nearest city, and after that it'll only take us half a month to get to the designated location, Lian said. Alright, then let's go, Xianxia said as he strode into the formation with Shi Ding without any inhibitions. Faint spiritual light flashed and the two of them disappeared. Han Li's trio also made their way into the formation before being teleported away as well. Lian and her two disciples brought up the rear and were the last group to be teleported away. Around half a month later, the central region of a boundless yellow desert suddenly began to quake violently, following which an ancient earthy yellow city emerged from underground. The city was only several kilometers in size, but its walls were over 100 feet tall, and a series of armored warriors rushed onto the city walls amid bursts of dull drumming. These expressionless armored warriors were all puppets, and there were over 10,000 of them, all of which were wielding different types of weapons. At the center of the city stood a resplendent golden palace. The palace was extremely beautiful, looking as if it were constructed from pure gold, and not only was its surface riddled with all types of profound devilish patterns, there were also countless fist-sized gems of different colors embedded onto its roof, creating an extremely spectacular sight to behold. Shortly thereafter, a shrill cry suddenly rang out in the sky, and a pristine white beast-drawn carriage appeared in the distance amid a flash of white light. The carriage was over 100 feet in length and was very aesthetically pleasing. The entire carriage was completely translucent, and it was being drawn by 4 white Daoist. A man and a woman stood side by side on the beast-drawn carriage. The man looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a long white robe with faint light surging all over his body. As for the woman, she appeared to be in her 20s with a head of tall and voluminous hair and a set of beautiful facial features, wearing a suit of light blue armor. The carriage arrived in the air above the city after just a few flashes, following which the man made a hand seal, and the carriage and white Ws immediately disappeared amid a flash of white light. The duo then transformed into streaks of white chi that vanished into the golden palace down below in a completely silent manner. Shortly thereafter, two streaks of light, one black and one silver, appeared in the distant sky in unison, covering a distance of close to 100 kilometers in just a few flashes before also flying into the palace. Around an hour later, a burst of rainbow light appeared in the sky in another direction, and a group of over 1,000 people emerged in the distance. The group was comprised evenly of men and women, with the men wearing suits of golden armor and wielding various types of weapons, while the women wore 5-colored dresses and were playing different musical instruments. At the center of this group was a ball of rainbow light that was around an acre in size, and within the ball of light was a massive chair, upon which sat a tall figure in a set of long robes. The group arrived in the air above the city in an unhurried manner, following which the rainbow light descended toward the palace. During its descent, the rainbow light faded, revealing an authoritative elderly man wearing a rainbow robe with a crown on his head. The elderly man cast his gaze toward the palace before making his way toward it in an expressionless manner, while the armored men and instrument-playing women disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, as if they were mere illusions. Within the next few hours, more groups of different beings arrived at the city using different methods of transportation, and all of them made their way directly into the Golden Palace. Chapter 22-22. Old Man Copper Crow. All of a sudden, a massive dark green lotus flower that was around an acre in size appeared on the horizon, carrying Han Li, Lian, Xianxia and the others. So this is the meeting venue? Fellow Daoist Huang Sha sure found a good place, Han Li said with a smile as he appraised the earthen city in the distance, and it was impossible to tell whether his words were meant to be insulting or full of praise. Lian smiled and replied, Fellow Daoist Huang's boundless earth devilish arts make him the most powerful user of earth attribute cultivation arts in our entire holy realm. If the battlefield is within the desert, he can even contend with patriarchs like Bao Hua. On top of that, fellow Daoist Huang has always been very reclusive and doesn't share many close ties with anyone, so this is a good neutral location for the meeting to take place. I see, no wonder this was selected as the meeting venue. That earthen city is nothing more than a normal spirit treasure, but those puppets are quite remarkable. There are over 10,000 of them in total, and each one possesses spatial tempering stage powers, Xianxia said with a hint of amazement in his eyes as he appraised the armored puppets in the distance. Fellow Daoist Huang's boundless earth divine guards were invented by him, and both their refinement and manipulation requires the boundless earth devilish arts as a basis. However, these guards can only display their true power here. Once they leave the sand, their powers will be severely diminished. Having said that, they're very useful in places like this where there's a great abundance of earth attribute origin chi, as they'll be able to recover even from severe damage. Even for Grand Ascension stage beings like ourselves, it would be quite difficult to eradicate so many of these puppets here, Lian explained. That's true, opponents with near-indestructible bodies are always very troublesome to face, Xianxia agreed with a nod. While they were speaking, the giant lotus flower had already taken them directly above the earthen city before slowly descending. As soon as it landed on the ground, Han Li cast his gaze toward the shimmering golden palace gate, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even his enormous spiritual sense was unable to infiltrate this golden palace. It was clear that this was quite an extraordinary treasure, and most likely one that Huang Sha held in very high regard. Lian made her way toward the palace gate with her two female disciples, and Han Li's trio quickly followed along. However, Xianxia, who had appeared quite reckless and bullish, was rather hesitant as he appraised the palace up ahead. Right at this moment, Shi Ding made his way toward the palace in an expressionless manner, and Xianxia could only follow along with a wry smile. As soon as Han Li stepped into the palace, restriction fluctuations erupted from underfoot, and a burst of azure light rose up from the ground, instantly enveloping his trio. Silvermoon was quite alarmed by this, and she immediately prepared to unleash some type of attack to ward off the restriction, but Han Li's gentle voice then suddenly sounded beside her ears. There's no need to be alarmed. This restriction bears no ill will. Silvermoon's heart immediately eased upon hearing this, and as the azure light surged around them, the surrounding area blurred before the three of them vanished in unison. In the next instant, an azure light formation appeared in a resplendent hall, and Han Li's trio re-emerged. Dozens of pairs of eyes immediately fell upon Han Li's trio like sharp daggers, following which a few surprised voice rang out. It's a human cultivator. Isn't that the golden crab from the devilish origin sea? Han Li paid no heed to these voices and calmly inspected his surroundings. In doing so, he discovered that the three of them were currently situated at the center of the hall with over 100 figures of different heights and sizes split up into over 30 groups around them. Close to half of these people were seated on chairs, while the others were standing respectfully off to the side. Lian had already made her way over to a corner of the hall and taken a seat, while her two female disciples stood behind her. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist Han brother Xia," Lian said with a smile. Han Li nodded in response, then made his way over to another corner of the hall with Daoist Xia and Silvermoon before taking a seat as well. As soon as he sat down, several bursts of spiritual sense immediately swept over his body without any inhibition. Han Li's expression darkened upon sensing this, and he gave a cold harumph. His voice wasn't very loud, but it exploded like rumbling thunderclaps within the ears of the owners of those bursts of spiritual sense, shaking them directly to their souls. All of them hurriedly withdrew their spiritual sense and didn't dare to test Han Li any further. A hint of surprise flashed through the eyes of the other Grand Ascension stage beings present upon seeing this. They also began to regard Han Li with a bit more respect. Right at this moment, Jin Chai and Shi Ding also appeared within the hall, and they looked around before their eyes settled upon Han Li, whom they made their way toward before taking a seat in a pair of vacant chairs nearby. Thus, more and more Grand Ascension stage beings were teleported into the hall, and they were either alone or arrived with other Grand Ascension stage beings, or were accompanied by entourages of disciples and servants. Several hours later, close to half of the vacant seats had been filled. During this time, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were either meditating in their chairs or appraising the other Grand Ascension stage beings around them, but none of them said anything. Han Li was currently inspecting the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall. All of the beings present were from alternate realms, and their appearances and auras were all extremely peculiar. Aside from Lian, there were 6 other Grand Ascension stage beings that were releasing powerful devilish qi, and these were clearly sacred ancestors as well. However, Baohua wasn't among them, so it seemed that she hadn't arrived yet. As Han Li cast his gaze around the hall, he took notice of a yellow-haired elderly man meditating in his chair. The elderly man's features were very ordinary, and he was wearing a gray robe, while a halo of earthy yellow mist slowly revolved around him, indicating exemplary control over Earth attribute origin qi. This man was clearly the owner of this place, the sacred ancestor by the name of Xianxia. As expected, he really had cultivated Earth attribute devilish arts to an extreme level. Han Li's eyes were slightly narrowed as he appraised Xianxia, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A short while later, another light formation suddenly appeared in the hall, and 9 figures emerged at once, all of whom were Grand Ascension stage beings. Such a large group of Grand Ascension stage beings naturally created quite a stir in the hall, and many people, including Han Li, immediately cast their eyes toward the group. The group was comprised of beings of both genders and various ages, and all of them wore suits of armor of different colors. What was quite remarkable was that these suits of armor looked as if they had been constructed from countless interwoven feathers. Among these Grand Ascension stage beings, 8 of them were standing on the outskirts of the light formation, while an elderly man stood at the very center. The elderly man's aura didn't seem to be all that powerful compared to everyone else's, but as he cast his cold gaze around the hall, everyone who met his gaze was struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if their soul had been frozen solid. A hint of fear immediately surfaced in the eyes of those Grand Ascension stage beings, and someone exclaimed, "Old man Copper Crow," in a hushed voice. The group of 9 Grand Ascension stage beings made their way to a corner of the hall before taking up all of the vacant seats there. Following the arrival of these 9 Grand Ascension stage beings, a few more people arrived, and it was clear that everyone was already here, but Baohua was still nowhere to be seen. However, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings present had cultivated for countless years, so they certainly weren't going to become impatient from waiting for such a short time. Shortly thereafter, the light formation reappeared in the hall, and the duo of Baohua and Hei emerged. Hei's aura had become quite powerful, clearly indicating a drastic improvement in his cultivation base, and Baohua was also looking as vibrant as ever, clearly having recovered from her injuries. As soon as Bao Hua appeared, Huangsha immediately opened his eyes as a smile appeared on his face. "You're finally here, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. Thank you for providing this venue for our meeting, fellow Daoist Huang," Bao Hua replied in a calm manner, but a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes as she caught sight of Han Li. It was clear that she hadn't expected Han Li to become a Grand Ascension cultivator in such a short time. "No need to thank me. It's my honor to be hosting so many fellow Daoists at once. Now that you're here, I'll allow you to oversee the proceedings," Huangsha replied. "Please forgive me for my tardiness, fellow Daoists. I can see that all of you have arrived as promised, and that gives me a lot of confidence going forward," Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Chapter 22-23, Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror. Skip all the pleasantries, Bao Hua. Tell us if you've managed to refine the treasures required to ward off the Stemborers' explosions. Some of us have had to provide many precious materials to you for the sake of those treasures. The one who had spoken was a man that was entirely enshrouded in golden light, and he seemed to be quite familiar with Bao Hua. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Li Miao. Rest assured, I wouldn't have accepted those materials if I wasn't confident in my ability to refine the treasures. Please take a look." Bao Hua raised a slender hand as she spoke, and two balls of light, one black and one white, emerged from her palm. At the centers of those balls of light were a flag that was emblazoned with countless silver stars, and a mirror containing a winged white tiger image, respectively. "These two treasures can counter those self-detonating Stemborers? They don't look all that special," another being enshrouded in green chi said in a skeptical voice. A middle-aged man dressed like a king interjected, "Hee, I'm afraid you're wrong there, fellow Daoist Lu Shi. These two treasures appear quite ordinary, but they seem to be related to the legendary profound heavenly treasures, Star Moon Flag and Illusion Sky Mirror. Could it be that these are replicas of those two treasures?" A stir immediately rang through the hall, and many people began to reassess the treasures Bao Hua was displaying with stunned expressions. Bao Hua nodded calmly in response. "These two treasures are indeed replicas of the Star Moon Flag and Illusion Sky Mirror. I refer to them as Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror. I've heard that the Star Moon Flag is one of very few treasures that can draw upon the power of stars, while the Illusion Sky Mirror possesses the unmatched ability to conceal the entire heavens. Do those two treasures of yours possess some of those abilities, fellow Daoist Bao Hua?" Another voice suddenly rang out in the hall, but strangely enough, no one could pinpoint where the voice was coming from. "You must be a fellow Daoist from the Black Knight realm, right? As expected of someone cultivating darkness attribute abilities, your concealment skills are truly unmatched. To answer your question, the Starfall Flag and Faux Illusion Sky Mirror will only be around 50% as potent as the treasures they're replicating at most, but according to my estimates, that should be enough to deal with the self-detonating Stemborers," Bao Hua replied with a smile. The Grand Ascension stage being from the Black Knight realm was silent for a moment before continuing. "Seeing as you're so confident in these two treasures, I'm sure they'll work just fine. Now that the issue of the self-detonating Stemborers has been resolved, I think we should devise a plan for how to restrict the Stemborer Queen once we enter the original sealed site. Of course, even though quite a large number of us have gathered here, we'll still be vulnerable to the Stemborer Queen unless we can work out an effective course of action," Bao Hua replied with a nod. The Grand Ascension stage being by the name of Li Miao asked, "Just how fearsome is that Stemborer Queen? Far more fellow Daoists entered the original sealed site than the numbers we've gathered here, yet all of them were still trapped by the Stemborer Queen. Fellow Daoist Bao Hua, you're the last person to have entered the original sealed site. Would you be able to provide us with some useful information?" Bao Hua was unsurprised by Li Miao's inquiry, and she said, "I'm sure many of you want to see the message I received from fellow Daoist Yuan Yan, right? In that case, I'll display the message to all of you to assuage your suspicions." She swept a sleeve through the air as she spoke to release an inky black bead, which began to rotate rapidly in mid-air. Countless five-colored runes surged forth from the bead, then converged to form an incomplete passage of text. Everyone immediately cast their eyes toward the passage of text. Sure enough, the message was exactly as Bao Hua had described. It had been sent out by Yuan Yan, and it briefly described the conundrum that everyone in the original sealed site encountered, followed by a request for reinforcements. The last part of the message was quite blurry and indistinct, but upon closer inspection and analysis, those did indeed appear to be words of warning. Different expressions appeared on everyone's face after viewing the message. Looks like the information provided by fellow Daoist Bao Hua was accurate. Let's begin discussing strategies now, a young beauty proposed. How are we going to do that? There are over 40 of us here and each of us is going to propose a different course of action. If you ask me, fellow Daoist Bao Hua is the one who proposed this meeting, and she's one of the most powerful beings among us, so we should hear her opinion first, someone countered. A middle-aged Grand Ascension stage being from the Heavenly Crow realm immediately objected. Why should fellow Daoist Bao Hua get to speak first when our Heavenly Crow realm has the most representatives? At the same time, Old Man Copper Crow abruptly opened his eyes to reveal a cold expression, and all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings immediately fell silent. Bao Hua cast her gaze toward Old Man Copper Crow and said, I've heard much about you, fellow Daoist Copper Crow. Do you have any proposals for how we should proceed? I'm only here to save my descendant. As for those self-detonating Stemborers and that Stemborer queen, I won't pay them any heed as long as they don't get in my way, Old Man Copper Crow replied in an expressionless manner. His statement immediately created quite a stir in the hall, and Bao Hua didn't seem to be very surprised to hear this, but her brows furrowed slightly as she said, Is that really appropriate, Brother Copper Crow? Old Man Copper Crow harumphed coldly in response. Why not? I only have one direct lineal descendant and I expended countless efforts to nurture him into a Grand Ascension stage being, yet he's been trapped while assisting your Elder Devil realm. I don't care if that Stemborer queen really does possess the ability to destroy entire realms. As long as it doesn't come to our Heavenly Crow realm, it can do whatever it wants as far as I'm concerned. Everyone's expressions darkened slightly upon hearing this. The Grand Ascension stage being by the name of Lu Shi said with furrowed brows, Aren't you being too selfish, fellow Daoist? Selfish? So what? I've always been this way. Are you going to teach me a lesson? Old Man Copper Crow countered as he cast a cold gaze toward Lu Shi. As soon as their eyes met, Lu Shi couldn't help but shudder, and he felt as if all of his internal organs had been instantly frozen. His expression darkened significantly, but he decided to remain silent in the end. The other Grand Ascension stage beings didn't dare to interject, but most of them were also quite displeased. However, there were a few Grand Ascension stage beings that had come to the Elder Devil realm for the same objective as Old Man Copper Crow, and they were quite elated by this turn of events. With the vastly renowned Old Man Copper Crow leading the way, their plight to save their brethren would undoubtedly encounter far less resistance. Han Li was taking advantage of this opportunity to inspect Old Man Copper Crow. From the beginning, he had immediately sensed that this Old Man Copper Crow's spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. He was perhaps even superior in this regard to the likes of the three devilish patriarchs. Of course, he still couldn't compare with Han Li, who had encountered many miraculous opportunities and cultivated multiple spiritual sense secret techniques, thereby elevating his spiritual sense to become several times as powerful as that of the average Grand Ascension stage being. Even so, this was already a testament to just how fearsome Old Man Copper Crow was compared to the average Grand Ascension stage being, and it seemed that his status as one of the four great birds wasn't unfounded. Fellow Daoist Copper Crow, we all understand your urge to save your descendant, but don't let your emotions get the better of yourself. I never said that the two objectives couldn't be simultaneously achieved, Bao Hua said in a calm manner. She was the only one present who could speak on equal terms with Old Man Copper Crow. Old Man Copper Crow faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Bao Hua with a cold expression. What do you mean by that? You're not trying to trick me, are you? I wouldn't dare to do that. You think far too highly of me, fellow Daoist, Bao Hua chuckled. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Everyone knows that you were always the most wily and cunning of the three devilish patriarchs, Old Man Copper Crow chuckled coldly. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but a smile then suddenly appeared on her face as she began to communicate directly with Old Man Copper Crow through voice transmission. Initially, Old Man Copper Crow maintained his cold expression, but moments later his pupils suddenly contracted drastically and he asked, Is that true? If you're lying to me, take a look at this and you'll be able to see whether I'm telling the truth. Bao Hua raised a hand as she spoke, releasing a streak of light that landed in Old Man Copper Crow's grasp in a flash. Chapter 22-24. Ancient Seal. Old Man Copper Crow parted his fingers to reveal a translucent crimson feather that looked as if it had been carved out of crystal. He stared at the feather for a short while with a hesitant expression, then suddenly tossed it back to Bao Hua before taking a deep breath. I didn't think that you would be fortunate enough to meet that senior, Bao Hua. In that case, I'll place my trust in you just this once. Tell us your plan. Thank you, fellow Daoist. I'd be more than happy to share my plan. Does anyone else have any objections? Bao Hua asked with a smile. We would all like to hear your plan, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. Indeed, I'm sure that a plan proposed by fellow Daoist Bao Hua would be a reliable one. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were quite relieved to see that Old Man Copper Crow was willing to compromise, and they were all eager to hear what Bao Hua had to say. Thank you for your kind words, everyone. Truth be told, I ventured into the original sealed site on a second occasion around half a year ago. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were stunned to hear this. What? You ventured into the original sealed site again? How is that possible? How did you do that? Not only were the foreign Grand Ascension stage beings astonished by this revelation, even the sacred ancestors present were completely dumbstruck, having clearly not heard about this in advance. There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoists. I was able to do this as I've cultivated several profound concealment abilities, and also because I had the Faux illusion sky mirror to assist me. Using that treasure, I was able to avoid alerting those Stemborers. And once I entered the original sealed site, I discovered that some new developments had transpired, and those developments convinced me that it was possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously, Bao Hua explained. What did you see that made you change your mind, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? A Grand Ascension stage being couldn't help but ask. Due to the power of the seal, I was unable to venture deep into the original sealed site and could only inspect the site from the outskirts. During my inspection, though, I discovered that some changes seem to have taken place in the ancient seal, Bao Hua revealed. What are those changes, fellow Daoist? Another Grand Ascension stage being asked with a serious expression. There's no need to be concerned. In a sense, these changes are a good thing. What I discovered was that the ancient seal seems to be in the process of repairing itself. Even though the process is extremely slow, the ancient seal is definitely more powerful than it was on the last occasion I ventured into the original sealed site, and it seems that seal possesses some level of sentience, Bao Hua replied with a smile. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances upon hearing this. I'm sure your appraisal is accurate, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, but didn't you say that the power of the seal has already been controlled by the Stemborer Queen? How is it a good thing that the seal has become more powerful? It was Jin Chai posing the question on this occasion. It seems that there's been a misunderstanding. The portion of the seal's power that has been enhanced is the portion still under the seal's control, not the portion that has been controlled by the Stemborer Queen. Even though this enhancement is quite insignificant compared to the overall power of the ancient seal, it's still something that we can take advantage of, Bao Hua replied. So how does that make it possible to achieve both objectives simultaneously? Hurry up and tell us your plan, Old Man Copper Crow said in an impatient manner. It's not my intention to waste anyone's time. I simply want to provide some background information so everyone can understand my plan, Bao Hua replied. Fine, keep going then, Old Man Copper Crow prompted in a disgruntled manner. Bao Hua smiled as she continued. During my last trip into the original sealed site, I discovered that the Stemborer Queen is situated in a different part of the seal from the place where our fellow Daoists have been trapped. Regardless of which side we enter, it'll inevitably alert the Stemborer Queen, so my original plan was for everyone to combine their powers to reseal the Stemborer Queen, then save fellow Daoist Yuan Yen and the others. Of course, doing so could enrage the Stemborer Queen, prompting it to use the power of the seal under its control to lash out at our trapped fellow Daoists. If that were to happen, fellow Daoist Yuan Yen and the others could be plunged into grave peril. However, after discovering that the ancient seal possesses a certain level of sentience, I theorized that it could be possible to help the ancient seal regain control over the portion of its power currently under the Stemborer Queen's control. If we can do that, not only will we be able to free our trapped fellow Daoists, the Stemborer Queen will have to face the complete power of the ancient seal, and we may not even have to expend that much power to reseal the Stemborer Queen. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall displayed different reactions upon hearing this, and Han Li was also stroking his own chin in a contemplative manner. Right at this moment, Old Man Copper Crow suddenly broke the silence. Your plan seems to be quite feasible, but I have a question, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. Go ahead, fellow Daoist, Bao Hua prompted with a smile. Even if the ancient seal really is sentient, how confident are you that we can make it work with us? Without the assistance of the ancient seal, there would be no way we can recover the portion of the seal's power under the Stemborer Queen's control. Even the true immortals were unable to kill the Stemborer Queen. If your plan were to go awry, we could be plunged into severe peril. If we get trapped in the original sealed site as well, the other realms most likely won't be sending any more reinforcements, Old Man Copper Crow said. Rest assured, Brother Copper Crow, I have a way to communicate with the ancient seal, which is why I hatched this plan in the first place. Back when I was one of the devilish patriarchs, I had once guarded the original sealed site for tens of thousands of years. In terms of understanding of the ancient seal, even Yuan Yen and Nye Pan can't compare with me, Bao Hua replied in a confident manner. I trust in your judgment, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. I'm just here to save my descendant, and your plan doesn't conflict with that goal, so I have no objections, Old Man Copper Crow said with a smile. Bao Hua nodded before turning to the other Grand Ascension stage beings present. Does anyone else have any questions? If not, let's move on to the more specific details. I already have a rough plan, but I'll need everyone's help to flesh it out. A burst of hushed chatter rang out within the hall, and a few Grand Ascension stage beings raised some questions about the ancient seal, all of which were answered by Bao Hua in a calm manner. It was clear that Bao Hua had thought long and hard about this plan, and everyone was very pleased to see this. Thus, everyone began to discuss the specific details of the plan. The plan was ultimately finalized after a day and a night of debate and negotiation, and it was decided that everyone would set off in around half a month. After that, the meeting concluded and countless streaks of light flew out of the Golden Palace before quickly vanishing into the distance. Han Li's trio had also departed from the palace, and he was searching for a mountain in the desert to stay in. However, shortly after departing from the Earthen City, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he stopped in midair before casting his gaze off to the side. Come on out, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. Why are you hiding and sneaking around like this? Silver Moon's heart jolted upon hearing this, while Daoist Xie stopped behind Han Li in an expressionless manner. A pleasant voice rang out from the direction that Han Li was casting his gaze toward. I didn't think that you would progress to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time, fellow Daoist Han. On top of that, I can sense that you're already far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being. Looks like Yuan Yen was right to be wary of you. As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a massive pink flower projection appeared alongside Bao Hua and Hei. Bao Hua was currently appraising Han Li with a calm yet intrigued expression. Why have you come to see me? Are you regretting your decision from last time? Han Li asked. Perhaps, but if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. On top of that, with your inclusion in this operation, I'm even more confident that we'll succeed, Bao Hua said with a smile. Surely you jest, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. I'm just a rookie Grand Ascension stage being. How will I possibly be of any significance? Did you stop me just to tease me? Han Li asked as he appraised Bao Hua with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 22-25. Setting off. Why are you being so cold, fellow Daoist Han? We've met on multiple occasions, so we're already acquaintances, are we not? I came to see you because I want to make another deal with you. Are you interested? Bao Hua asked with a smile. Another deal? Sure, go ahead, Han Li prompted in a calm manner. Bao Hua took a glance at Daoist Xie and Silver Moon, then suggested, how about we speak in private? All right, Han Li agreed, then turned and said something to Silver Moon and Daoist Xie in a low voice before flying with Bao Hua toward a certain direction. Moments later, Bao Hua and Han Li were situated on a small sand dune with only around 50 feet separating the two of them. Bao Hua gently pointed her finger into the air a few times, and several pink threads instantly shot forth before vanishing in a flash. The entire area around the sand dune was instantly enshrouded under an invisible restriction. All right, let's hear what you have to say, Han Li prompted. Why are you in such a hurry, fellow Daoist Han? I obtained some rare sandalwood fruits not too long ago. Why don't we sample them together? Please take a seat, Bao Hua said with a smile, then swept a sleeve toward the ground, upon which countless grains of sand rose up before manifesting 2 stone chairs and a stone table that was several tens of feet in length. A burst of pink light swept forth, and a pair of purple spirit fruits, a flagon of spirit wine, and 2 translucent jade cups appeared on the table. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the spirit fruits on the table, and his expression changed ever so slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a seat on one of the stone chairs. Bao Hua sat down across from him, and only after they had sampled the spirit fruits and spirit wine did Bao Hua finally cut to the chase. The deal I want to make with you is very simple. I want you to keep someone occupied at a set time in the near future so I can do something that I've been plotting for a very long time. Don't you think you should be more specific, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? Someone that even you're wary of must be very powerful, Han Li said with a faint smile. Indeed. Truth be told, even I don't want to face that person directly in battle. However, I'm only asking you to stall them for a while, not to engage in a battle of life and death. I'm sure that's not too difficult. If you can do this for me, I'll owe you a massive favor, and if you have any use for me in the future, I definitely won't refuse. What do you think, Brother Han? Bao Hua asked. A favor from you is naturally quite tempting, but you have to tell me who it is that you're referring to, Han Li replied. This is not actually someone that you're unfamiliar with. It's... Bao Hua's voice trailed off there, and she communicated the name of the target to Han Li through voice transmission. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed as he said, Are you making a joke? How can a rookie Grand Ascension stage being like me possibly complete such a difficult task? Don't be so quick to refuse me, Brother Han. Why don't you take a look at this first? Bao Hua said with a smile before raising a hand to release a ball of white light, which reached Han Li in a flash. It was a palm-sized jade vial. Han Li caught the vial before inspecting it through narrowed eyes, and instead of immediately opening the vial he asked, What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? In addition to a favor, I'll also offer this in exchange for your assistance, Bao Hua replied. Han Li gave a cold harumph as he opened the vial and inspected its contents with his spiritual sense, upon which his expression immediately changed drastically. This is a divine glue pill. A hint of surprise also flashed through Bao Hua's eyes. You're certainly quite knowledgeable, fellow Daoist Han. I didn't think you'd be able to recognize this pill right away. This is one of very few types of pills that can nourish even a Grand Ascension stage being's soul, and it's particularly effective for those who have only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage. The refinement method for this pill has already gone missing many years ago. How did you manage to obtain this? Han Li asked. I came across it by chance in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. At the time I obtained 7 of these pills in total, but after so many years only 1 remains. Is this enough to show you my sincerity, fellow Daoist Han? Bao Hua asked. It looks like you're determined to recruit me. Do you really think I'll be able to stall that person? Aren't you worried that your plan will fail due to a failure on my part? Han Li asked. To be honest, prior to this meeting I had intended to approach someone else for this role. However, even though that fellow Daoist is quite powerful, there's less than a 50% chance that he'd actually be able to stall that person. In contrast, you're a completely different story. Even prior to reaching the Grand Ascension stage, you could already contend with Grand Ascension stage beings. Now that you've reached the Grand Ascension stage yourself, you've undoubtedly become even more powerful. In a serious battle, perhaps even I won't be a match for you. This plan is of the utmost importance to me, so if I'm going to find an ally, I have to find the most reliable one. Even if it costs me a little extra, I'm willing to pay the price, Bao Hua said with a faint smile. Seeing as you think so highly of me, it would be unbecoming of me to continue to refuse. Alright, I can help you just this once, but aside from this pill and the favor you promised me, I have another condition. If you can agree to that condition as well, I guarantee that I'll be able to stall that person for a day and a night so you have enough time to do what you want to do, Han Li replied. Bao Hua's smile faded and a serious look appeared on her face upon hearing this. Oh. Go ahead, fellow Daoist Han. If you're ever in a position where you're ruling over the Elder Devil realm again, I want you to promise that your realm will never invade our spirit realm for as long as you live, Han Li said. That's out of the question. Don't you think that's going too far, fellow Daoist Han? Bao Hua was rather displeased to hear this. I don't know what your exact plan is, but seeing as you're willing to pay such a heavy price, this must be an extremely rare opportunity for you. On top of that, I don't think there's anyone else in the Elder Devil realm that can help you. Who else will you turn to? Old Man Copper Crow? Setting aside whether he'd be willing to take the risk, the price you'll have to pay for his services will definitely be significantly higher than what you promised me. After all, not everyone would be willing to make such a powerful enemy for themselves so easily, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Aren't you afraid of turning that person against you? Bao Hua asked in a cold voice. Why ask a question you already know the answer to, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? That person is already an enemy of mine, so what does it matter if our relationship deteriorates even further? Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Bao Hua was silent for a long while before finally conceding, That's true, but I definitely can't promise you that I'll cancel the sacred sacrifice during the merging of our two realms. All I can guarantee is that for as long as I live, none of my brethren will encroach upon the territory of your human race during future sacred sacrifices. You'll have to include the demon race as well. Our human race has always shared close ties with the demon race. If the demon race were to be attacked, our human race can't just stand by and watch, Han Li said. Alright, I can agree to this condition if it's only limited to the human and demon races, Bao Hua agreed. Good. I'll be taking this pill. Let's swear our inner demon vows, then discuss the specific details of the plan, Han Li said with a smile. Bao Hua naturally had no objections to this. Around 2 hours later, Han Li's trio departed, then landed on a sand dune on the edge of the desert around half a day later. 10 days later, tens of thousands of high-grade devilish beings had gathered above the earthen city, all of whom were at the spatial tempering stage or above. Han Li and all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were also among these devilish beings, as well as hundreds of giant devilish arcs that were hovering in midair. A short while later, a command was issued, and the tens of thousands of devilish beings surged toward a certain direction with the flying arcs. 3 months later, countless armored devilish warriors had filled an entire barren valley, and the sound of rumbling war drums erupted into the heavens. Millions of devilish warriors had gathered here, and they were either standing on flying treasures or atop clouds of devilish chi. At the center of this devilish army was a giant devilish arc that resembled a small island, and Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in a hall on the arc, listening to an address from Bao Hua. I'll split the armored warriors outside into several groups to attack the area around the original sealed site, attracting as much of the insect swarms as possible. After that, we'll make a direct charge for the original sealed site under the protection of these tens of thousands of elite warriors. Once we enter the original sealed site, we'll be able to make use of the restrictions in there to temporarily keep out the Stemborers, and after that we'll be able to enact our plan. Chapter 22-26. Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms. 1. Prior to setting off, the plan had already been confirmed, so none of the Grand Ascension stage beings had any objections. Moments later, the devilish army split up into several groups that charged toward the same direction, leaving only the tens of thousands of elite devilish guards and the Grand Ascension stage beings behind. A few hours later, the remaining elite devilish warriors also departed from the valley on a giant arc. 7 days later, an army comprised of over 100,000 devilish warriors was locked in a fierce battle against a swarm of Stemborers above a barren plateau. The devilish army was very organized, and was arranged in a profound circular formation with the several hundred giant arcs positioned at strategic locations. Furthermore, multiple layers of protective light barriers had been set up, and thick pillars of light were being blasted out of the light barriers in a frenzy, felling large swathes of Stemborers. However, there were simply far too many Stemborers in this swarm. No matter how many were killed, more would immediately take their place to continue to attack the formation. The devilish army had been slowly advancing in the past, but it had been forced to a standstill. Fortunately, the attacks being unleashed by the formation were becoming more and more powerful, killing countless Stemborers and alleviating some of the pressure on the army. However, the three-body integration stage devilish beings standing on the giant arc at the center of the formation weren't pleased at all to see this. It's not a wise decision to use our backup power so soon. We won't be able to stall the Stemborer swarm for long now, a crimson-armored devilish man said. If we hadn't used that power, the entire formation could have crumbled just now. If our formation gets overwhelmed, then we won't be able to stall the Stemborer swarm at all. A thin elderly devilish man harumphed coldly in response. But the sacred ancestors ordered us to hold our own for at least half a day, yet only a few hours have passed. If we want to ensure our survival, we'll have to work out a plan. Otherwise, once everyone's exhausted, the three of us alone won't be able to fight our way out of this swarm, the crimson-armored man countered. Don't make me repeat myself. If we hadn't used this power, we would have already been overwhelmed. If worse comes to worst, we'll just have to unleash secret techniques to tap into our latent potential, and there's still a decent chance that we'll be able to escape, the elderly man replied in a nonchalant manner. You sure make it sound simple. If anything goes even slightly wrong, all of us could be devoured by these Stemborers, the crimson-armored man said in a cold voice. I don't think that's a valid concern as long as we work out a good plan and take the right opportunities, the elderly man countered with a roll of his eyes. The crimson-armored man immediately flared up with rage, and he was just about to say something when the final devilish lord, a middle-aged woman, interjected. I can't believe you two are still bickering at a time like this. If you want to argue, you can save it for after we escape from this place. Prior to that, we have to combine our efforts and help one another. Now that we've already sent out our backup forces, it's too late to regret our decision. Let's think about whether there are any available courses of action other than burning through our latent potential. The crimson-armored man forcibly repressed his displeasure and put on a smile as he said, You're right, Mistress Tian Miao. We should work together to devise a strategy first. The elderly man's expression also eased slightly as he said, I didn't think that these Stemborers would be so much more powerful than other devilish insects. It's indeed imperative for us to work together now. Thus, the three devilish lords began to devise a plan for escape. Meanwhile, the other devilish armies were also trapped within Stemborer swarms elsewhere, and they could only attack the Stemborers with all their might as they held on for dear life. Due to the fact that most of the Stemborers around the original sealed site had been diverted away by the devilish armies, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings and the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors were able to quickly tear through around a dozen insect swarms, and they were now quite close to the original sealed site. However, at this point the other Stemborers had realized what was happening, and they were finally surrounded by a boundless sea of Stemborers, just like the other devilish armies. None of the Grand Ascension stage beings had stepped in yet, but the tens of thousands of elite devilish warriors and all of the disciples of the Grand Ascension stage beings were more than equipped to deal with the Stemborer swarm. Countless streaks of light surged through the air, felling large swathes of Stemborers with ease. The entire group continued onward at an astonishing speed. Only the more powerful Stemborers could stand in their way, and even they were instantly shredded by the ferocious barrage of attacks. No more than 7 minutes later, the group had advanced hundreds of thousands of kilometers, killing countless Stemborers in the process. All of a sudden, a burst of strange hissing rang out up ahead, and the Stemborers parted to reveal a group of giant green insects. These giant insects were each over 100 feet in size with sharp pincers and menacing fangs, presenting a very intimidating sight to behold. A high-grade devilish being immediately issued a warning at the sight of these insects. Look out! Those are high-grade Stemborers, and their breaths are equal in power to a full-force attack from a body integration stage being. Right at this moment, all of the giant insects opened their mouths to let loose pillars of green light. Thousands of elite devilish warriors were caught off guard, and their defenses were penetrated by the pillars of light, which instantly vaporized them amid howls of anguish. These pillars of light were so powerful that the devilish warriors were completely powerless to withstand them. Haha, it looks like the Stemborers finally understand that we're the main forces they have to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deployed so many high-grade Stemborers at once. Let's not sit around any longer. A black-armored sacred ancestor standing at the front of the giant ark chortled as he raised a hand to release a plume of black threads, which transformed into a net that was several kilometers in area before descending toward the massive Stemborers. The other Grand Ascension stage beings nearby also sprang into action upon seeing this. One of them made a hand seal, and fierce winds were instantly swept up, forming around a dozen massive tornadoes that surged forth with devastating might. Meanwhile, someone else pointed a finger forward, and the world's origin chi in the air was immediately churned up, following which countless thick bolts of lightning came crashing down with ferocious power. At the same time, the remaining Grand Ascension stage beings were all unleashing attacks of their own, and one of them even materialized a small translucent sword that was slashed directly through the air, unleashing countless translucent sword projections. Despite how powerful the giant Stemborers were, There was no way they could withstand the attacks of so many Grand Ascension stage beings, and all of them were instantly eradicated, much to the elation of the devilish army. "Don't stop. Keep advancing," the black-armored sacred ancestor ordered in a thunderous voice. All of the devilish troops immediately picked up the pace and continued onward. All of the Stemborers that had parted earlier immediately converged again in waves of suicidal attacks, but were still unable to delay the group at all. Han Li was situated in the hull of the giant ark, but he was able to see everything using his spiritual sense. A faint smile appeared on his face as he witnessed all of the giant Stemborers being easily eradicated by the Grand Ascension stage beings. The breaths of these giant insects were comparable in power to body integration stage attacks, but their defensive prowess was nowhere near the body integration stage. Otherwise, even with those Grand Ascension stage beings attacking in unison, they wouldn't have been able to eradicate so many body integration stage beings so easily. It seemed that these Stemborers still weren't the most powerful ones in the swarm. At this moment, most of the Grand Ascension stage beings were gathered in the hull, with only several of them standing outside on the giant ark in case any unexpected incidents arose. Bao Hua was currently seated on a chair at the center of the hull, appraising the faux illusion sky mirror that she was holding in her hand. As for the other Grand Ascension stage beings, they were either gathered together in discussion or meditating in their chairs. Han Li cast his gaze towards sacred ancestor Lian, who was sitting near a window, and discovered that she was appraising the battle raging outside through the window in a completely expressionless manner, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Not far away from her, Old Man Copper Crow and the Heavenly Crow Realm Grand Ascension stage beings were meditating on the ground with faint yellow light glowing from their bodies, seemingly practicing some kind of cultivation art. After a short while, Han Li also closed his eyes to meditate. Daoist Xia was standing beside him in a wooden manner, but Silvermoon was nowhere to be seen. Seeing as this could potentially be quite a dangerous trip, Han Li had left Silvermoon behind at the temporary cave abode he had created in the desert. Even though Silvermoon would be affected by the art of indifference after parting with him, it wouldn't be an issue as long as they weren't separated for too long. Chapter 22-27, Fierce Battle Against the Insect Swarms 2. Just as Han Li was getting absorbed in his own thoughts, Bao Hua suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "They're here, everyone." She didn't mention exactly what they were, but all of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately understood what she was referring to, and some of them, including Han Li, immediately cast their spiritual sense out of the giant ark. After a disturbance in the surrounding swarm of Stemborers, a series of crimson Stemborers appeared. These Stemborers were only around a foot in size each, but there were faint golden spirit patterns all over their bodies, and 5-colored lights swirling within their green eyes. As soon as these Stemborers appeared, the expressions of the Grand Ascension stage beings on the ark changed drastically, and they immediately withdrew their treasures. All of the nearby Stemborers were instantly eradicated by the returning treasures, but the crimson Stemborers suddenly vanished with a flap of their wings. In the next instant, all of the crimson Stemborers appeared near the Grand Ascension stage beings before flying directly toward them. The Grand Ascension stage beings were naturally very alarmed, and they immediately attacked the Stemborers or released their protective treasures. There was even one who let loose a loud cry as he reached out to grab one of the Stemborers. However, all of their attacks and defensive measures were bypassed by these Stemborers as if they didn't even exist. As soon as they reached the Grand Ascension stage beings, the Stemborers began to give off scintillating crimson light. The Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, yet just as they were preparing to withstand the force of the imminent Stemborer explosions with their bodies, Bao Hua's voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Rest assured, leave these things to me." As soon as her voice trailed off, a pillar of white light erupted out of the hall in the giant ark. The pillar of light then split up into several thin beams of light that struck the crimson Stemborers, sending them flying for over 100 feet. A string of resounding booms rang out as several scorching crimson suns appeared, and a series of spatial rifts also emerged as if the entire space were about to be torn apart. The power of these Stemborer explosions was truly formidable. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings were stunned to see this. The explosions wouldn't have been enough to kill them, but severe injuries were definitely unavoidable. Right at this moment, a giant pink flower projection appeared up above amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Bao Hua emerged overhead. Before the Grand Ascension stage beings even had a chance to express their gratitude toward Bao Hua, around a dozen more Crimson Stemborers appeared. They immediately teleported over to Bao Hua, surrounding her in a watertight barrier, then prepared to self-detonate again, seemingly planning to kill her in one fell swoop. In response, Bao Hua merely chuckled coldly as countless silver stars suddenly erupted out of her body, forming a boundless galaxy that swept up all of the surrounding Stemborers. A string of explosions rang out, but all of them were snuffed out by the galaxy of stars, unable to leave any impact at all. All of the stars then converged to form a flag that was around 10 feet in length with shimmering silver stars etched all over its surface. It was none other than the Starfall flag. Around a dozen more Grand Ascension stage beings had flown out of the hall in the Ark in case their powers were required, and Han Li was one of them. He had his arms crossed and was appraising Bao Hua in an intrigued manner, planning to see how she was going to use those two treasures to deal with the Stemborers. The failure of the Crimson Stemborers' self-detonation had clearly enraged the entire swarm, and after a string of disturbances, close to 1,000 crimson balls of light emerged. Even Bao Hua's expression turned slightly grim at the sight of so many self-detonating Stemborers, and she waved her flag through the air to create another galactic projection that encompassed the entire giant arc. At the same time she pointed up at the small mirror overhead, and it immediately transformed into a full moon. Golden light surged through the moon, following which hundreds of beams of light shot forth at once, puncturing the bodies of the Crimson Stemborers with unerring accuracy. All of the Crimson Stemborers that were struck immediately exploded on the spot, sending scorching red flames surging in all directions and incinerating large hordes of surrounding Stemborers into ashes. However, the remaining Crimson Stemborers all flapped their wings and instantly vanished on the spot. Bao Hua immediately retaliated as the galaxy of stars suddenly began to surge violently at her behest. Countless stars changed positions as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted forth, forcing all of the Crimson Stemborers to reveal themselves again. Furthermore, all of them had become extremely slow and sluggish, as if they were flying through treacle. A cold smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she injected her immeasurable magic power into the full moon up above in a frenzy, and the moon immediately began releasing more beams of golden light. Each beam of light that was released resulted in the premature explosion of a Crimson Stemborer, but it also made the moon dim ever so slightly. The storm of golden light eradicated most of the Crimson Stemborers, but it also expended the last of the moon's power, and it reverted back into a small mirror that descended from above. Bao Hua rushed out of the galaxy of stars to catch the mirror, then cast her gaze toward the remaining Crimson Stemborers trapped in the galaxy of stars before making a certain hand seal. The galactic projection immediately surged back in reverse, and countless silver stars converged toward its center before exploding in unison, sweeping up gusts of fierce silver winds that created countless white spatial rifts. "This is a space-time storm," one of the Grand Ascension stage beings exclaimed upon seeing this, and a contemplative look also appeared on Han Li's face. In the next instant, all of the Crimson Stemborers swept up by the fierce silver winds were devoured by the white rifts and completely vanished. Bao Hua heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then waved a hand down below. The silver winds immediately faded, and the silver flag re-emerged before flying back into Bao Hua's hand. After unleashing that astonishing ability, the Starfall flag had clearly been severely debilitated. After all, space-time storms simply weren't phenomena that the average profound heavenly treasure replica could create, so Bao Hua had to have unleashed this ability using a secret technique that harmed the Starfall flag. After stowing the two treasures away, Bao Hua said, "Rest assured, fellow Daoists, the self-detonating Stemborers have been wiped out." After that she slowly descended toward the giant ark. Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings also returned to the ark shortly thereafter. Upon returning to the hall, Bao Hua sat down in a corner with her legs crossed. Meanwhile, all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings were discussing the powers that had just been displayed by the pair of treasures. As for Han Li, he merely returned to his seat and sat down with a faint smile. Without the impediment of the self-detonating Stemborers and high-grade Stemborers, the group was able to continue onward without a hitch. Close to half a day later, they finally emerged from the Stemborer swarm and caught sight of the original sealed site in the distance. At this point, most of the elite devilish warriors had perished, and only just over 10,000 remained as the giant ark arrived at the original sealed site. Han Li and the Grand Ascension stage beings emerged from the giant ark and began to inspect their surroundings with curiosity in their eyes. The edge of this original sealed site was a barren mountain range, and littered between these mountains was the occasional building. However, the entire place was completely silent and there was not a single person to be seen. Strangely enough, as soon as the Stemborer swarm reached this area, they immediately drew to an abrupt halt outside the mountain range, as if there were something extremely fearsome in their eyes up ahead, and they didn't dare to continue any further, even as Han Li and the others continued onward. This is the power of the ancient seal. As expected, it really is able to suppress these Stemborers. Let's keep everyone else here to keep an eye on the Stemborer swarm while we head deeper into this place, Old Man Copper Crow suggested. Bao Hua nodded in agreement and said, "Fellow Daoist K. Brother Feng, you two will stay here to repair some of the restrictions on the outskirts as we planned earlier. These restrictions are directly connected to the ancient seal, so if you can repair some of them, it'll greatly benefit the recovery of the ancient seal." Chapter 22-28. Underground Palace. A pair of sacred ancestors immediately gave affirmative responses, while the other Grand Ascension stage beings and their disciples continued deeper into the original sealed site. There was clearly an extremely powerful flight restriction in this area, as evidenced by the fact that even all of the Grand Ascension stage beings could only fly slowly onward at low altitudes. Of course, this was only relative to their normal speed. In the eyes of normal people, they were still extraordinarily fast. Around an hour later, the group had already covered a distance of close to 10,000 kilometers. All of a sudden, an extremely long canyon appeared up ahead, from within which clouds of thin purple mist were emerging before drifting up into the heavens. What was rather concerning was that there was a rank odor being released from the mist that struck one with a sense of dizziness and also made one's spiritual sense very sluggish. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings swept their spiritual sense toward the purple mist, upon which all of their expressions changed slightly. Take care not to come into contact with too much of this stuff, fellow Daoists. This is a manifestation of the Stemborer Queen's aura, and this is what's transformed the devilish insects of our holy realm into Stemborers, Bao Hua cautioned. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' hearts jolted upon hearing this, and some immediately bolstered the protective spiritual light around them, while others even went as far as to summon a few protective treasures. However, the majority of the Grand Ascension stage beings seemed to be quite confident in their own powers and didn't display any reaction. Finally, everyone arrived in the air above the canyon, and they all drew a sharp breath at the sight that greeted them down below. The canyon was immeasurable deep and gusts of bone-chilling winds were surging out of it alongside the purple mist. "Is this the place where the ancient seal is situated?" Han Li asked. Bao Hua smiled and replied, "The ancient seal is indeed located deep underground here. Back in ancient times, our holy race constructed a massive underground palace that encompasses the entire area with a radius of thousands of kilometers around this place. On top of that, a series of profound restrictions were set up, and the Stemborer Queen is situated right at the center of the underground palace. Due to the fact that a part of the ancient seal's power is now under the Stemborer Queen's control, we had been unable to enter the underground palace. However, this just so happens to be a period of time that comes around cyclically where there's a massive eruption of the world's origin chi. As a result, the power of the ancient seal is quite unstable, and we'll be able to enter the underground palace. Otherwise, we'd still be able to force our way into the underground palace, but that would definitely awaken the Stemborer Queen. Is the Stemborer Queen really that alert and receptive? According to my knowledge, it's very difficult for the vast majority of insects to awaken from hibernation for recovery purposes. The only exception would be if someone approached them and tried to take their lives, an elderly man in a set of Daoist robes said with furrowed brows. Bao Hua cast her gaze toward the elderly man and replied, "You may be renowned for your understanding of insects, but don't forget that Stemborer Queen is no ordinary insect, so there are some conventions that simply don't apply to it, fellow Daoist Gu." I'll take your word for it then," the elderly man harumphed coldly, seemingly unconvinced by Bao Hua's words. Bao Hua didn't seem to be very fond of him either, and her expression immediately darkened as she replied, "If you don't believe me, you can go on ahead and see for yourself." She then cast her gaze deep into the canyon, seemingly waiting for something. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a hint of fury flashed through his eyes, but he remained silent in the end, and of course he certainly wasn't going to recklessly venture into the canyon on his own. Han Li couldn't help but cast an intrigued gaze toward this elderly man. He clearly knew that Bao Hua was no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, yet he still dared to speak to her in such a rude manner. It was clear that he was no slouch either. All of a sudden, Bao Hua transmitted her voice to Han Li. Fellow Daoist Han, this Daoist Gong has a very abrasive personality, and he specializes in poison abilities that pose a huge headache even to me. I'd advise you not to get involved with him. Han Li merely nodded in response but remained silent. Perhaps it was due to the purple mist or the power of the ancient seal, but as soon as one's spiritual sense descended more than 1,000 feet into the canyon, it would involuntarily scatter, making it impossible to glean the contents of the canyon. As such, everyone could only look on with wary expressions. Right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly produced a shimmering silver formation plate, which she cast a string of incantation seals onto. The silver formation plate began to fluctuate in brightness as if it had suddenly attained sentience, and after a short while bright silver light radiated from the formation plate alongside countless silver runes. This is it. It's time to go in, fellow Daoists, Bao Hua said with an elated expression as she flew toward the canyon as a ball of pink light while holding the silver plate in her hand. The other Grand Ascension stage beings immediately followed along. Golden light emanated from Han Li's body, easily keeping the purple mist at bay, and he also descended along with everyone else. To their surprise, the canyon wasn't as immeasurably deep as it had appeared on the surface. After flying for only around 10,000 feet, a patch of gentle white light suddenly appeared up ahead. Everyone quickly landed on the solid ground down below, and Han Li looked around to discover that they were all situated on a massive plaza that was over 100 acres in size and paved with translucent white jade. There were fist-sized jewels embedded onto the ground at regular intervals, illuminating this area and making it as bright as day. There were 8 winding paths around the plaza leading in different directions, and Han Li looked up as the purple mist slowly converged from all directions before rising upward. Alright, the fact that we've managed to arrive safely indicates that the Stemborer Queen is still in its slumber. Now then, let's proceed according to the original plan. I'll lead a group of people to contact the spirit of the ancient seal, while fellow Daoist Copper Crow and our fellow Daoists from the Heavenly Crow realm will venture deep into the underground palace to try and get into contact with our trapped allies. Our 2 fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm will go to the deepest part of the underground palace to find where the Stemborer Queen is hibernating and conduct surveillance on it, but make sure not to alert it. With the concealment secret techniques of the Black Knight realm, I'm sure this won't be a difficult task. As for everyone else, split up and travel to the formation cores of the underground palace to repair some of the key restrictions there. Those places may be guarded by the descendants of the Stemborer Queen, so be careful. The true descendants of the Stemborer Queen are far more powerful than the Stemborers outside, and they're extremely dangerous even for Grand Ascension stage beings like us, Bao Hua instructed. We'll look after ourselves. I'll be going on ahead then. You be careful too, fellow Daoist, Bao Hua. Thus, all of the Grand Ascension stage beings split up into groups and departed from the plaza. Han Li and Daoist Xia were split into a group with 2 other Grand Ascension stage beings, and the 4 of them disappeared down one of the paths leading away from the plaza. These other 2 Grand Ascension stage beings were Lian, and the foreign Grand Ascension stage being enshrouded in green chi Lushur. Their mission was to repair some of the restrictions at the formation core of the underground palace. Lian was walking on ahead while inspecting a jade slip in her hand, and Han Li and Daoist Xia were in the middle, while Lushur brought up the rear. None of them said anything, and they gently glided along several feet above the ground. Their spiritual sense was able to encompass the entire area within a radius of over 1,000 feet, and as long as there wasn't anyone far more powerful than them here, no one would be able to escape their detection. Han Li was inspecting his surroundings with a calm expression, and he discovered that the path that they were traversing was lined with tall rectangular pagodas. These pagodas were quite antiquated in design, and their surfaces were riddled with simplistic ancient runes, seemingly having already stood for countless years. After flying along for around 15 minutes, they still hadn't reached the end of the path. All of a sudden Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he drew to an abrupt halt. Did you discover something, fellow Daoist Han? Lian asked as she turned around. Lu Shi also stopped in his tracks to hear what Han Li had to say. There seems to be something interesting over there. Would you two like to take a look? Han Li said with a smile as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. Lian swept her spiritual sense toward the same direction, but was unable to discover anything, and her expression changed slightly as she said, "Your spiritual sense can detect things that far away?" Lu Shi was also unable to detect anything with his spiritual sense, and he said, "I'd be happy to accompany you, fellow Daoist Han." It was clear that Han Li's spiritual sense was far more powerful than his and Lian's. Han Li nodded before drifting toward the same direction that he had cast his gaze toward, followed by an expressionless Daoist Xia. Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a cautious glance, and only then did they follow along. Chapter 22-29. Human-faced insect. After straying only several hundred feet off the path, both Lian and Lu Shi immediately detected something. After flying for no more than 2,000 feet, a massive deep crater that was around 80 feet in size emerged up ahead. There were 7 stone pagodas around the giant crater that were in ruins, and the ground was riddled with countless deep trenches, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. At the center of the giant crater laid the charred black remains of a giant insect, and it seemed that this was only less than half of the insect's entire carcass. Even though the carcass was incomplete, it was still quite menacing to behold, and both Lian and Lu Shi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This insect was similar in appearance to the average Stemborer with a glossy exoskeleton, but on its long and thin neck was an extremely hideous male head, complete with all of its facial features and a head of disheveled green hair that resembled wild grass. The carcass was lying still on the ground without any blood around it, having clearly perished here a long time ago. So this is a true descendant of the Stemborer queen. It really is very disturbing to look at, Lian said as her face paled slightly. It truly is. I didn't think that these insects would be so unsightly. The Stemborer queen is most likely even more disgusting to look at. What do you think, fellow Daoist Han? Lu Shi asked. Perhaps so. I won't just come to any conclusions before I see the Stemborer queen for myself, Han Li said with a faint smile, then suddenly swept a sleeve toward the giant crater. A loud boom rang out as a burst of invisible power struck the insect carcass, causing it to flip onto its back. Lian's complexion paled even further at the sight of the insect's underside. The insect had around a dozen shattered limbs attached to its abdomen, some of which were very sharp and lined with hard black fur, just like the limbs of actual insects. However, the other limbs were fair and delicate, bearing a strong appearance to human hands, but instead of 5 fingers, each hand was comprised of 3 fingers, one of which was quite thin while the other 2 were thicker. Lu Shi's eyelids spasmed upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to conjure up a blue fireball, which he immediately sent flying toward the insect carcass. The fireball didn't seem to be releasing any heat, but the air around it had become quite warped and blurry, clearly indicating that the flames were extremely fearsome. As soon as the fireball struck the insect carcass, the latter immediately burst into flames. Moments later, Lu Shi made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the carcass, and a dull thump rang out as the blue flames instantly vanished to reveal the carcass again. However, aside from the fact that it was slightly more charred black than before, the carcass appeared to have been largely unaffected. Lu Shi and Lian's expressions darkened even further upon seeing this. Interesting. Let me give it a try as well, Han Li chuckled as he raised a hand to flick 3 of his fingers through the air. 3 streaks of azure sword chi instantly erupted from his fingertips before striking the carcass in quick succession. 3 dull thumps rang out one after another, and the 3 streaks of sword chi achieved completely different outcomes. The first streak of sword chi was instantly repelled, the second streak managed to slice through a part of the carcass's exoskeleton, and the third streak was able to slice the carcass cleanly in half. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of both Lu Shi and Lian upon seeing this, while Han Li began to stroke his own chin with a contemplative expression. Lian asked, "Were those 3 streaks of sword chi you unleashed just now of different levels of power, Brother Han?" "That's right. The first streak contained around half of my full power, the second streak was a full power strike, while the third streak was infused with a flying sword that's a bonded treasure of mine," Han Li replied. Lian and Lu Shi were naturally unaware that Han Li had lied about the first 2 streaks of sword qi and only told the truth for the third one. His powers were far superior to those of an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, so the first streak of sword qi had only contained around 20% of his full power, while the second one was only imbued with around 50% of his full power. Even so, Lian and Lu Shi were quite stunned by how resolute this carcass was. Not only is this insect virtually immune to fellow Daoist Lu Shi's true flames, it can even withstand fellow Daoist Han's sword qi to a certain extent. Looks like these descendants of the Stemborer queen are even more fearsome than I'd imagined. What should we do if we encounter one of them? Lian asked with a grim expression. There's no need to fear. If we really do encounter one of these insects, we'll just have to attack it as normal. I'm confident that the 4 of us combined will be able to bring down a mere insect. Lu Shi chuckled coldly in response. 1 or 2 of them won't be an issue, but what if we encounter 7 or 8 or even more of these insects? Would you still be so confident then? Lian sighed. Lu Shi's confident facade slipped a little upon hearing this. Surely there aren't that many of these things around. It's indeed very unlikely to encounter so many of these insects. If the Stemborer queen had the ability to produce so many descendants, it would have most likely broken out of this ancient seal long ago, Han Li said with a shake of his head. I certainly hope so. Otherwise we could potentially find ourselves in some huge trouble. It looks like the last group of fellow Daoists to have entered this underground palace were the ones who killed this insect. I wonder why they left in such a hurry. I hope there aren't more of these things up ahead, Lian said with a wry smile. In any case, we're already here, so we can't back down now. We've already wasted quite a bit of time here. Let's keep going. It would be truly regrettable if our tardiness affects fellow Daoist Bao Hua's plans, Han Li said in a calm manner, then drifted back the way he had come. Through his examination, he had determined that these insects didn't pose much of a threat to him, so he naturally wasn't going to be too concerned. Daoist Xia followed along behind him in silence, and Lian and Lu Shi were rather surprised by Han Li's decisive departure. However, they knew that Han Li was right, so they could trail along behind him as well. Daoist Xia seemed to be completely obedient to Han Li, and Han Li had just displayed spiritual sense far superior to that of Lian and Lu Shi, so the 2 of them were unconsciously beginning to follow Han Li's lead. Shortly thereafter, the 4 of them returned to the path and continued onward according to the map. As they progressed along the path, they didn't encounter any obstacles, and that came as quite a relief for both Lian and Lu Shi. Even though they were both at the Grand Ascension stage, they definitely didn't want to encounter an insect like the one they had just seen. At this moment, the 4 of them had arrived in a spacious garden with shimmering silver trees all around them. These trees had palm-sized silver flowers growing on their branches that were very beautiful to look at, but didn't give off any aroma. Initially, Lu Shi had been rather wary of these trees, but his concerns were assuaged after Lian informed him that this was a plant unique to the Elder Devil realm, and it served no purpose other than as a low-grade pill refinement ingredient. Brother Han, according to the map, that hall up ahead should be where the formation core is situated. Once we repair it, our mission will be complete, Lian said as the 3 of them emerged from the garden, upon which a gray hall appeared in the distance. Looks like our journey was quite smooth. I wonder if the same applied for our other fellow Daoists, Han Li replied with a nod. For some reason, as soon as he had arrived in the garden, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he was being watched. Considering how powerful his spiritual sense was, it was virtually impossible for him to be unable to detect someone if they were nearby. This meant that the one watching them either possessed incredible powers and could avoid the detection of his spiritual sense, or this was merely a figment of his imagination brought on by the powers of the ancient seal and all of the restrictions in the underground palace. In any case, Han Li had naturally become a lot more cautious, but as soon as they emerged from the garden, this strange feeling suddenly vanished, leaving him feeling quite perplexed. Meanwhile, an indistinct humanoid figure situated in a dark underground cave in the deepest part of the underground palace suddenly began to cackle to himself. I can't believe someone from a lower realm has managed to cultivate the spirit refinement technique to the 2nd stage. The heavens really are smiling down upon me. Looks like I won't be trapped here for much longer. Initially, the cackling was very loud, but it gradually became clearer and more deranged, striking the listener with a bone-chilling sensation. Chapter 2230. Re-emergence of the Lightningwield Technique. Hanli was naturally oblivious to the scene that had just transpired deep in the underground palace. But after that unsettling feeling disappeared, he was quite relieved. At this moment, the four of them had emerged from the garden and arrived on an ordinary-looking small plaza. A massive hall that covered an area of several acres stood directly across on the other side of the plaza, and Lu Shi's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Why is my spiritual sense unable to enter that place? Are the restrictions here still activated?" "It's not the restrictions at work. This hall was constructed from a type of special material from our holy realm. This material is known as underworld river sand, and it naturally possesses spiritual sense resistance properties, so it's no surprise that your spiritual sense can't enter the hall," Lian replied with a smile. Instead of becoming complacent upon hearing Lian's explanation, Lu Shi's brows furrowed even further as he suddenly made a grabbing motion to summon a dagger enshrouded within green qi. "Hold on, I can sense the aura of Stemborers here." "Surely not. Could it be that you're mistaken, fellow Daoist Lu Shi?" Lian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she also hurriedly summoned 3 silver rings that appeared before her in a flash of light. "I've cultivated a special secret technique that allows me to identify the auras of all beings within a radius of several tens of kilometers. I'm certain that there are Stemborers nearby," Lu Shi replied in a confident voice. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he suddenly rubbed his hands together before raising them toward the hall up ahead. A pair of loud thunderclaps rang out as 2 thick bolts of golden lightning sprang forth, transforming into a pair of golden pythons over 100 feet in length before pouncing into the hall. A rumbling thunderclap immediately rang out within the hall amid flashes of lightning. "Divine Devilbane Lightning." Lian's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Generally speaking, Divine Devilbane Lightning was no longer all that effective against devilish beings of her caliber, but when unleashed by a fellow Grand Ascension stage being like Han Li, it would still pose quite a threat to her. Right at this moment, a string of sharp hissing rang out within the hall, following which 5 shadowy figures shot out in a flash before landing on the small plaza in a line. "There really are Stemborers here." Lu Shi's expression immediately darkened at the sight of these figures. The 5 figures were none other than 5 giant human-faced insects. Each of them was around 30 to 40 feet tall with extremely hideous male heads attached to their thin and long necks. Furthermore, they were holding some crude club-like weapons in their front limbs. The largest of the human-faced insects was standing at the center, and its exoskeleton was light blue, while the other 4 all had black exoskeletons, similar to that of the insect Carcass Han Li and the others had found earlier. A sinister look immediately appeared on the blue human-faced insect's face at the sight of Han Li and the others, and it cackled, "Fantastic. There are more foreign beings. We'll be able to have another feast. I really miss the taste of foreign flesh. I can't even remember how long it's been since I last had some." Greedy looks also appeared in the eyes of the other human-faced insects. Lian's expression darkened upon hearing this, and the 3 silver rings before her began to buzz loudly amid a flash of bright light. In contrast, Han Li was very relaxed, and after taking a glance at the 5 human-faced insects he smiled and said, "5 is not a disaster but nothing to be scoffed at either. How about this? Brother Xia and I will take on 3 of them and leave the other 2 to you too." "I certainly have no objections there. You and fellow Daoist Xia are no ordinary Grand Ascension stage beings, so we'll be counting on you," Lian chuckled. Lu Shi naturally had no objections either, and he slashed his dagger through the air, releasing a burst of green qi that transformed into a WM, which pounced directly toward one of the human-faced insects. The human-faced Stemborer was completely unfazed, and opened its mouth to expel a burst of gray qi. The 2 clashed amid a resounding boom, then rose up into the heavens like a pair of WMs that were constantly tearing at one another. Immediately thereafter, the 3 silver rings in front of Lian disappeared in a flash, and in the next instant spatial fluctuations erupted above another one of the human-faced Stemborers, following which the 3 silver rings reappeared before crashing down with ferocious might. A ferocious look appeared on the human-faced Stemborer's face, and it swung its 2 thick clubs violently upward, sending 2 bursts of enormous power crashing into the 3 silver rings. The 3 rings tremored violently and were unable to continue in their descent. The blue human-faced Stemborer cackled upon seeing this, then sprang forward using its hind legs, upon which it suddenly vanished into thin air. "Leave that thing to me," Daoist said as he also disappeared amid a flash of silver lightning. In the next instant, a dull thunderclap erupted up above, and Daoist and the giant blue Stemborer appeared in the sky in unison amid a violent explosion. Daoist immediately made a grabbing motion, and arcs of silver lightning converged to form a pair of giant shimmering silver blades, following which his body swelled to over 100 feet in size, and he charged toward the giant Stemborer as he brought his blades down with vicious force. The blue Stemborer let loose a loud screech as it also swelled several times in size, swinging its giant clubs through the air in retaliation without any fear in its eyes. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out as the two clashed with their weapons over and over again. Daoist remained completely expressionless, and his silver blades were revolving around the blue Stemborer while unleashing ferocious attacks like a pair of silver wheels. Meanwhile, the blue Stemborer was cackling incessantly, and it had a near-deranged look on its hideous face as its massive black clubs were revolved around its body as bursts of black chi. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Right at this moment, a giant green flower projection appeared behind Lian, and it immediately transformed into countless azure saber projections that swept toward the giant Stemborer up ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had produced a huge shimmering golden seal, which instantly swelled to a size of a mountain at his behest before slamming down onto his opponent over and over again. The human-faced Stemborers possessed very powerful bodies, but even they didn't dare to take such astonishing attacks head-on, and could only take evasive measures. Seeing as 3 of the human-faced Stemborers had been occupied, Han Li cast his gaze toward the 2 remaining giant insects. Those 2 Stemborers were currently hesitating about whether they should reinforce their companions or deal with the only available enemy. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, following which countless golden runes surged out of his body. A loud thunderclap rang out, and those runes instantly transformed into scintillating bolts of golden lightning that enshrouded his entire body. He then made a hand seal followed by a grabbing motion, and the bolts of lightning converged to form a shimmering golden ball of lightning that gave off an extremely formidable aura. The 2 human-faced Stemborers immediately sensed the threat being posed by Han Li, and they hissed in unison as they rushed directly toward Han Li, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. One of them opened its massive mouth, releasing a burst of nauseating black liquid, while the other hurled its giant clubs directly toward Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he suddenly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. As a result, the giant clubs and black liquid all missed their target. The 2 giant Stemborers were very alert, and they immediately flapped their wings upon seeing this, upon which they also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the plaza, and the 2 giant Stemborers re-emerged. However, the specks of spiritual light suddenly converged to form Han Li's body once again, standing on the exact same spot as before. It turned out that Han Li had never actually left that spot. He had easily managed to fool the 2 Stemborers with an illusion. The 2 Stemborers' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they immediately pounced toward Han Li again, but it was already too late. Right at this moment, Han Li gently tossed the ball of lightning in his hands up into the air, and it vanished into thin air amid a flash of golden light, following which an earth-shattering burst of rumbling immediately rang out. Countless golden runes scattered through the air, following which a bolt of golden lightning as thick as a water tank came crashing down upon a human-faced Stemborer with unerring accuracy. This was none other than the complete Lightningwield technique that Han Li had only recently mastered. A howl of anguish rang out, and the Stemborer didn't even get a chance to struggle before it was wiped out of existence by the golden lightning. The Lightningwield technique was so formidable that even a human-faced Stemborer couldn't take a single attack. The other giant Stemborer was both shocked and enraged to see this, and it abruptly let loose a piercing screech, unleashing a burst of invisible sound waves that swept directly toward Han Li. Chapter 2231. Slaying the human-faced Stemborers. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he merely raised a hand before thrusting it forward and spreading his fingers. 5 balls of golden light immediately erupted out of fingertips, then expanded drastically before combining as one to form a golden vortex the size of a wagon wheel. The vortex began to rotate as it released a burst of invisible suction force, drawing in all of the oncoming sound waves. However, at this point the human-faced Stemborer had also reached Han Li in a wraith-like manner, and it immediately plunged its sharp front limbs toward Han Li as streaks of black light. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger at the vortex in front of him. The vortex immediately swelled before shrinking again, then exploded into a ball of golden light. In the next instant, countless azure threads erupted out of the golden light, surging directly toward the human-faced Stemborer. A vicious look appeared in the eyes of the human-faced Stemborer, and instead of taking evasive measures, it plunged its sharp limbs even faster through the air toward Han Li. The Stemborer was determined to break through with its attack even at the expense of harming itself. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen. He swept a palm through the air, and around a dozen layers of light barriers instantly appeared before him. In the next instant, the streaks of black light struck the light barriers, piercing through all of them seemingly with ease before striking the protective spiritual light around Han Li. A sharp screeching noise akin to that of metal grating on metal rang out, and Han Li's skin suddenly turned a purplish-golden color while countless silver formations also appeared all over his body. In the instant that the streaks of black light struck his protective spiritual light, all of them were instantly repelled. This protective spiritual light had been manifested from Han Li's provenance True Devil Arts and 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, and even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't be able to pierce through it. This human-faced insect was very fearsome, but it was still slightly inferior in power to a Grand Ascension stage being. At this moment, the azure threads struck the human-faced Stemborer in a torrential storm, instantly piercing through its exoskeleton. The Stemborer let loose a howl of anguish and countless streams of dark green liquid began to gush out of its body. However, it then let loose a low roar and gray light surged all over its body, upon which those puncture wounds began to rapidly heal at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. After the span of just a few breaths, the Stemborer was almost fully recovered from its injuries. Han Li chuckled coldly upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before uttering the word /. The azure threads that had pierced through the Stemborer's body instantly transformed into azure flying swords that revolved around the Stemborer's head like lightning. The giant Stemborer was instantly decapitated, and the azure flying swords plunged back into its body again, tearing it into shreds along with even its soul. Thus, the two fearsome human-faced Stemborers had been felled in the blink of an eye. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he withdrew his swords, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the other battles. As he did so, he immediately heard a shrill screech ring out in the distance. The Stemborer that was facing Lian had been trapped within her 3 silver rings and was completely immobilized. Lian then released a burst of white light that sliced the Stemborer's body cleanly in half. As expected of Bao Hua's identical twin, Lian was definitely more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being as well. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and the entire space tremored violently. Han Li and Lian hurriedly turned their attention toward that direction to find that a gigantic crater had appeared on one of the edges of the plaza. The blue human-faced Stemborer was lying at the bottom of the crater with its entire body charred black. Its exoskeleton had been completely shattered and half of its head had disappeared. There was green blood all over its body, and it was immobilized from a series of severe injuries. In the air above the giant crater, Wuxia was hovering with his giant silver blades in his hands. He looked down in an expressionless manner, then abruptly slashed his giant blades downward, and they instantly transformed into 2 thick bolts of lightning, which combined as one to form a silver spear. Wuxia drew back his arm before hurling the lightning spear down from above, and the spear vanished into thin air amid a loud thunderclap. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out within the giant crater, and the spear was plunged into the Stemborer's body before exploding violently. Countless arcs of silver lightning instantly filled the entire crater, and despite how powerful the blue Stemborer's body was, it could only resign itself to its demise as its body was erased out of existence by the fearsome lightning. Meanwhile, Wuxia took a step forward and abruptly disappeared before re-emerging next to Han Li amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Nicely done, Brother Xia. That Stemborer you faced is most likely no less powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, yet you were still able to kill it so quickly, Han Li praised. It still can't compare with a true Grand Ascension stage being. Having said that, the average Grand Ascension stage being would find it very difficult to defeat this insect. Daoist replied in an indifferent manner. Indeed. Setting aside how powerful these Stemborers are, they fight without any regard for their own lives, and that's something that the average Grand Ascension stage being can't compare with, Han Li said as his smile faded slightly. That's right. Fellow Daoist Lucier has gained the upper hand over there, but he's unable to defeat that Stemborer due to its near-suicidal battle style. How about we give him a hand? Xiaoyan said with a smile. Han Li cast his gaze toward Lucier, and sure enough, Lucier was struggling to land a killing blow against the final Stemborer. A smile appeared on his face and he was just about to respond to Xiaoyan when Lucier suddenly yelled, "There's no need for you to step in, fellow Daoists. I'm more than capable of taking down this puny insect." Azure Atlas Seal. Lucier was quite embarrassed to see that he was the only one still struggling with his opponent, and he immediately let loose a thunderous roar as he suddenly released 9 identical azure stone seals out of his sleeve. The seals revolved in midair before fusing as one with his giant golden seal from before, transforming into a massive azure seal with countless golden runes revolving around it, which then crashed down toward the giant Stemborer. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and the power of laws within an area with a diameter of around a kilometer was swept up. As a result, the human-faced Stemborer down below was immediately immobilized. The giant azure seal descended with astonishing might and instantly crushed the Stemborer into a pile of mincemeat. Only then did Lucier heave a faint sigh of relief, and he made a hand seal, upon which the giant seal was drawn back into his sleeve. However, at this moment the green chi revolving around his body had thinned slightly, and his aura had also become marginally weaker. It was clear that the powerful ability he had just unleashed couldn't be used regularly. So that was the Azure Atlas Seal. It's truly just as powerful as the rumors proclaim. Even though it's not a profound heavenly treasure, its powers are almost comparable to one, Xiaoyan said with a faint smile. I'm embarrassed to say that I wouldn't have been able to take down that Stemborer so quickly had I not resorted to one of my trump cards, Lucier said with a wry smile. He had clearly realized that he was the weakest one of the 4, and that made him rather uneasy. Now that they've been taken care of, there shouldn't be any other Stemborers inside. Let's go in, Han Li said as he cast his gaze toward the hall. Sure, let's go and take a look, Xiaoyan agreed with a smile. Lucier naturally had no objections either. Thus, the 4 of them immediately drifted toward the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Xiaoyan and Lucier's expressions changed slightly as they discovered piles of bones and damaged weapons and armor strewn beyond the entrance. These were most likely the guards assigned to this underground palace. They had to have been killed by the Stemborer Queen once it broke out of its seal. Xiaoyan sighed before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a string of crimson fireballs that incinerated all of these remains into ashes. Chapter 2232. Underground Stone Forest. Han Li cast his gaze toward the damaged weapons, and his brows suddenly furrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion. A shimmering fragment of a sword blade immediately flew into his hand, and he began to carefully inspect it. There was a deep claw mark on the surface of the blade fragment, and it was as if it had been intentionally carved into the blade. Han Li exerted more force with his index finger and thumb to squeeze onto the blade fragment while also releasing a burst of golden light into it through his fingertips. As a result, a finger indentation that was about as deep as the claw mark also appeared on the fragment. Have you discovered something, fellow Daoist Han? Xiaoyan asked in an intrigued manner. Take a look for yourself, Han Li said as he tossed the blade fragment toward her. Xiaoyan raised a hand to catch the object, and after only a brief inspection she suddenly exclaimed, "High Zenith Platinum. This weapon was refined from High Zenith Platinum." High Zenith Platinum? That's an extremely renowned material across all realms, and there aren't many materials more resolute than it. The owner of this blade must have been quite fortunate to have obtained such a large piece, Lucier said in a stunned voice. I'm not sure they were all that fortunate considering they've been slain by these Stemborers. Setting that aside for now, your physical body must be extremely powerful to have left such a deep indentation on such a material. How much of your strength did you use just now, fellow Daoist Han? Xiaoyan said as she also squeezed the fragment between her fingertips, yet was only able to leave a very light indentation. As for Lucier, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, clearly conceding his inferiority. I naturally had to use a significant amount of my strength. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to leave such a deep indentation on this material. I wonder what kind of Stemborer could have possessed a body powerful enough to shatter this weapon. At the very least, that's definitely not something one of the human-face Stemborers we encountered earlier would have been capable of, Hanli said with a serious expression. Those human-face Stemborers were inferior to us in power, so there's definitely no way they could have done this. Could it be that the Stemborer Queen was the one that did this? Lu Shi's face paled slightly as this thought occurred to him. Most likely not. With the Stemborer Queen's incredible powers, there's no way it'd fight a group of guards in person, Lian said with a shake of her head. So there must be Stemborers even more powerful than those human-faced ones in this underground palace, Hanli mused. It looks like it, Lian sighed in a resigned manner. There's no need to be overly concerned, fellow Daoists. Even if Stemborers of that caliber exist, surely there wouldn't be too much. There are over 40 fellow Daoists who have entered this Earth Palace in total. That'll definitely be enough to handle all of these Stemborers, Lu Shi said in an optimistic manner. Those Stemborers must indeed be extremely rare. Otherwise, there's no way that Bao Hua and Yuan Yen would have been unable to collect any information on them. Perhaps there are only a handful of them, Lian agreed. In that case, there's nothing to fear. Let's examine the damaged restrictions here first, fellow Daoists, Hanli said. After that, he and Daoist Xia led the way deeper into the hall. Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a glance before also following along. A short while later, Hanli and the others were situated within a room at the center of the hall, discussing something as they stood around a formation that spanned the entire room. The giant formation appeared to be extremely complex and profound, but it was clear that a portion of it had been forcibly altered not long ago. There was also another part that had been completely destroyed, so the entire formation was looking unrecognizable. Fellow Daoist Lian, do you think you'll be able to repair this formation? Lu Shi asked with tightly furrowed brows. I have the blueprint for this formation, but I didn't think that it would have been altered significantly. Given enough time, I would be able to return it to its original state, but Bao Hua didn't give us that much time, Lian replied with a wry smile. We're in some trouble then. I'm not an expert in formations, so I won't be of any help here, Lu Shi sighed. If we have the original blueprint, then I can lend you a hand. Fellow Daoist, Bao Hua only asked us to repair the restriction to the best of our abilities. Let me take a look at the blueprint and see if we can somehow make the restriction temporarily work without fully repairing it, Hanli said. Are you familiar with formations as well, Brother Han? It would be fantastic if we could do that, Lian said in an elated manner. She flipped a hand over as she spoke, then tossed a translucent jade shard toward Hanli. Hanli caught the jade shard before injecting his spiritual sense into it, and sure enough, there was an extremely complex formation blueprint within it. Thus Hanli and Lian began to devise a repair plan, while Daoist Xia and Lu Shi stood on guard duty outside the hall. With Hanli's expertise in formations and the blueprint available, it only took him less than half a day to think of a repair plan. Lian listened to his plan and carefully mulled it over, then nodded with an elated expression upon determining that it was a sound plan. She immediately pulled some materials out of her storage bracelet and began to repair the giant formation together with Hanli. Throughout the entire repair process, both of them were extremely careful and cautious. After all, even the slightest mistake could activate all of the restrictions in the underground palace and even awaken the Stemborer Queen. In the end, it took the two of them a day and a night to finally repair the formation. Lian cast an incantation seal toward the formation, upon which a buzzing sound rang out across the entire hall, while layers of gentle white light also emerged. At the same time, a burst of profound energy fluctuations proliferated through the room before vanishing without a trace. It's done. Your plan really was feasible, Brother Han, Lian said as she turned to Hanli with a smile. Seeing as there are no issues, we'll just have to wait for a message from Bao Hua before we completely activate the restriction. I wonder if our other fellow Daoists will be able to complete their missions in time as well, Hanli said with a smile. According to Bao Hua's plan, we should be receiving a message from her in half a day at the latest. Let's meditate and recover some energy for now. We could be facing a fierce battle soon. Hanli nodded as he raised a hand to release a message talisman, informing Daoist Xia and Lu Shi of what was happening, then strode over to a corner of the hall before sitting down to meditate. Lian also did the same, and moments later 2 streaks of light, one azure and one silver, flew into the room before also sitting down to meditate. Thus, several hours flew by in a flash, and right at this moment Hanli suddenly opened his eyes, as did everyone else in the room. The ground suddenly began to tremor without any warning, and a pillar of white light suddenly erupted out of the formation on the ground before vanishing into the ceiling in a flash. At the same time, the entire underground palace began to tremor and quake, and within a certain secluded area of the underground palace, a series of tall stone pillars erupted out of the ground to form a massive stone forest. Looking down from above, one would be able to tell that the stone forest was arranged to form a rectangular formation. At the center of the formation were 8 copper pillars, and not only were these pillars riddled with rust, there was also indecipherable ancient text inscribed on their surfaces, as well as a ball of light hovering atop each pillar. Within each of these balls of light was a crimson lamp, and 7 of the lamps had already been snuffed out, while the final still contained a faint yellow flame. At the center of the area surrounded by the 8 copper pillars was a crimson sacrificial altar that was over 100 feet tall. Atop the altar sat an inky black bowl with black qi revolving all around it, striking one with an unsettling sensation. A burst of sinister cackling suddenly rang out from within the bowl. What's going on? We didn't activate the formation yet. How was it activated on its own? Lian yelled as her face immediately paled. Lu Shi and Han Li's expressions had also darkened significantly. They didn't know what had happened, but it was clear that something had gone wrong. Let's get out of here. We can't rely on the original plan anymore. We have to reunite with everyone else as quickly as possible, Han Li decided. He then waved a hand toward Daoist before flying away as a streak of azure light, and Daoist followed along close behind him as a streak of silver light. Chapter 2233. Treasured Phoenix Spirit Plates. Lian and Lu Shi exchanged a glance, and the latter asked, "What should we do, fellow Daoist Lian? Should we follow them?" "Brother Han is right. Something's clearly gone wrong, so it would be unwise to stay here. Let's get out of here and find out what's going on first," Lian said. She then swept a sleeve through the air and flew away as a floral projection. Lu Shi could only heave a faint sigh and follow along. At this point Han Li and Daoist were flying along a narrow passageway, heading toward the direction where the tremors were the strongest. Even though the flight restriction was still in place, Han Li was still able to fly at quite a high speed at the expense of additional magic power expenditure. Han Li swept his spiritual sense around the passageway, and his brows immediately furrowed slightly. Countless cracks had appeared within the smooth-looking walls of the passageway, and the number of cracks was quickly increasing. It seemed that this underground palace wouldn't be able to hold itself together for much longer. Right at this moment, the tremors up ahead became even more violent, and it looked as if the entire palace could collapse at any moment. All of a sudden, a crossroads appeared up ahead, and Han Li turned into a new passageway without any hesitation. He was immediately greeted by 2 black human-faced Stemborers that pounced directly toward him, and it seemed that these 2 Stemborers had been waiting there for quite some time. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and a green sword mark suddenly appeared on his forearm, following which a green long sword that was around 3 feet in length instantly appeared in his hand before being slashed toward the pair of oncoming Stemborers. The world's origin qi in the surrounding area was immediately stirred up into a frenzy, and a burst of enormous power of laws descended upon the passageway. Peculiar energy fluctuations erupted around the 2 human-faced Stemborers, and they were immediately immobilized, then sliced in half before they even knew what had happened. Han Li appeared behind the 2 human-faced Stemborers in a flash, following which the Stemborers' dismembered bodies abruptly burst into flames. Han Li didn't want to be stalled here, so he had used his profound heavenly spirit sword to kill the 2 human-faced Stemborers right away. At his current cultivation base, he was able to use a part of the profound heavenly treasure's power even without unleashing his holy nirvana physique. Daoist's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he remained silent as he continued to follow along behind Han Li. After that, the 2 of them didn't encounter any Stemborers, and after a long while, they finally emerged from the passageway into a massive underground cave. There was a layer of fine silver sand spread over the floor of the cave, but the roof of the cave was lined with razor-sharp stalactites. Not far away from the opening of the passageway was a cloud of gray mist that was giving off a faint sandalwood aroma, and there were several humanoid figures currently hovering before the sea of mist, one of whom was none other than Bao Hua. She was currently appraising the gray mist with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, and there was an indistinct face within the mist that seemed to be communicating with Bao Hua through voice transmission. Behind Bao Hua stood Hei and several other Grand Ascension stage beings. All of them were immediately alerted by Han Li and Daoist Ye's arrival, but their expressions quickly eased upon realizing that more allies had arrived. What's going on? Where are all our other fellow Daoists? Han Li asked as he swept his spiritual sense toward the cloud of gray mist. We're not too sure what's happened either. Bao Hua is currently communicating with the spirit of the ancient seal to find out what's happening. As for everyone else, you two are the first to arrive, an ordinary-looking elderly man replied with a grim expression. Is that the spirit of the ancient seal? Han Li asked as he cast a contemplative gaze toward the face within the mist. Right at this moment, Bao Hua seemed to have concluded her communication with the face in the mist, and the latter quickly dissipated. I'm glad you're here, Brother Han, fellow Daoist Xia. Please lend me your assistance, Bao Hua said with a serious expression. You still haven't told me what's going on here, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, Han Li said as he peered into the sea of mist. The power of the ancient seal has gone out of control. Both the power of the seal restricting the Stemborer queen and the power trapping fellow Daoist Yuan Yan and the others suddenly waned significantly, and not only is the awakening of the Stemborer queen imminent, all of our trapped fellow Daoists are also in great peril. The first thing that the Stemborer queen is going to do after its awakening would definitely be to kill Yuan Yan and the others. Having lost so much energy, the ancient seal is about to fall apart, and the underground palace is also on the verge of collapse, Bao Hua sighed. What? How did this happen? We haven't done anything yet. Could it be that one of the groups of fellow Daoists made an error while repairing their restriction? A red-faced man asked with an alarmed expression. Did you find out what happened from the spirit of the ancient seal, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? It should be aware of what led to this, the elderly man asked. I asked the spirit of the ancient seal about this, but it doesn't know what's going on either. It could only sense that its power had been drawn away by something or someone. However, it's already agreed to teleport us to where the Stemborer queen is residing so we can attack it before it awakens. In doing so, we'll be able to stall it and buy our other fellow Daoists more time to save everyone that's been trapped. It looks like we'll have to abandon our original plan, Bao Hua said with a wry smile. What? You're saying we should go and attack the Stemborer queen? Are you being serious, fellow Daoist Bao Hua? A black-robed woman exclaimed. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon hearing this. Rest assured everyone, I'm proposing this for a reason. I learned from the spirit of the ancient seal that the Stemborer queen had to pay a heavy price to trap Yuan Yan and the others. On top of that, it's being forced to awaken on this occasion, so it wouldn't have been able to recover much of its powers, and it'll be nowhere near as formidable as it would normally be. The spirit of the ancient seal has also promised me that it would use all of its remaining power to assist us. Additionally, prior to making this trip, I borrowed a profound heavenly treasure that's particularly effective against insects, so there's a very good chance that we'll succeed, Bao Hua explained. Everyone's concerns were slightly eased upon hearing this. However, this was a matter of life and death, so they were still quite hesitant to agree to this plan. Bao Hua could see the concern in everyone's eyes, and she was forced to make a decision. I know you're all unwilling to take this risk, but you have to think of all of your trapped brethren. Fellow Daoist Copper Crow and the others are right near the place where Yuan Yan and the others have been trapped. Even if we can't kill the Stemborer queen, we can buy them some time to rescue everyone. On top of that, I have something for all of you. With these things in our possession, even if we turn out to be no match for the Stemborer queen, we'll still be able to get away. As soon as her voice trailed off, she raised a sleeve to send a streak of red light flying toward each of her companions. Everyone reflexively caught the streaks of red light to discover that these were crimson formation plates with complex designs etched onto their surfaces. Han Li could sense spatial fluctuations emanating from the formation plate in his hand, and after turning the plate over, he discovered that there was an extremely intricate and lifelike feather pattern on the back. These are treasured phoenix spirit plates that can instantly teleport hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. You must have been very fortunate to have obtained these treasures, the elderly man exclaimed as his eyes lit up with elation. Are these really treasured phoenix spirit plates? I've heard that they can only be refined using true heavenly phoenix feathers. They're capable of teleporting through all restrictions and formations, and they're essentially equivalent to extra lives. The black-robed woman exclaimed. There's no mistaking it. I saw a treasured phoenix spirit plate once during an auction, and its appearance and aura were both identical to these ones, the elderly man confirmed. All right, seeing as fellow Daoist Bao Hua is willing to offer such precious treasures, I'll agree to this plan. Even if I don't end up using it, I'm not going to return it, the red-faced man said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. Chapter 2234. Earth Emperor Nail, I'm giving these treasures to you all as gifts, so I'm naturally not going to take them back, Bao Hua said with a smile. With these treasures in our possession and the profound heavenly treasure capable of suppressing insects, I'm sure we'll be able to handle the Stemborer queen. I'll come as well, the elderly man said. The black-robed woman also gave a slight nod after a brief moment of contemplation. Bao Hua was ecstatic to see this, but Han Li was the one that she held in the highest regard here. What about you, Brother Han? I certainly can't back down now that everyone else has agreed to go, Han Li replied as he stowed his formation plate away. With his current powers and collection of treasures, he would be able to ensure self-preservation even against a true immortal, let alone a severely debilitated Stemborer queen. Alright, I'll get the spirit of the ancient seal to teleport us there right away. Our two fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm should also be in that area, and their inclusion will even further increase our chance of success, Bao Hua said with a smile. Immediately thereafter she cast an incantation seal into the grey mist up ahead, and the mist parted to reveal a path. Bao Hua drifted into the path without any hesitation, and everyone else hurriedly followed along as well. Shortly thereafter, everyone emerged into a spacious area with a grey teleportation formation on the ground. A voice could be heard coming from all directions as if someone were saying something to them, but only Bao Hua seemed to be able to understand what was being said as she nodded before making her way into the formation with a solemn expression. Everyone else hesitated momentarily before walking into the formation as well. Once everyone had entered the formation, it was activated on its own, and the entire group vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. Meanwhile, the inky black bowl on the sacrificial altar within the mysterious stone forest suddenly tremored slightly, and a faint male voice rang out. So those people are planning to target that Stemborer queen. Hee, how foolish. They've completely overestimated themselves. I have to keep that brat alive somehow, so it looks like I'll have no choice but to use that thing. A forlorn sigh then rang out as if an important sacrifice were being made. A metallic clang then sounded in the air, and 8 thin silver chains appeared above the altar. One end of each chain was connected to the edge of the bowl, while the other ends were connected to the lamps atop the 8 copper pillars. A burst of unintelligible chanting rang out from within the bowl, and the chain that was connected to the only lit lamp began to tremor slightly. All of a sudden, countless tiny golden runes emerged on the lamp before being rapidly funneled over to the altar along the chain, then disappeared into the black bowl. The black mist around the bowl began to become denser, and an extremely fearsome aura that was only becoming more powerful abruptly erupted forth. So this is where the Stemborer queen is residing, Han Li mused as he inspected his surroundings with a surprised expression. All of the other Grand Ascension stage beings aside from Bao Hua were also quite stunned by what they were seeing. They were currently situated on a boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eyes could see in all directions. This isn't an illusion. What's going on? Is this a place in the underground palace? The elderly man asked with furrowed brows. Of course not. The underground palace is nowhere near large enough to contain such a massive body of water, Bao Hua replied with a shake of her head. Then what is this place? Have we been teleported out of the original sealed site? The red-faced man asked. I don't think so. Otherwise, our spiritual sense would no longer be restricted, the black-robed woman said, clearly having already tried out her spiritual power here. All of a sudden, Han Li said in a calm manner, Everyone please look up. I already had a look. There doesn't seem to be anything amiss, the elderly man said as he looked up at the gray sky again. The black-robed woman and red-faced man also looked up with perplexed expressions. However, a hint of enlightenment appeared in Bao Hua's eye as she looked up into the sky, and right at this moment Han Li swept a finger upward, releasing an azure sword projection that was several thousand feet in length. The gray light in the entire sky began to surge violently, and a piercing screech suddenly rang out. It was as if the azure sword projection were threatening to cleave the entire sky apart. But after the azure light faded, the sky remained intact, but an inky black formation that encompassed virtually the entire sky had appeared up above. The formation was comprised of countless black runes of different sizes, and at the center of the formation was a motionless white insect that was the size of a mountain. The insect had a pristine and flawless white body, and its head was buried deep into its own body, making it impossible to glean its appearance. However, with its rotund frame it was looking like a massive silkworm. Strangely enough, even though the giant insect seemed to be in a deep slumber, there were golden runes surging slowly around its body. "That's the Stemborer queen," the black-robed woman exclaimed. The red-haired man and elderly man were also very alarmed to see this, and they immediately adopted defensive stances. In contrast, Bao Hua was very calm as she said, "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Daoists. It'll still take some time for this insect to awaken, so we won't alert it as long as we don't do anything rash. Looks like this is a spatial rift that the Stemborer queen opened up, so our fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm won't be able to join us here." With the Stemborer queen's power, it would indeed be able to open up a spatial rift. That explains why this place is still affected by the power of the seal, the elderly man said as his expression eased slightly. "Without the assistance of our fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm, I feel like we're a little short on numbers. How about we find the exit of this place and bring those two fellow Daoists in as well?" the black-robed woman suggested. "That won't do. The Stemborer queen is about to awaken. If we enter and exit this space so recklessly, it'll most likely awaken right away. I'm sure that's why our fellow Daoists from the Black Knight realm refrained from entering this space. After all, they don't have the advantage of being able to teleport themselves into this space using the power of the ancient seal like we do," Bao Hua said. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said, "Let's cut the chatter and make haste while the Stemborer queen is still in its slumber. If we can severely wound it here, that would be the best outcome." "Are you looking down on us, fellow Daoist Han? If we combine our powers, even a true immortal would most likely be felled if they were caught off guard," the black-robed woman said with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. If the Stemborer queen were that easy to kill, the true immortals would have already killed it rather than sealed it away. "I always prepare for the worst in everything that I do," Han Li replied in a cold voice. The black-robed woman's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she was just about to respond again when Bao Hua interjected, "Let's not argue among ourselves, fellow Daoists. All we can do is attack with all our might and the rest will be down to luck. Having said that, it's better to be safe than sorry, so not only do we have to all attack at once, I'm going to use that profound heavenly treasure that I borrowed as well. If any of you have any powerful trump cards up your sleeves, now would be the time to use them. Perhaps the Stemborer queen will only give us this one opportunity." "You're right, fellow Daoist Bao Hua," the elderly man said as he nodded in agreement. No one else had any objections either. Thus, Bao Hua took a deep breath before making a hand seal, and a massive pink floral tree projection appeared behind her amid a flash of pink light. At the same time she slowly raised a hand, then parted her fingers to summon a huge rusty yellow nail. The nail was only around half a foot in length, and its surface was riddled with pits and bumps, as well as some indistinct spirit patterns. Judging from how dilapidated it appeared, it looked as if it had been buried in the ground for countless years. However, Bao Hua was holding the object in a very careful manner, and she said in a solemn voice, "This Earth Emperor nail contains the power of the laws of Earth of a realm. Anyone struck by this nail would be unable to use any Earth attribute abilities, and if I recall correctly, the Stemborer Queen's essential power is of the Earth attribute. If I successfully strike the Stemborer Queen with this nail, it'll be unable to use most of its powers." Chapter 2235. Combined Attack. In that case, it'll only be able to withstand our attacks with its physical body, and there's no way that'll end well for it. Bao Hua paused momentarily before continuing. However, the Stemborer Queen would have most definitely mastered the Earth attribute laws of heaven and earth as well, so I can't say for sure how long the Earth Emperor nail will be able to restrict it for. As such, once I unleash this treasure, please attack without any hesitation. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Bao Hua, Our lives are on the line as well, so we definitely won't treat this lightly, the elderly man replied. Everyone else also chimed in agreement. Alright, as a safety precaution I'll contact the spirit of the ancient seal first and get it to focus all of its power here, both to restrict the Stemborer queen and to disguise what we're doing here, Bao Hua said. She then made a strange hand seal and began to chant something, and the face within the mist suddenly appeared once again without any warning. Bao Hua's lips tremored as she communicated with the face through voice transmission, and shortly thereafter the misty face vanished again. Almost at the exact same moment Han Li and the others were suddenly struck by an indescribable sense of pressure. They hurriedly examined themselves, and were relieved to find that this pressure wasn't affecting them in any substantial way. At this moment countless grey runes had appeared around Bao Hua, and they quickly enveloped her, leaving only a blurry silhouette of her body visible from the outside. Strangely enough, as soon as the grey runes surrounded Bao Hua, her aura completely vanished. She was still standing on the same spot, but she was completely undetectable through spiritual sense, as if she had fused as one with this entire space. The power of the ancient seal has completely concealed my aura, so no matter how close I get to the Stemborer queen, it won't be able to detect me. I'm going to attack now. Please get ready everyone, Bao Hua said. The elderly man nodded before summoning a white jade badge, which appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. The surface of the badge was extremely intricate with countless spirit beast images engraved onto its surface. That's the Myriad Beast badge. According to legends, this is a treasure that fell from the true immortal realm in ancient times. Back then many Grand Ascension stage beings had fought over this treasure. I didn't think that it would be in your possession, the black-robed woman exclaimed. I was quite fortunate to have obtained this treasure, the elderly man said in a slightly smug manner. A hint of envy appeared in the red-faced man's eyes, while Han Li was appraising the badge with an intrigued expression. With this Myriad Beast badge our chances of success will be boosted even further, Bao Hua said in an elated manner. At this point the black-robed woman and red-faced man had also summoned their treasures. The woman had opened her mouth to release an inky black spear, while the man had conjured up a giant white bone blade with countless crimson spirit patterns engraved onto its surface. The spiritual light being released by the two treasures had been forcibly repressed by them, but the fearsome auras they were giving off clearly indicated that they were both extremely powerful treasures. Brother Xie, give this everything you have, Han Li said to Daoist Xie through voice transmission. Daoist Xie nodded in an expressionless manner, then raised a hand to summon a silver bead. A dull thump rang out and countless arcs of lightning erupted out of the bead before forming a ball of lightning. Initially the ball of lightning was only around the size of a human head, but as it slowly rose up into the air, it swelled to the size of a house. After that, Daoist Xie carried the lightning ball with one hand and remained still on the spot. Meanwhile Han Li made a hand seal and his provenance true devil projection appeared amid a flash of golden light, then transformed into the golden body before fusing as one with Han Li. Bright purplish golden light radiated forth, and Han Li's body turned a shimmering golden color. At the same time, countless silver spirit patterns appeared all over his skin before forming a series of silver formations. After that Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a green longsword that was around 3 feet long appeared in his grasp. With nothing more than a light flick of his wrist, a buzzing sound rang out, and even the world's origin chi was being swayed by the sword. This was none other than the profound heavenly spirit/sword. In the face of a creature as fearsome as the Stemborer queen, Han Li didn't dare to hold back and was releasing his ultimate trump card right away. Bao Hua had seen Han Li use the profound heavenly spirit/sword before, so she wasn't surprised to see it again. However, everyone else's attention was immediately drawn to the sword, and it was clear that they had already guessed what it was. However, before any of them had a chance to ask any questions, Bao Hua suddenly made a hand seal before vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, Bao Hua re-emerged less than 200 feet away, then raised the giant nail up with both hands. Everyone else immediately turned their attention away from Han Li's sword and focused on the task at hand, beginning to inject their power into the treasures they had summoned. All of them were preparing to strike in the instant that the Earth Emperor nail pierced into the Stemborer queen's body. At this moment the mountainous Stemborer queen was still in a completely oblivious slumber. Faint silver light flashed through Bao Hua's eyes as she stared intently at the Stemborer queen, and all of a sudden, a fierce look appeared in her eyes as the Earth Emperor nail shot forth as a streak of yellow light. The nail pierced through the black formation with ease, then plunged into the Stemborer queen's body before reverting back to its original form. Yellow light erupted from the giant nail in all directions, and these strands of yellow light blurred before vanishing into the Stemborer queen's body. "Everyone, what are you waiting for?" Bao Hua was elated as she let loose a loud cry. A massive floral tree projection appeared behind her before exploding into countless pink flower petals that surged toward the Stemborer queen. At the same time, Han Li and the others had also sprung into action. The elderly man hurled his jade badge high up into the air, and it transformed into a white jade gate, from within which countless beastly projections rushed out. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman uttered an incantation, and her black spear immediately shot forth as a streak of black lightning. As for the red-faced man, he swept his giant bone blade through the air, and spatial fluctuations erupted above the Stemborer queen, following which a massive blade projection over 10,000 feet in length emerged before crashing down with devastating might. A burst of enormous invisible power descended alongside the blade projection, and a giant ball of lightning also appeared beside it at the exact same moment. The ball of lightning then transformed into a massive silver lightning net that enshrouded the entire body of the Stemborer queen down below. These attacks were truly extraordinarily fast, but they had still been unleashed marginally slower than Han Li. The silver formations all over Han Li's body emitted a faint buzzing sound as he slashed his profound heavenly spirit slash sword through the air, releasing a green thread that instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, the world's origin chi above the Stemborer queen tremored, and the green line descended to slice its mountainous body in half. Immediately thereafter, the giant blade projection, silver lightning net, storm of flower petals, black lightning and spirit beast projections also arrived. A string of earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the inky black formation was instantly torn apart. Countless flower petal projections surged through the air like sharp blades, and beyond those were the countless spirit beast projections, which surrounded the Stemborer queen before self-detonating in rapid succession. Powerful shockwaves surged forth in all directions, and a series of halos proliferated outward. The barrage of attacks instantly inundated the Stemborer queen's entire body, and it remained completely still throughout the entire process, as if it really had been slain in its slumber. However, not only were Han Li and the others not elated to see this, their faces instantly paled significantly. All of these Grand Ascension stage beings had an extensive wealth of battle experience, and even though they were very confident in their own attacks, they definitely wouldn't be naive enough to believe that the vastly renowned Stemborer queen would be killed so easily. After the dust settled, the giant Stemborer queen's body had vanished, leaving only a fist-sized black crystal hovering in midair. A rusty nail was embedded deep into the crystal, and everyone was struck by a bone-chilling sensation upon seeing this. "Something's wrong. We have to get out of here," Bao Hua yelled in a decisive manner as she turned her hand over to produce a formation plate, which she immediately crushed. Chapter 2236. The little girl A Phoenix cry rang out, and a ball of five-colored light erupted out of the shattered formation plate before enveloping Bao Hua's entire body. Spatial fluctuations erupted, yet just as Bao Hua was about to vanish into thin air, a tender yet very cold voice rang out from down below. "You're not going anywhere." As soon as the voice trailed off, the water down below parted and a shadow suddenly shot out. A resounding thump rang out as Bao Hua was sent flying by a burst of tremendous force, and the layer of five-colored light around her instantly shattered. Only after flying back for around 500 feet did she manage to just barely steady herself, and she couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. It seemed that she had sustained some substantial injuries from that attack. However, she had been very alert and injected all of her magic power into the protective spiritual light around her right before she was struck by that attack. Otherwise, even if that attack wouldn't have been able to kill her, she would definitely still have ended up with far more severe injuries. Everyone else was naturally very alarmed to see this. Han Li immediately focused his gaze on the spot where Bao Hua had been standing before, and he caught sight of a small and delicate figure. This was a little girl who appeared to be no more than 12 years of age, and she was slowly withdrawing her little fist as she appraised the Grand Ascension stage beings present with a hint of a smile on her face. The little girl had a dark complexion and was wearing an extremely ordinary set of tight-fitting clothes. Her appearance was quite ordinary, but her eyes were completely gray as if she were blind from birth, and there was a glossy black crystal embedded into her glabella. The crystal was very similar in appearance to the one left behind after the giant insect's body had disappeared, except it was darker and smaller, seemingly able to suck in all light. The little girl was the one who had just sent Bao Hua flying, and as she cast her gaze toward Han Li, the latter immediately felt a chill run down his spine. As for the other Grand Ascension stage beings, they were also very unsettled by the little girl's sweeping gaze. Even though she hadn't introduced herself, the fact that she had been able to send Bao Hua flying with a single attack was a clear indication that she was most likely the Stemborer queen. As for what that giant insect from before was, no one had the spare capacity to worry about that now. All of them had their attention focused entirely on this little girl. No one had been able to clearly see the punch that had just sent Bao Hua flying. It had simply been far too fast. The only one whose expression remained unchanged here was Daoist Xia. He was appraising the little girl in an indifferent manner while arcs of silver lightning appeared over his body to form a lightning robe. Oh, an immortal puppet? How interesting. I didn't think I'd see something like this in a lower realm, the little girl said as she appraised Daoist Xia with an intrigued expression. Are you the true Stemborer queen? Bao Hua asked as she finally recovered the breath that had been knocked out of her by the earlier punch. Are you saying that body you just destroyed isn't my true form? I shed that body 100,000 years ago and it was very useful to me, yet you've destroyed it. How are you all going to compensate me? The little girl harumphed coldly. So that means your true body is hidden underwater. How crafty of you. I'm also very surprised that you were able to dispel the power of the heavenly phoenix within my treasured phoenix spirit plate. Bao Hua sighed. Treasured phoenix spirit plate? That's just a useless object containing a hint of the power of laws of the heavenly phoenix. Can wield some spatial power, but it's nothing more than a toy in my eyes. I haven't ever faced a true spirit heavenly phoenix, but I've devoured quite a few powerful beings of the phoenix race. The little girl scoffed with a disdainful expression. The black-robed woman had already snuck her treasured phoenix spirit plate into her hand, and her heart immediately sank upon hearing this. She knew that she couldn't fully trust the little girl's words, but she didn't dare to use her formation plate nonetheless. However, there was someone that was completely unconvinced by the little girl's claims. He was very confident in the treasured phoenix spirit plate's power, and he felt himself to be quite far away from the little girl. That person was none other than the red-faced man, and he suddenly summoned his treasured phoenix spirit plate before instantly crushing it. A burst of 5-colored light emerged to envelop his entire body alongside a flurry of spatial fluctuations. A cold look appeared on the little girl's face upon seeing this, and she immediately shot forth as a blurry black shadow. The red-faced man was already prepared, and he let loose a loud cry as he slashed his bone blade through the air. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a mountainous blade projection struck the black shadow, tearing it into countless pieces. Haha. The red-faced man chortled, and he didn't care whether his attack had actually harmed the little girl. What was important to him was that he was about to teleport away. Everyone else had been intimidated by the Stemborer queen's threat, yet he was going to teleport away, and it was very likely that he was going to be the only one in the group to survive, so of course he was very pleased with himself. However, his laughter then suddenly cut and was replaced by an agonized howl. A slender arm had plunged through his chest, completely disregarding his protective spiritual light and armor. It turned out that the little girl had appeared behind him in a wraith-like manner, and her arm was like a divine weapon capable of piercing through all things. The little girl giggled as she pulled a miniature crimson humanoid figure out of the red-haired man's chest. This was none other than the red-faced man's nascent soul, and it was struggling with all its might to escape but to no avail. The little girl opened her mouth to release a black thread, which struck the red-faced man's body with unerring accuracy, and it instantly withered away before disintegrating into dust. No. She's wielding the power of the law of time. Save me, fellow Daoists. The nascent soul thrashed violently with a horrified expression while calling for help in a panicked frenzy. A hint of incredulity appeared in Bao Hua's eyes upon hearing the words law of time. The elderly man and black-robed woman had initially intended to step in, but both of them immediately abandoned those plans as horrified looks appeared on their faces. In contrast, Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the little girl was looking at the little nascent soul in her hand as if she were appraising a delicacy, and she bit off half of the nascent soul in one mouthful, chewing several times before swallowing. The nascent soul immediately let loose a blood-curdling cry as it fainted on the spot. Even though it managed to instantly regenerate, the light radiating from it had dimmed significantly, and its aura had also become close to non-existent. Bao Hua's expression changed slightly, and she raised a hand to try and do something, but it was already too late. The little girl giggled as she quickly devoured the rest of the nascent soul, then licked her lips with a pleased expression. This was supposed to be quite an adorable display, but it was downright demonic in the eyes of the Grand Ascension stage beings present. Not only had the elderly man and black-robed woman's faces paled significantly, Bao Hua had also fallen into a solemn silence. Han Li remained quite calm, but he still waved a hand toward Daoist Xia, who immediately teleported over to Han Li. It seemed that the situation was not looking good. The Stemborer Queen had managed to wound Bao Hua with a single attack and easily killed a Grand Ascension stage. It was definitely far more powerful than they anticipated. How was it this powerful after only just awakening? Wasn't the spirit of the ancient seal supposed to have used all of its power to restrict the Stemborer Queen? Even in its current state, the Stemborer Queen could still kill Grand Ascension stage beings with ease. How had a pair of true immortals managed to seal it at the height of its powers? There was clearly something suspicious about this story. However, before Han Li had a chance to ponder this notion further, Bao Hua suddenly transmitted her voice to him. "Brother Han, this is not the Stemborer Queen's body. It's a clone manifested from its soul. As such, aside from profound heavenly treasures, all other treasures will struggle to harm it. On top of that, its mastery of the law of time is very elementary, so it can't use that power easily. Every time it does so, its soul will be slightly weakened. As long as we use our profound heavenly treasures to protect ourselves, there's nothing to fear." "How do you know so much?" Han Li couldn't help but ask. "I was informed of all of this by the spirit of the ancient seal. Let's hold off this clone together while our other fellow Daoists go underwater to destroy the Stemborer Queen's body. As long as its body is destroyed, its soul won't pose any substantial threat," Bao Hua replied. Chapter 2237. Battle against the Stemborer Queen, 1. So are we just supposed to trust the others? What if they take advantage of the opportunity to teleport away? Han Li asked through voice transmission. "Rest assured, Brother Han, I tampered with the treasured Phoenix spirit plate that I gave to everyone, so as long as I don't allow it, they won't be able to use the formation plates. Once they're all made aware of this, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to try anything," Bao Hua revealed with a smile. Immediately thereafter, she turned and transmitted her voice toward the others. Han Li cast his gaze toward the elderly man and black-robed woman, and sure enough, upon hearing what Bao Hua had to say, enraged looks appeared on both of their faces. In contrast, Bao Hua's expression remained unchanged, and she even had the nerve to smile at the two of them. The elderly man and black-robed woman were naturally extremely furious. If it weren't for the fact that they were facing such a fearsome enemy, they could have easily turned on Bao Hua already. Before they had a chance to communicate any further, the little girl cast her gaze toward them and giggled. "Have you thought about how to compensate me? How about this? Hand over your nascent souls, and perhaps I'll be full after eating one or two more, and I'll let the rest of you leave." "Do you really think such a blatant attempt to sow dissension among us will work? If we allow you to kill one more of us, the rest of us will completely be at your mercy," Bao Hua replied in a calm manner, then immediately swept a hand through the air. The Earth Emperor nail embedded into the black crystal instantly vanished, then reappeared in her grasp. "Oh, so you're determined to fight me? You were able to survive one of my attacks, and that's certainly quite remarkable. However, your nascent soul isn't the one I want to eat the most right now. It's his. His spiritual sense is so powerful. I'm sure his nascent soul would be far more delicious than the one I just had," the little girl said with a smile as she pointed toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and Bao Hua and the others were also rather taken aback. Judging from what the Stemborer Queen had just said, it seemed that Han Li's spiritual sense was even more powerful than that of Bao Hua's, and that was quite surprising. "If you think my nascent soul will be quite good to eat, then come and get it," Han Li said with a faint smile, seemingly completely unfazed by the little girl's threat. Bao Hua and the others couldn't help but admire his courage. After all, Not everyone could remain so calm and nonchalant in the face of a threat from a being as fearsome as the Stemborer queen. All right, then don't mind if I do, the little girl said as she licked her lips and clenched her fists, then suddenly shot forth as a blurry shadow. She was so fast that she reached Han Li in an instant, and he couldn't even clearly see how she had gotten there. A black flaming fist pierced through Han Li's chest, and only then did the shadow solidify as the little re-emerged with a smile on her face. However, in the next instant her smile immediately faded as a green line swept forth from Han Li's body without any warning, slicing the little girl's body cleanly in half. As for the Han Li that had just been struck by her punch, it suddenly exploded into a ball of golden light. Over 100 feet away, another Han Li emerged expressionlessly amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, holding a green longsword that was releasing hints of powers of law. That sword of yours is a profound heavenly treasure. No wonder you were able to evade my attack. Looks like it won't be that easy to take you down. A burst of giggling rang out, and the two halves of the little girl's body didn't shed a single drop of blood as they hovered in midair, while the two halves of her mouth curved upward into an unsettling smile. Both the elderly man and black-robed woman couldn't help but shudder in the face of such a disturbing sight. Right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly raised a hand to hurl her Earth Emperor nail through the air, then abruptly vanished amid a flash of pink light. At the same time, her voice rang out within the ears of the elderly man and black-robed woman. We have to act now, fellow Daoists. Only after destroying the Stemborer queen's body will we be able to escape from this place. Fellow Daoist Han and I won't be able to hold off this clone for too long, so you have to make haste. The elderly man and black-robed woman's expressions changed several times, but after exchanging a glance, they could only grit their teeth and plunge into the water down below. Even though they were enraged by Bao Hua's tampering of the treasured phoenix spirit plates, they had no choice but to work with her now. The little girl's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately tried to stop them, but a giant nail suddenly appeared above of the two halves of her body, then transformed into a yellow net that descended toward her. Countless yellow runes surged out of the net alongside a burst of extremely formidable power of laws. A cold light flashed through the little girl's eyes as her body suddenly exploded into countless black threads that shot forth in all directions, allowing her to evade the yellow net. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he let loose a loud cry as his profound heavenly spirit/sword also transformed into countless green threads that vanished into thin air before appearing right in front of the black threads, then unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks. All of the black threads that came into contact with the green threads immediately exploded into clouds of black chi. Han Li pointed a finger forward, planning to spur on the green threads to eradicate all of this black chi. But right at this moment, the clouds of black chi suddenly dissipated, and in the next instant the little girl re-emerged elsewhere amid a flash of black light, having completely recovered from her injuries. She turned toward Han Li with a cold smile, yet just as she was about to unleash some type of ability, a peculiar aroma suddenly wafted through the air around her. Immediately thereafter, countless pink flower petals emerged, and the surrounding space suddenly became extremely viscous. The little girl was quite alarmed by this and she quickly tried to escape, but all of a sudden, Bao Hua emerged above her, carrying a giant ball of light that she immediately raised up high. The ball of light exploded and countless runes surged out of it, all of which were extremely dazzling to behold. At the epicenter of the explosion, a wisp of green light appeared, transforming into a tiny green seedling, which grew to become a small tree in the blink of an eye and was still growing at a rapid rate discernible to the naked eye. All of a sudden, a huge green tree had taken shape over Bao Hua's palm. Specks of pink light appeared all over the tree's branches, transforming into pink flower buds that instantly spread over the entire tree. Bao Hua then began to chant an incantation, and the flower buds slowly bloomed, turning the green tree a pink color. Pink flower projections filled the entire space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, creating a vast sea of pink. This is a profound heavenly spirit domain, the little girl exclaimed as her smile finally faded, and a fierce look appeared on her face as countless gray runes appeared around her. The surrounding space began to twist and warp, and it seemed that she was trying to escape the domain with all her might. The entire domain also began to tremor violently, as if it were struggling to hold itself together. An urgent look appeared on Bao Hua's face as she hurriedly yelled, Strike now, fellow Daoist Han. As soon as her voice trailed off, she grabbed onto a branch of the tree and tore it off before slashing it toward the little girl down below. All of the huge flowers on the branch instantly transformed into 5 colored runes that vanished in a flash, while the little girl let loose an agonized cry as one of her arms suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the branch in Bao Hua's hand had also vanished. However, in the next instant the little girl was able to regrow a brand new arm amid a flash of black light. Bao Hua immediately tore 2 more branches off the tree before also slashing them toward the little girl. In the next instant, both of the little girl's arms vanished in unison. A ferocious look surfaced in the little girl's eyes, and she regrew both of her arms at once. Meanwhile, Han Li was making a hand seal with a serious expression, and a string of cracks and pops immediately erupted within his body. A series of purplish-golden scales then appeared all over his skin, and a short horn emerged on his forehead. At the same time, 2 identical heads and 4 additional golden arms also sprouted out of his body. The 3 heads let loose a thunderous roar in unison, and a 3rd demonic eye opened up on the glabella of each head with purplish-golden light flashing within them. Han Li had unleashed his holy nirvana physique to its maximal extent. His aura had swelled to over 10 times as powerful as it had been, and he gripped onto his profound heavenly spirit slash sword with both hands before slashing it viciously toward the trapped little girl in the distance. Chapter 2238. Battle against the Stemborer Queen Nu. An explosive boom rang out, and the space before Han Li suddenly collapsed as the world's origin chi in the surrounding area funneled into the green sword in a frenzy, releasing a terrifying doomsday-like aura. This was the first time that Han Li had unleashed the full might of his profound heavenly spirit slash sword after reaching the Grand Ascension stage. A green crescent sword projection flew out of the collapsed space, and countless translucent runes surged out of its surface in a frenzy. The collapsed space and the green crescent then exploded in unison, and the countless runes and green light combined to form a long near-transparent thread before abruptly vanishing. The translucent thread seemed to be very ordinary, but in the instant that it appeared the entire sky dimmed, and the surrounding space began to warp in a rhythmic manner. All of the space was warping toward the translucent thread, as if it were bowing in reverence. Impossible. That's a thread of laws. The little girl exclaimed as a stunned look appeared on her face, and a layer of black flames suddenly surfaced over her body as she donned a suit of bone armor that was riddled with countless sharp spikes. Countless gray runes surged incessantly within the black flames, and each bone spike was as translucent as jade. Innumerable silver patterns could be seen on the surface of the armor, and in the next instant, the translucent thread emerged right before the little girl amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. She was immobilized by the spirit domain, so she could only watch as the thread of laws surged toward her. Her bone armor and that layer of black flames managed to pose a slight hindrance to the translucent thread, but they were both breached in the end. The little girl let loose an agonized cry as her body was sliced in half through the waist, and all of a sudden, thin gashes appeared all over her body before she was split up into countless chunks. Nice. Bao Hua was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which the massive floral tree shrank down to only around half a foot tall. Halos of rainbow light then surged forth from the miniature tree, and Bao Hua grabbed onto it before sweeping it rapidly through the air down below. The branches and the countless flowers on the tree instantly withered away, and at the same time, countless giant crimson flowers appeared around the chunks of the little girl's dismembered body. Each crimson flower opened up its petals before enveloping one chunk of flesh, then exploded into balls of pink light. Once all of the explosions concluded, nothing remained of the little girl's body. At this point, Bao Hua's miniature tree had clearly exhausted all of its power as well, and it shuddered before vanishing into thin air. The entire spirit domain also surged violently before disintegrating. Thus Han Li and Bao Hua were the only ones that remained in this space. I didn't think that you'd be capable of unleashing a thread of laws, Brother Han. Your mastery of your profound heavenly treasure is truly extraordinary, Bao Hua said with a peculiar expression. So that thing's known as a thread of laws? As expected, it's far more powerful than what I was able to unleash in the past, Han Li mused as he glanced down at his green longsword. Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this. Is this your first time manifesting that thread, fellow Daoist Han? Indeed it is. I was only trying to maximize the power of this profound heavenly treasure to the best of my abilities just now, Han Li replied. I don't know what to say. Could it be that this profound heavenly treasure has been nurtured within your body from the very beginning? Otherwise, it's virtually impossible to manifest a thread of laws using a profound heavenly treasure. Countless owners of profound heavenly treasures have refined and nurtured their treasures for over 100,000 years, but are still unable to even begin to grasp a thread of laws, Bao Hua said with a wry smile. It sounds like I was quite lucky then. In comparison, I'm more interested in the profound heavenly spirit domain. Would you be able to tell me about that? Han Li asked. This profound heavenly spirit domain is something that I only managed to attain after expending countless efforts and referencing an incomplete ancient tome. However, there are still many parts that require further refinement, and it can't compare with a true spirit domain. If you're interested, I'd be happy to tell you about it sometime, Bao Hua replied. That would be great. Setting that aside for now, have we really managed to destroy the Stemborer Queen's clone? Why is it that I still feel rather uneasy? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. A clone of the Stemborer Queen should be nowhere near as powerful as the true Stemborer Queen itself, so there's no way it would have been able to survive our combined attacks. However, the feeling of unease in my heart hasn't abated either, Bao Hua said as her expression darkened slightly. Does that mean the clone isn't actually dead, but is merely unable to appear before us due to its injuries? Han Li asked. I'm afraid that's most likely the case, Bao Hua replied with a wry smile. In any case, it's a good thing that we managed to severely wound the clone. Let's take this opportunity to find the body of the Stemborer Queen, Han Li said. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face, yet just as she was about to reply, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the spot where the little girl had just vanished not long ago. You think you're safe now just because you beat Stem 1? What a joke. Stem 2 will have some fun now. As soon as the voice trailed off, a gargantuan claw appeared up above before grabbing viciously down toward Han Li and Bao Hua. The claw spread its 5 fingers encompassing virtually the entire sky, and each claw was over 100 feet in length with azure light flashing from their sharp tips. As the claws swept through the air, 5 long spatial rifts instantly appeared, as if the entire sky had been torn apart. Slow down, Stem 2, save some fun for Stem 3 as well. Another unsettling voice rang out in all directions. In the instant that Han Li heard this voice, a peal of laughter suddenly rang out in his ears, resembling the seductive panting of a woman. His consciousness involuntarily faded for a split second, and his movements also faltered. At the same time, a massive bolt of gray lightning came crashing down toward him from above. With Han Li's enormous spiritual sense, he was able to almost immediately recover from his moment of disorientation, and his expression immediately changed slightly at the sight of the gray lightning overhead. He hurriedly withdrew his green longsword, completely disregarding the giant claw above him as he conjured up around a dozen identical projections that shot forth in all directions. However, the bolt of gray lightning also split up into the same number of arcs before surging toward the projections as if it had a mind of its own. Right at this moment, Bao Hua let loose a fierce cry, and her Earth Emperor nail swelled to over 10,000 feet in size before crashing toward the giant claw up above. In response, the giant claw unleashed 5 massive azure blade projections that swept down with ferocious might, seemingly completely unfazed by the massive nail. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the nail and blade projections clashed, and the 2 attacks appeared to be evenly matched in power. Meanwhile, the gray lightning was pursuing Han Li's projections relentlessly, and it seemed that the lightning would never fade until it killed its target. Do you really think this baleful lightning will be enough to bring me down? Han Li's enraged voice rang out from all of the projections, and each of them released a bolt of golden lightning that clashed with the gray lightning before immediately disintegrating. As for the gray lightning, it remained completely unaffected aside from the fact that it had dimmed slightly, and it continued to surge toward Han Li's projections. In the instant that the projections came into contact with the gray lightning, the former self-detonated into countless golden runes that seemed to be evenly matched against the gray lightning. However, one of the projections was the real Han Li, and purplish golden light revolved all around his body as he threw a vicious punch at the oncoming bolt of gray lightning. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a white pillar of light was unleashed to clash with the gray lightning. In the instant that the lightning came into contact with the white pillar of light, It was completely devoured by the white light as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. However, the purplish-golden light surging over Han Li's body also dimmed quite noticeably, clearly indicating that he had expended a lot of energy to unleash that attack. Chapter 2239, Battle against the Stemborer Queen 3. What a powerful physical body. I wonder how it compares with Stem 2. A hint of surprise crept into the unsettling voice upon seeing this. Han Li cast his gaze downward to discover that a completely translucent beetle-like insect that looked as if it were conjured up from liquid had appeared on the surface of the water down below. The insect was over 100 feet in length and had eyes of different sizes all over its body, presenting a very chilling sight to behold. The unsettling voice was coming from none other than that insect, and arcs of gray baleful lightning were flashing between its pair of remarkably long feelers. Han Li looked down at the insect and the baleful lightning with a wary expression, then suddenly cast his gaze toward Bao Hua. At this moment, Bao Hua was making a string of hand seals, and the massive Earth Emperor nail was clashing with the giant claw up above at her behest. The gigantic claw was extremely fearsome, but its owner remained hidden within the dark clouds overhead. Even with just a single claw alone, it had gained a slight upper hand over the profound heavenly treasure that was the Earth Emperor nail. Looking at the giant claw, Han Li couldn't help but recall the shattered weapons he had seen at the entrance of the hall where the formation core was situated. Aside from the massive size difference, the claw was completely concurrent with the claw mark that had been inflicted on the piece of high zenith platinum, so its owner was most likely the one that had killed all of the guards. The Earth Emperor nail was sweeping up fierce gusts of wind as it surged through the air, while the giant claw was creating white spatial rifts with every single swipe, and the two were in a complete deadlock. However, judging from Bao Hua's slightly pale complexion, it was clear that she was exerting herself by continuously using the Earth Emperor nail, and that she wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Han Li hesitated momentarily before making a decision. Brother Xia, I'll leave this insect to you. I'm going to help Bao Hua take care of her enemy first. Daoist Xia emerged behind Han Li amid a flash of silver lightning and said, "All right, leave it to me. This insect's spiritual sense secret technique and baleful lightning are both quite powerful, but they won't be very effective against me." He had been instructed by Han Li to conceal himself into space as soon as the battle had begun, and only now did he re-emerge at Han Li's behest. In the instant that Daoist Xia appeared, he quickly transformed into a gargantuan golden crab that was thousands of acres in size. The colossal crab raised its pair of massive pincers, and countless balls of lightning quickly materialized before crashing down toward the transparent insect. Not only were all of these balls of lightning astonishingly massive, there were also countless silver runes flashing within them. The translucent insect seemed to have been enraged by the attack, and it let loose a sharp screech before releasing countless arcs of gray lightning with its feelers, to clash with the balls of lightning. The two types of lightning exploded with ferocious power, illuminating the entire sky gray and silver. The entire space tremored violently and gradually became scorching hot. Despite the golden crab's enormous frame, it was able to rapidly traverse over the air while relentlessly releasing balls of lightning, but it made sure not to come into contact with its opponent. The translucent insect was flashing through the air in a wraith-like manner, and as it did so, it was also constantly releasing bolts of gray lightning to shatter the balls of silver lightning. As for the spiritual sense secret technique that it was most adept in, that was completely ineffective against a puppet. On the other side, Han Li had released his green longsword and Provenance True Devil projection again, unleashing a string of mountainous sword projections toward the giant claw. Bao Hua was greatly reinvigorated by Han Li's assistance, and a tiny pink humanoid figure holding a giant pink flower suddenly emerged from the top of her head. The miniature humanoid figure opened its mouth to release a pink halo of light, which swelled drastically in size before rising up toward the dark clouds overhead. The owner of the giant claw had been hidden in those clouds this entire time, and with Han Li's assistance, Bao Hua was finally able to directly attack the being within the clouds. Within a bottomless abyss in the water down below, the elderly man and black-robed woman were staring blankly down at an object with astonishment in their eyes. The object was lying at the deepest part of the abyss, and it was a gargantuan set of insect remains that was as pristine white as jade and over 10,000 feet in length. The carcass was completely still, but it was giving off a terrifying aura and a layer of gray light. This aura was extremely similar to the one released by the little girl, but it was somewhat different in minute ways. Is that the body of the Stemborer queen? The black-robed woman asked in a hesitant manner. That should be it. Aside from the Stemborer queen, I can't think of any creature whose remains would give off such a fearsome aura. Even the body we destroyed earlier can't compare with it, the elderly man replied. Judging from the appearance of this carcass, the Stemborer queen's body must have already perished long ago. So what was that thing we just encountered? Could it be that it's already become a true immortal, and its soul can live for all of eternity even without a vessel? The black-robed woman speculated. I'm not sure about that, but in any case our mission is complete and this is definitely a good thing for us. As for why its soul is still able to thrive, that most likely has something to do with this carcass, the elderly man replied with a wry smile. Now that you mention it, that's certainly quite possible. I've heard that there are some ancient secret techniques that can allow one to focus all of their essence in a part of their body. If the Stemborer queen had used such a secret technique before it had perished, then its soul should be able to live on for some time. In that case, let's destroy this carcass, the black-robed woman said as a hint of killing intent surfaced in her eyes. As soon as her voice trailed off, she made a grabbing motion, and the same inky black spear from before appeared in her grasp. Hold on. A thought suddenly occurred to the elderly man, and he hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was already too late. The black spear came crashing down onto the massive carcass as a bolt of black lightning, striking the head of the carcass and sending countless thin arcs of lightning erupting in all directions. However, after the black lightning faded, the head of the carcass was revealed to be completely unscathed. Impossible. This spear of mine isn't a profound heavenly treasure, but no top-grade treasure can even begin to compare with its power, the black-robed woman exclaimed in an astonished manner. Right at this moment, scintillating light erupted from the carcass, and countless golden and silver runes surged forth before revolving around it. There's something wrong with these remains, the elderly man yelled as his expression changed drastically, and he immediately hurled his myriad beast badge through the air, which transformed into a shimmering jade gate. He then quickly made a hand seal and countless beastly projections rushed out of the jade gate in a frenzy. The black-robed woman was also very alarmed as she raised both hands up into the air, summoning a black nine-headed snake projection with purplish-black forked tongues. The projection opened its 9 mouths to send a vast expanse of purple devilish flames surging toward the carcass. The purple flames gave off a rank odor, and the surrounding space instantly took on a black tinge, as if it had been contaminated by the flames. After failing to destroy the carcass with her spear, the black-robed woman had immediately unleashed another one of her trump cards, which was her infernal contaminant flames. These flames were refined from 81 types of extremely poisonous qi from several realms, and if a person were to catch a whiff of it even from hundreds of kilometers away, they would immediately perish. As for living beings that came into contact with these flames, not only would their bodies disintegrate into dirty liquid, even their souls would be contaminated, making it impossible for them to reincarnate. These flames had always been the black-robed woman's most powerful trump card, but unfortunately, it was a limited resource, so the more she used, the less she would have left. As such, she only unleashed this trump card when it was absolutely necessary to do so. The sea of purple flames and countless beast projections instantly inundated the carcass in its entirety, but the carcass suddenly stirred as it began to cackle in an unsettling manner, and it suddenly moved its 2 arms as it released a burst of invisible power. All of the devilish flames and beast projections were kept at bay several tens of feet away from the carcass as if they had struck an impenetrable wall. The beast projections self-detonated one after another while the devilish flames raged in a frenzy, but they were all firmly kept out. Meanwhile, the carcass continued to cackle as it rose to its feet in a wobbly manner. Chapter 2240. The Fearsome Carcass. Quick! We have to strike it down now. Its aura is becoming more and more powerful, so it must be recovering its powers. The elderly man yelled as he swept his spiritual sense toward the carcass. He then vanished on the spot before reappearing over 1,000 feet away. Immediately thereafter, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing a burst of blue light, within which sat a miniature humanoid figure that was completely identical to him. As soon as the miniature humanoid figure appeared, a string of blue beads flew out of its body. Each bead was only around the size of a thumb, but they were of an extremely deep blue color with impeccably smooth surfaces. All of a sudden, the beads transformed into balls of light the size of wagon wheels at the elderly man's behest, then flew toward the giant carcass with devastating force. As for the black-robed woman, she gritted her teeth before transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that vanished into the nine-headed snake projection behind her. Immediately thereafter, the world's origin chi within the abyss surged into the nine-headed snake projection in a frenzy, allowing it to instantly take on a substantial form. In this form, the snake had resplendent colorful scales, but its 9 heads were as red as blood, and it opened its cavernous mouths once again to release purple devilish flames that were several times purer than what had been unleashed before. Even though the carcass hadn't unleashed any attacks yet, the sense of pressure it was giving off struck both of them with a strong sense of foreboding. The carcass had risen to its feet, but it seemed yet to return to normal as its movements were still quite clumsy and maladroit. The dozen or so balls of blue light crashed into the invisible wall near the carcass, triggering a string of earth-shattering explosions that sent powerful shockwaves erupting in all directions. These balls of light didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but all of them were imbued with incredible power. The carcass raised its arms to shield itself, but it was still forced back a step with each ball of light that exploded. After taking around a dozen steps backward in succession, the invisible wall around it finally shattered, and its smooth jade-like front limbs were quickly riddled with countless thin cracks. Before the carcass had a chance to do anything, the 9-headed snake also arrived before transforming into 9 chains of flames that bound themselves tightly around the massive carcass. The purplish-black chains of flames were giving off an incredibly corrosive aura, instantly branding deep black gashes onto the carcass. The dozen or so balls of light also began to bombard the carcass from all directions. In the face of their combined attacks, the giant carcass had been forced onto the back foot, and both the elderly man and black-robed woman were ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, a delicate figure appeared above the massive carcass amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The elderly man and black-robed woman focused their eyes upon the small figure, and their faces instantly paled significantly. The small figure was none other than the little girl formed by the Stemborer Queen's soul. Wasn't she being kept at bay by Bao Hua and the others? How had she suddenly appeared here? The elderly man and black-robed woman could only continue to attack the carcass while being extremely wary of the little girl. The little girl's face was clearly paler than it had been before, and she completely ignored the elderly man and black-robed woman as she turned to the carcass before saying something in a voice that was very pleasing to the ears. However, neither the elderly man nor the black-robed woman were able to understand what she was saying. A layer of white light appeared around the carcass after hearing what the little girl had to say, and it raised its head through the attacks from the blue balls of light while completely ignoring the flaming chains. It then focused its gaze on the little girl and replied in the same unknown language. The giant carcass was speaking in a nonchalant and unhurried manner, but the little girl seemed to be very displeased, and her voice abruptly rose a few octaves as if she were arguing with the carcass. The elderly man and black-robed woman were rather perplexed to see this, but they were also taking advantage of this opportunity to attack the carcass even more vigorously. The balls of blue light accelerated by around twofold, flying around the carcass like a series of shooting stars. Meanwhile, sharp spikes erupted out of the surfaces of the chains of flames, embedding themselves deep into the carcass and corroding it at a noticeably faster rate. Of course, as a precautionary measure against potential retaliation from the carcass and the little girl, the elderly man and black-robed woman were gliding back in retreat. However, much to their surprise, the carcass paid no heed to them at all and merely continued to communicate with the little girl in that unknown language. The little girl was very urgent and agitated, while the carcass was very calm and almost a little smug, creating a very strange contrast. All of a sudden, a fierce look appeared on the little girl's face and she pointed a finger downward. A speck of black light appeared on her fingertip, and it swelled dramatically in size while becoming extremely bright, as if it could absorb all of the light in the nearby area. All of the world's origin chi in the entire underwater abyss erupted into a frenzy, and a burst of extremely fearsome power of laws descended. That's the law of time. The nascent soul of the elderly man was seated on the top of his head, and a horrified look immediately appeared on its face. As for the 9-headed snake that the black-robed woman had transformed into, it instantly severed the 9 flaming chains in its mouths, then shot back several thousand feet before finally stopping in a wary manner. Escaping on her own could attract the attention of the little girl and plunge her into grave peril. Otherwise, the black-robed woman would have fled the scene completely. After the little girl unleashed her law of time, the massive carcass tremored slightly, and it began to speak a little faster, seemingly rather wary of the little girl. The little girl also began to speak in a more urgent manner, and moments later, the carcass seemed to have made some sort of concussion as it opened its mouth to release a giant inky black crystal that was around the size of a house. A pleased look appeared on the little girl's face, and the black light on her fingertip was withdrawn as she drifted toward the black crystal. However, right as she was about to set foot on the crystal, an extremely fearsome aura suddenly erupted from the carcass's body, and it struggled free from the flaming chains before swiping a limb through the air, slicing all of the surrounding blue balls of light in half and causing them to explode. An enraged look appeared on the little girl's face upon seeing this, and the black light on her fingertip reappeared as her body blurred in preparation to teleport away. However, a massive black mouth that was filled with sharp fangs suddenly opened up on the inky black crystal down below, and it instantly swallowed the little girl before flying back into the giant carcass's mouth. The elderly man and black-robed woman were stunned to see this, and after a quick conversation, the former's nascent soul returned to his body, while the latter reverted back to her human form. The two of them then immediately fled together. Having just witnessed the carcass dispelling their trump cards so easily, they knew that they were no match for it and could only escape to reunite with Bao Hua and the others. However, in the instant that they decided to flee, specks of light suddenly converged within the massive eye sockets of the carcass, forming two balls of black flames. It then cackled as it pointed a finger twice into the distance, and two balls of black light emerged before vanishing in a flash. The power of the law of time instantly reappeared to envelop the elderly man and black-robed woman, and all of a sudden, both of them felt their surroundings blur into an unrecognizable swirl. Once the surrounding area settled again, they discovered a giant white skull right in front of them, appraising them with a sinister expression. The two of them had reappeared back to where the carcass was under the effect of the law of time. They were naturally extremely alarmed by this, yet before they had a chance to do anything, the carcass had already opened its cavernous mouth to devour them. In the air above the water, the devil-fied Han Li was currently pulling a hand that was riddled with silver formations out of the body of a human-faced Stemborer with an azure exoskeleton. The Stemborer was over 1,000 feet in length with a pair of massive front limbs that were several times larger than its own body. Right as Han Li withdrew his hand, the Stemborer's front limbs suddenly sagged like a pair of balloons, instantly reverting back to the same size as all of its other limbs. Han Li cast his gaze downward, and a befuddled frown appeared on his face upon failing to discover any traces of blood seeping out of the Stemborer's body. Chapter 2241. Mystery. A translucent thread suddenly shot out of Han Li's glabella before vanishing into the giant Stemborer's body in a flash, but the carcass suddenly exploded into specks of white light as if it were nothing more than an illusion. The translucent thread returned to Han Li's glabella, and his expression immediately darkened slightly. Elsewhere, countless pink flower petals had filled an entire area, within which countless silver arcs of lightning were flashing incessantly. Bao Hua had already arrived beside Daoist Xia and activated her spirit domain to trap the other Stemborer. That Stemborer's forte laid in its spiritual sense secret technique, but unfortunately for it, Daoist Xia was completely unaffected, as was Bao Hua due to the enhancements she received from her spirit domain. The Stemborer's baleful lightning was also extremely powerful and was imbued with the power of the law of destruction, allowing it to damage even profound heavenly treasures. But both Daoist Xia and Bao Hua were very cunning, refusing to engage in direct clashes with it. As a result, it was becoming more and more enraged as all of its attacks were being evaded. Once Bao Hua unleashed her profound heavenly spirit domain to trap the Stemborer, the tables were immediately turned. The Stemborer immediately unleashed its baleful lightning with all its might to try and escape from the spirit domain. But this profound heavenly spirit domain was an ability that only true immortals could truly master, and it was far too difficult for the Stemborer to break out of. The sea of pink flower petals trapped the Stemborer firmly at the center of the spirit domain at Bao Hua's behest, causing it to become more and more sluggish despite the fact that it was resisting with all its might. The Stemborer had surrounded itself with arcs of gray lightning and a white light barrier manifested from its spiritual sense, but it was riddled with wounds and on the verge of defeat in the face of Daoist Xia and Bao Hua's combined attacks. Han Li summoned his green longsword again upon seeing this, then slashed it through the air to unleash 12 green lines at once. In the next instant the 12 green lines appeared right beside the Stemborer in Bao Hua's profound heavenly spirit domain in unison, then flashed past its body in a flash. The light barrier and lightning around the Stemborer were instantly wiped out of existence alongside the Stemborer itself, and it was as if it had never been there in the first place. Bao Hua was quite alarmed to see this, and only after carefully verifying that the Stemborer was no longer in her spirit domain did she withdraw the spirit domain with tightly furrowed brows. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby and Han Li emerged not far away, while Daoist Xia also reverted back to his human form before appearing behind Han Li. Han Li cast his gaze toward Daoist Xia and was quite relieved to find that Daoist Xia was largely unscathed. Your powers are truly formidable, Brother Han. Even with my spirit domain to protect me, it would have definitely been very difficult for me to withstand that slash, Bao Hua said with a slightly wary look in her eyes. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. The Stemborer was already a spent force after battling the two of you for so long. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to strike it down so easily, Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. It's not that simple. Bao Hua shook her head in response but didn't say anything further. Instead she cast her gaze toward the spot where the Stemborer had just disappeared with a perplexed look in her eyes. Looks like you've also noticed that something is amiss. It's clear that we didn't manage to actually destroy those Stemborers. Setting that little girl aside, these two Stemborers don't seem to be physical beings either and they're not that easy to kill, Han Li said as a grim look appeared on his face. Indeed, I always felt like those two Stemborers were off somehow. Both of them possess powerful abilities but are extremely limited. One of them possessed an incredibly powerful spiritual sense, while the other had such a formidable physical body that it was able to match me with just a single claw. However, the one-sided nature of their abilities was a weakness that we could exploit to defeat them, Bao Hua analyzed. If these Stemborers were bred by the Stemborer Queen, then this is very strange. Considering how cunning the Stemborer Queen is, there's no way it'd do something so unintelligent, Bao Hua continued. Individually, those two Stemborers were still manageable, but if their abilities were combined in a single Stemborer. Han Li chuckled as he left his sentence unfinished. Bao Hua's face paled slightly as she drew a sharp breath. If that had been the case, all of us would have been in severe trouble. I'm not sure if you noticed, but the little girl and those two Stemborers don't seem to be allies. Even those two Stemborers seem to harbor some animosity toward one another. Otherwise, if they had teamed up from the very beginning, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as simple to exploit their individual weaknesses, Han Li said with a meaningful expression. That is indeed rather strange. If they were bred by the Stemborer Queen, then why do they seem so hostile toward the Stemborer Queen's soul? Bao Hua mused as her brows furrowed tightly. I don't understand that either. But judging from how those two Stemborers disappeared just now, they seem to have been conjured up through the power of projection, Han Li remarked. The power of projection? Are you saying that there are beings from other realms interfering with this matter as well? For a mere projection to be so powerful, could it be that true immortals are involved? Bao Hua's expression changed significantly as this thought occurred to her. I'm not sure about that. This is only a suspicion of mine and perhaps it's incorrect. However, if that really were the case, then the situation here is very complex. How about you communicate with the spirit of the ancient seal to see if it's found out anything, Han Li suggested. The spirit of the ancient seal has become very frail from the seal's power loss, and even I can't contact it now. Otherwise, the ancient seal will instantly fall apart, Bao Hua replied with a wry smile. In that case, it looks like we're completely in the dark, Han Li said with a grim expression. In any case, we can't turn back now. I still haven't received any news from our other two fellow Daoists, so something's most likely happened to them. It looks like we'll have to venture down there ourselves, Bao Hua sighed. I'll abide by our agreement and accompany you down there, but if we encounter any insurmountable peril, I'm going to turn back right away, Han Li said with a serious expression. Of course, I'd do the same if our mission becomes too difficult to accomplish. Besides, I'm sure you're capable of leaving this space even without the treasured Phoenix Spirit Plate, Bao Hua said with a knowing smile. I'm glad you understand that. Let's go down now, Han Li replied with an expressionless nod, then plunged into the water with Daoist Xia by his side. Bao Hua quickly inspected her surroundings, and after verifying that nothing was amiss, she also followed along. Shortly after the three of them entered the water, a burst of faint spatial fluctuations erupted overhead alongside wisps of five-colored light. The five-colored light then quickly converged to form a tightly shut giant five-colored eye. Meanwhile, the giant Stemborer carcass was hovering in the underwater abyss in a completely still manner, but two balls of devilish flames were burning within its eye sockets, and the flames were only becoming brighter and brighter. Several broken treasures that were glowing with faint spiritual light hovered beside the carcass, one of which was a shattered jade badge, while the other was a black spear with cracks all over its surface. These two were the elderly man and black-robed woman's most prized treasures, yet they had been strewn around like garbage, and it was clear that the two of them were most likely already dead. Spatial fluctuations erupted above the carcass, and two blurry balls of light emerged in unison. One of the balls of white light transformed into a giant rotund insect, while the other morphed into an almost transparent insect. These were none other than the two insects that had just been slain by Han Li and Bao Hua. However, their bodies had become far more indistinct, and their auras had also waned significantly, making them resemble a pair of projections. All of a sudden, a silver-robed woman emerged from the devilish flames within one of the eye sockets of the giant carcass. The woman had an elegant figure, and she looked much like a more mature version of the little girl that had just been devoured. Both of the blurry insect projections immediately sprawled down onto the ground in reverence. The silver-robed woman cast a cold gaze toward the two projections, then harumphed coldly, "Useless fools. I can't believe you're unable to deal with a few puny Grand Ascension stage beings of the lower realms." Having said that, it's a good thing that they managed to wound the Stemborer queen's soul. Otherwise, I may not have been able to completely devour it so soon. Now that close to half of my powers has recovered, I no longer have any use for you two. Return my energy to me now. The silver-robed woman raised a finger and pointed toward the pair of projections as she spoke. Chapter 2242, Battle in the Spirit Domain. The two insect projections were very alarmed to hear this, and they immediately attempted to flee, but two shimmering black runes shot out of the silver-robed woman's fingertip, then vanished into the bodies of the two projections at an incredible speed. The two projections let loose a collective agonized howl as they writhed with all their might to resist the black rune's power, but it was all to no avail as their bodies rapidly began to shrink. Moments later, only a pair of balls of light were left hovering in mid-air. The silver-robed woman swept a hand through the air, and the balls of light flew directly toward her. She then opened her mouth to devour the two balls of light, and as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her aura seemed to have swelled to become around twice as powerful as it had originally been. Moments later, she reopened her eyes and her aura instantly returned to normal. Right at this moment, she seemed to have sensed something, and she cast a cold gaze upward before returning to the ball of devilish flames within the eye socket of the giant carcass in a flash. In the next instant, the carcass suddenly raised its head and let loose a shrill roar, upon which clouds of blood mist appeared around it before transforming into crimson threads that quickly adhered to the bones of the carcass. One layer of crimson threads after another wound themselves around the carcass's bones before quickly transforming into blood, flesh, meridians, skin, and scales. In the blink of an eye, the carcass had transformed into a three-headed giant insect. The central head of the insect bore the appearance of the silver-robed woman, while the other two heads were mostly covered in five-colored scales with countless eyeballs of different sizes all over the tops of the heads, presenting a very chilling sight to behold. As for the insect's body, it was as smooth and translucent as a flawless chunk of crystal. On its back were 4 pairs of beautiful white cicada wings with 5-colored runes etched all over their surfaces. As soon as the mountainous insect's body was reconstructed, the central head cast a cold gaze upward in silence. As for the other two heads, their eyes were tightly shut, and they remained completely expressionless as if they were inanimate objects. Moments later, 3 streaks of light descended into the abyss from above. The lights faded over 1,000 away and Han Li's trio was revealed. At such a close range, Han Li and Bao Hua were naturally able to see the giant insect down below, and both of their expressions faltered slightly in response to this sight. This giant insect was completely different in appearance from the body they had destroyed above the water, And what was most alarming to Han Li and Bao Hua was the central head of the insect, which bore a strong resemblance to the little girl. So this is the Stemborer queen's body. It looks like we're too late, it's already awakened, Bao Hua said with a dark expression. It doesn't look like the body we just destroyed, but this should indeed be the Stemborer queen's body, Han Li replied with a grim look in his eyes. Seeing as it's completely unscathed here, I can only assume that our two fellow Daoists have already perished, Bao Hua sighed. Han Li cast his gaze toward the broken treasures next to the giant insect, and he nodded with a solemn expression. So you three were the ones that harmed my clone and disrupted my rest. The central head of the giant insect suddenly spoke, and its voice was very pleasing to the ears, like that of a seductive maiden. Are you the Stemborer queen? Have our two companions from earlier already fallen by your hands? Bao Hua asked in a calm voice. Hee, those two puny Grand Ascension stage beings dared to attack me, so of course I had to devour them. Seeing as you three aren't willing to answer my question, I'll send you on your way just like I did to your companions, the central head of the giant insect said in a cold voice, but its words were accompanied by a mismatching seductive smile. As soon as its voice trailed off, it opened its mouth to release a plume of gray threads, which transformed into a massive net that descended toward Han Li's trio from above. The net was releasing a nauseating rank odor, and Han Li's trio appeared to be quite calm, but they were naturally very wary of the Stemborer queen. As the gray net descended toward the trio, Bao Hua immediately yelled, "Now!" She then instantly flipped over a hand to conjure up a miniature tree amid a flash of green light, which quickly transformed into a massive pink tree that released countless pink flower petals to fill the entire space down below. At the same time, Daoist Xie transformed into a giant golden crab that was around 100 acres in size, and a massive lightning net rose up from its body to oppose the descending gray net. Meanwhile, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and the profound heavenly spirit/sword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. His body also swelled drastically in size as his provenance true devil projection emerged, then transformed into its golden body form before fusing as one with him. Purplish golden scales began to appear all over his body alongside countless silver spirit runes that formed a series of formations of different sizes. He then abruptly flicked his wrist and countless balls of five-colored light suddenly emerged within the abyss before surging into the long sword in a frenzy. A row of silver runes lit up on the blade of the sword, and the power of laws surged forth as 12 green lines swept through the air. The 12 green lines were virtually connected to form a single line, and they instantly reached the giant insect before slicing toward it with devastating force. It was clear that Han Li and the others had already devised a strategy to be used when facing the Stemborer queen, and all of them had unleashed their trump cards in unison. Daoist Xie was responsible for opposing the Stemborer queen's attack. Bao Hua had been assigned the duty of trapping the Stemborer queen, while Han Li was the one who was going to land the killing blow. A normal Grand Ascension stage being would most likely have no chance of surviving this combination attack, but the human face of the Stemborer queen merely raised an eyebrow, and a flurry of energy fluctuations erupted from its body to sweep all of the surrounding flower petal projections aside. Immediately thereafter, it raised a human arm and pointed a delicate finger forward. Black light flashed as a shimmering black rune shot forth out of its fingertip to strike the green line at the very forefront with unerring accuracy. The black rune exploded and a burst of formidable power of laws swept forth. As soon as the 12 green lines came into contact with this power of laws, they immediately drew to an abrupt halt before suddenly being repelled back to Han Li's trio. Han Li and Bao Hua's expressions both changed drastically upon seeing this, and the former hurriedly slashed his long sword through the air again to unleash 12 more green lines. The 24 green lines clashed and were destroyed in unison, but a burst of fearsome energy fluctuations continued to surge toward Han Li's trio. Han Li raised his profound heavenly spirit/sword, and several of the silver runes on the blade lit up to absorb the oncoming energy fluctuations, but he was involuntarily forced back a few steps by the impact. Using his profound heavenly treasure several times in succession had eaten away a large chunk of his magic power, and his face had paled slightly to reflect that. If a normal Grand Ascension cultivator had been in his shoes, they would have most likely already exhausted their magic power and suffered backlash from the profound heavenly treasure. That's not normal repulsion. It's the power of reversal of the law of time. Bao Hua exclaimed as she gritted her teeth and plucked off one of the thick branches of the floral tree in her hand, then quickly swept it through the air. However, the Stemborer queen seemed to already be prepared for this, and a gray halo abruptly erupted from its body alongside bursts of peculiar energy fluctuations. The gray halo forced back a vast expanse of pink flower petal projections, and a gray rune suddenly appeared near the giant insect. At the same time, a burst of power of laws struck the halo with devastating force, only to be repelled by the halo, which remained completely unscathed. An incredulous look appeared on Bao Hua's face upon seeing this. A profound heavenly spirit domain, eh? I didn't think that a mere lower realm grand ascension stage being would be able to master such an ability. Unfortunately, this is only a faux spirit domain, so there's no way it'll be effective against me. How about this? Before I devour you, let me show you what a true profound heavenly spirit domain looks like. The Stemborer queen chuckled as it suddenly made a hand seal with its front limbs, then chanted an incantation to make the gray halo around it rotate at a rapid speed. All of a sudden, the halo vanished in a flash and all of the light in the entire abyss dimmed significantly. Chapter 2243, Grueling Battle. The entire abyss seemed to have been tipped upside down. All of the surrounding seawater had vanished, while dark clouds had filled the entire sky up above, and a vast expanse of murky grayness that was tinged with specks of white light had appeared down below. Ghostly howls rang out in the surrounding area, and gusts of glacial winds swept forth as the specks of white light slowly rose upward. Bao Hua's expression changed drastically as she discovered these specks of white light were all skulls with white ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets, and the sheer number of them presented a chilling sight to behold. This is also a spirit domain? Han Li had felt the surrounding air instantly tighten as these skulls had appeared, and he was immediately struck by a sense of extreme peril, but nothing had actually happened. However, an enlightened look then appeared on his face as he cast his gaze toward Bao Hua, who was currently making a rapid series of hand seals with a grim look on her face. Her spirit domain had been shrunk down to less than 1,000th of its original size, covering an area of only around an acre. All of the flower petal projections within this compressed spirit domain became extremely bright, while the fragrance they were emitting became several times more pronounced, and they were also fluttering through the air with far greater urgency. However, the Stemborer queen was nowhere to be seen outside the spirit domain. Instead, the only things that were visible were those countless white skulls. They were blasting white flames out of their mouths to clash with the pink flower petals, sending bursts of energy fluctuations surging through the air. With each clash that took place, Bao Hua's face would pale slightly, and a short while later she was already sweating profusely. Brother Han, I've already compressed my spirit domain, but even so I won't be able to last much longer, Bao Hua hurriedly said as an urgent look appeared on her face. I understand. Let me try and break through here. This isn't the true immortal realm, so I'm sure this isn't an actual profound heavenly spirit domain, Han Li said with a dark expression before issuing an instruction to Daoist. He then transformed into a giant golden ape that was several hundred feet tall, then sprouted 2 extra heads and 4 additional arms before thrusting his 6 giant fists viciously through the air. 6 head-sized balls of light erupted from his fists, then immediately appeared outside Bao Hua's spirit domain before exploding among the white skulls. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a vast expanse of golden light surged through the air, reducing all of the white skulls in its wake to ashes. Han Li's attack had cleared out a wide berth around Bao Hua's spirit domain, and the pressure on her was immediately alleviated somewhat. A hint of elation appeared on her face, yet her expression then immediately stiffened. Countless white skulls had reappeared in the area that Han Li had just cleared out, and all of them were extremely furious. They began to blast forth white flames to clash with the golden light again, and their auras seemed to have become even more powerful than before. Han Li was unsurprised to see this, and he murmured to himself, as expected, they can't be killed so easily, but what about this? He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger forward, and the golden light exploded into countless golden runes that transformed into a golden vortex with a diameter of around 100 feet. The world's origin chi surged violently, and the vortex began to rotate at a rapid speed, releasing a burst of fearsome suction force that forcibly sucked in many of the nearby skulls. More white skulls would emerge to replace the ones that had been sucked into the vortex, but the suction force of the vortex seemed to also be boundless, and it was becoming more and more powerful. Thus, no matter how many skulls appeared, they were all drawn into the vortex and shredded without any exception. Oh, this is Xianyuan Divine Light. No, it's only a replica ability. Perhaps the actual Xianyuan Divine Light would pose some threat to me, but this is nothing. The Stemborer Queen's chuckling voice rang out, following which a black rune emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then vanished into the golden vortex, enveloping it in a burst of power of laws. Following the entry of the black rune, the golden vortex quickly shrank before finally disintegrating into specks of golden light. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this. The power of the law of time could counteract virtually all abilities, and it was very troublesome for him to oppose. Meanwhile, Bao Hua was injecting her magic power into her spirit domain with all her might to oppose the Stemborer Queen's profound heavenly spirit domain, while Daoist was sweeping his giant pincers violently through the air, releasing massive balls of lighting that surged upward in a torrential barrage to keep the descending gray net at bay. The giant gray net had been manifested by some type of extremely formidable power, and even though Daoist was pushing his lightning output to its maximal extent, he was still unable to damage the net and could only prevent it from descending for now. Neither of them were using any other treasures, as they knew that normal treasures wouldn't work against such a powerful opponent anyway. Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly giving a cold harumph. Your law of time is very formidable, but I wonder how many more times you can unleash it. I'm sure you can't just use such a powerful ability as you please. As soon as his voice rang out, he thrust his fists through the air again to unleash countless golden fist projections that exploded among the sea of white skulls. Countless golden runes surged forth, forming around a dozen golden vortexes at once, all of which began to revolve at a rapid speed. A cold harumph rang out, and an equivalent number of black runes sprang forth to strike the vortexes with unerring accuracy. All of the vortexes quickly disintegrated into nothingness once again, but Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he continued to unleash more fist projections. How dare you? The Stemborer Queen finally flared up with fury. No more black runes were released, but all of the white skulls suddenly converged to form massive skeletons, each of which was over 1,000 feet tall. These skeletons had countless skulls all over their bodies, and all of the skulls wore twisted, agonized expressions, presenting a very chilling sight to behold. There were hundreds of these massive skeletons, and all of them made hand seals to release layers of spiritual light, allowing them to be completely unaffected by the suction force of the golden vortexes. The skeletons then cackled as gusts of fierce winds erupted from their bodies, then transformed into suits of translucent armor, as well as giant white bone tridents. With the enhancement of the spirit domain, all of these giant armored skeleton warriors possessed auras that were comparable to Grand Ascension stage beings, and they hurled their bone tridents viciously into the golden vortexes. A dull thump rang out as the golden vortexes exploded one after another, and the skeleton warriors conjured up more bone tridents before hurling them toward Bao Hua's spirit domain. Bao Hua's face paled significantly upon seeing this, but there was nothing that she could do as it was already taking all of her effort just to support the entire domain. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to just stand by and watch. The profound heavenly spirit sword reappeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light, and he immediately unleashed around a dozen more green lines at once. The green lines clashed with the bone tridents, and both sides were completely eradicated amid a resounding explosion. Han Li had expended a lot of magic power through that attack, and in the next instant his expression immediately darkened significantly. The skeleton warriors had conjured up more bone tridents, and their auras had become even more powerful. Faint black light was flashing from the tips of these tridents, and they were releasing hints of the power of laws. Let me assist you, Brother Han. Even if this is a true profound heavenly spirit domain, its power can't be unlimited. This is most likely the last wave of attacks the domain is capable of unleashing. As long as we can withstand this wave of attacks, the spirit domain's power will be completely exhausted, Bao Hua hurriedly yelled. At the same time, she flipped her hand over to produce the Earth Emperor nail, and she grabbed onto the nail before quickly plunging it into the giant floral tree that was supporting her entire spirit domain. The giant tree was already looking quite withered due to overexertion, but in the instant that the Earth Emperor nail was plunged into its trunk, it was suddenly infused with a powerful burst of vitality. Not only did its leaves take on an exuberant green color again, it had also swelled noticeably in size. Chapter 2244. True Extreme Body. As a result, the number of flower petal projections in the profound heavenly floral realm increased by close to half, and they all transformed into a series of palm-sized pink shields. Meanwhile, all of the silver formations on Han Li's body began to emit a loud buzzing sound alongside bursts of five-colored light, which flowed into his profound heavenly spirit/sword along his 6 arms. The silver runes on the sword instantly began to glow with scintillating light, making it almost impossible to look directly at the sword. Once all of the light faded, the sword was revealed to have swelled to over 100 feet in size, and the silver runes on its surface were moving incessantly as if they had sprung to life. Han Li then slashed his long sword through the air, and a green halo immediately proliferated outward. Almost at the exact same moment, the surrounding skeleton warriors also sprang into action, hurling their bone tridents forward in unison. As soon as the bone tridents left the hands of the skeleton warriors, a string of cracks and pops rang out all over their bodies, and they disintegrated into powder, having exhausted the power that had been supporting them. In the next instant, the bone tridents plunged into the expanding green halo, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as black qi and green light intertwined, stirring up the world's origin qi in the surrounding area into a chaotic frenzy. Han Li's slash was extremely powerful, but there was no way it could withstand the full-blooded attacks of over 100 Grand Ascension stage beings. The green halo only lasted for an instant before it was shattered, but it had eradicated most of the bone tridents as well. As for the dozen or so remaining bone tridents, they plunged into Bao Hua's rapidly revolving spirit domain as streaks of black light. Bao Hua's fingers curled back slightly within her sleeves, and a burst of faint energy fluctuations erupted forth. The revolving spirit domain immediately came to a standstill before shrinking even further, and around a dozen balls of black light suddenly appeared within it. These balls of black light quickly fused as one, staining a large section of the spirit domain black, then abruptly vanished on the spot. At this point, the Stemborer Queen's spirit domain seemed to have also exhausted all of its power, and it gradually faded to reveal the underwater abyss again. At this moment, Bao Hua was holding the Earth Emperor nail in one hand, while Han Li was standing with his sword raised before him. The two of them had managed to protect themselves with their profound heavenly treasures, but the profound heavenly floral domain had been completely destroyed. As for Daoist, he had reverted back to his human form and was standing right beside Han Li with lightning flashing around his body. The giant gray net overhead was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it had been eradicated during the clash between the powers of laws that had just taken place, or perhaps Daoist dispelled it somehow. The Stemborer Queen was floating in the water up ahead, and there was a surprised look in the eyes of its central human face. I didn't think that the three of you would be able to dispel my profound heavenly spirit domain with only a pair of profound heavenly treasures. It's no wonder that my 2 clones were no match for you. Setting that faux immortal puppet aside for now, you two must be among the most exceptional powerful beings of the lower realms, the Stemborer Queen said. I'm greatly flattered by your kind words of praise, but if it isn't for the fact that you're currently severely debilitated, we most likely wouldn't have been able to break your spirit domain even with our profound heavenly treasures. It looks like you really haven't recovered much of your powers, Bao Hua remarked. Oh, are you of the opinion that you gained the upper hand in that last clash? The Stemborer Queen chuckled with a disdainful expression. I don't know about that, but what I do know is that you most likely won't be able to unleash any powerful abilities now, Bao Hua said with a faint smile. What's that supposed to mean? Hold on, what is this? The Stemborer Queen's expression changed drastically as it suddenly raised one of its front limbs. A thin yellow needle had been embedded into that front limb, and most of the needle had plunged into the Stemborer Queen's flesh. A peculiar smile appeared on Bao Hua's face as she waved her Earth Emperor nail through the air, and the thin needle on the Stemborer Queen's front limb also swelled to around a foot in length. At the same time, it was releasing countless yellow runes, as well as a burst of power of laws that had completely encompassed the Stemborer Queen's body. As a result, the massive Stemborer Queen suddenly shrank down significantly to only several tens of feet in size. You have a third profound heavenly treasure? When did you manage to do this? I remember feeling a bit of discomfort during that final clash. That must have been when you struck. the Stemborer queen said with a dark expression, and its expression darkened even further upon discovering that it was unable to access most of its magic power. Hehe, that's not a third profound heavenly treasure. The Earth Emperor nail is a pair of treasures, and only when the two are combined is the nail in its most powerful form, Bao Hua said as she flicked her wrist to hurl the giant yellow nail in her hand through the air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the Stemborer queen, and the second Earth Emperor nail plunged down like lightning. Even with the Stemborer queen's incredible powers, it would most likely be rendered completely unable to access its magic power if it were to allow both Earth Emperor nails to plunge into its body. However, in the face of Bao Hua's surprise attack, the Stemborer queen merely gave a cold harumph as it swept a front limb through the air, swatting the second Earth Emperor nail away as if it were a pesky fly. It then reached out with its other front limb to catch the yellow nail that it had just sent flying. I was wondering why your profound heavenly treasure was so weak. Turns out it's a pair of treasures. I just so happen to be missing a few good treasures. I wouldn't mind adding this Earth Emperor nail to my collection, the Stemborer queen said with a mocking smile as it appraised the struggling yellow nail in its hand. Impossible. Most of your power has already been sealed away. How are you still able to do this? 1-inch Bao Hua couldn't believe her own eyes. She had hidden the second Earth Emperor nail from the very beginning to be used as a sure-kill trump card. Yet her plan had completely failed, and as a result she had lost all of her confidence. Meanwhile, a thought seemed to have occurred to Han Li, and a hint of enlightenment flashed through his eyes. I must say you two are quite unlucky. If you had encountered me several hundred years ago, perhaps that plan of yours would have worked. However, in my current form, I'd be able to kill you two with ease even without access to any of my magic power, the Stemborer queen said in a lazy voice, and her fearsome aura completely faded, only to be replaced by another type of invisible pressure that was just as formidable. Bao Hua's face paled even further upon hearing this, while Han Li asked, "Does your confidence stem from your physical body? You're a smart man. Did you really think that all I've been doing here this entire time is recover my power and attempt to break the seal? Truth be told, if I wanted to break the seal, I could have done so with ease over 100,000 years ago. I chose to remain here as I wanted to use the power of the ancient seal to refine my body and attain a true extreme body. Now that I've achieved that objective, you wouldn't be able to harm me even if I do nothing but stand here and allow you to attack me. With this true extreme body, I am the most powerful being across all realms." The Stemborer queen chortled with glee. As soon as its voice rang out, it swept all of its limbs through the air, creating countless thin spatial rifts. Enormous suction force erupted out of those rifts, sweeping up the yellow runes around its body, following which all of the rifts were sealed again. In the next instant, the Stemborer queen reached over and plucked out the yellow nail embedded into its front limb with ease. Impossible. This Earth Emperor nail has been refined by my good friend for countless years. How could it be pulled out so easily? Bao Hua murmured to herself as her face took on an ashy complexion. Chapter 2245. Profound Immortal. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, while Daoist Xia suddenly said something that was rather intriguing to him. Are you referring to the true extreme body possessed only by profound immortals? I didn't think that a mere faux immortal puppet would be aware of this. Looks like your former owner had to have been someone from the true immortal realm, the Stemborer queen said as a hint of surprise appeared in its eyes. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "What's a profound immortal? Is it some type of high-grade true immortal?" Not exactly. Profound immortals are considered to be anomalies in the true immortal realm. Instead of cultivating magic power, they focus only on refining their physical bodies, walking a different path from normal true immortals, and they're referred to by some as refinement immortals. Among true immortals of the same caliber, profound immortals are generally far more powerful, and a true extreme body is almost a signature trait among all profound immortals. Profound immortals are very powerful among low-grade true immortals, but progressing to higher levels is extremely difficult for them. As such, even though they're vastly renowned in the true immortal realm, very few people choose to pursue this path, Daoist explained. That sounds rather similar to the body refinement warriors of our human race. Seeing as the Stemborer queen isn't a high-grade immortal, do you think we still have a chance here? You've been with me for quite some time now, so I'm sure you're aware of what I'm truly capable of, Han Li suddenly asked. If we can completely seal away its magic power and force it to battle us with only its physical body, then you should still have a roughly 30% chance of securing victory. Of course, that's assuming that the Stemborer Queen has only recently attained her true extreme body and hasn't consolidated it yet, Daoist Xia replied. You heard him, fellow Daoist Bao Hua. If we fight to the death here we still have a 30% chance, but if you don't want to take the risk then we'll have to split up and flee. I don't think the Stemborer Queen would be willing to let us go, so if we were to do that at least one of us would definitely perish here. I've just examined this area using a secret technique, and it seems that some type of power has encompassed this abyss, making it impossible to use the treasured phoenix spirit plates. I've attempted to use some other secret techniques as well, but none of them have allowed me to teleport out of here, Hanli sighed. The Stemborer Queen merely looked on with a sneer as Hanli communicated with Daoist Xia and Bao Hua. At the same time, it was refining the pair of Earth Emperor nails, attempting to take the profound heavenly treasure for itself even while the battle was still in progress. I understand. In that case we'll have to fight for our lives. I have a technique that I can use to help you, but I'll need Brother Xie to assist me, and once I unleash that technique I won't be of any further use in this battle, Bao Hua said as she gritted her teeth. Ah, that's all I needed to hear. The Stemborer Queen is in the process of refining those two treasures, so let's not waste any more time, Hanli said. Alright Brother Xie, please lend me all of your magic power, Bao Hua said in a decisive manner as she turned to Daoist Xie. Daoist Xie had already received an instruction from Hanli through voice transmission, and he immediately teleported behind Bao Hua before pressing his hands firmly onto Bao Hua's shoulders. Arcs of silver lightning then flowed from his hands into Bao Hua's body in a frenzy, and with this influx of energy, Bao Hua's near-exhausted supply of magic power was quickly being replenished. Even her pale features were becoming more flushed and exuberant. Bao Hua was aware that this external source of magic power wouldn't be able to linger in her body for very long, and it would soon seep out of her body before dissipating. However, this brief window was enough for her to unleash a trump card that she didn't think that she would have to use. Unleashing this technique would sow instability into her cultivation base again, and not only could it cause her to fall below the Grand Ascension stage again, she would also make an enemy of the owner of the Earth Emperor nails. The friendship that they had forged over countless years would most likely completely cease to exist after this. Bao Hua couldn't help but heave an internal sigh as this thought occurred to her. Who could have imagined that this Stemborer Queen would be able to master an immortal ability? In reality, it really couldn't be said for sure whether the Stemborer Queen's body still contained its original soul. Neither Bao Hua nor Hanli were idiots, and they could tell that this Stemborer Queen was very suspicious. It was just that neither of them saw any reason to point this out. After all, the Stemborer Queen was definitely determined to kill them, so there was no need to waste time with words. A wry smile appeared on Bao Hua's face, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest as she made a hand seal, and brilliant pink light erupted from her body alongside countless five-colored runes, forming 13 resplendent wheels of light. Bao Hua was situated right at the center of these wheels of light, and she was chanting an incantation that was as pleasing to the ears as delightful heavenly music. At the same time, her hair suddenly began to fall off at their roots, and a silver rune emerged on her glabella. All of a sudden, her aura changed drastically, and she transformed into a young female nun that was giving off an air of purity and holiness. She raised her head with an indifferent expression, and a strong floral fragrance wafted through the air as a series of branches that were riddled with pink flowers sprouted out of her body. She had transformed herself into a living tree, presenting a very strange sight to behold. All of a sudden, Bao Hua raised one of her arms, which was riddled with floral branches, and pointed a finger at the Stemborer Queen. All of the flowers all over her body then abruptly wilted away, while Bao Hua herself plummeted out of the sky like a wooden statue, plunging deep into the abyss down below. In the exact same instant, the 13 wheels of light around her also disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. At the same time, the silver arcs of lightning being released by Daoist Xia instantly faded, and he quickly sat down to meditate. During this brief period of energy transference, Daoist Xia had expended almost all of his energy, and his aura became virtually non-existent. Meanwhile, the Stemborer Queen was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding, and the two Earth Emperor nails that she was refining suddenly began to release scintillating light. Countless rainbow runes surged out of the pair of nails alongside 2 bursts of crimson flames, and the Stemborer Queen's 2 hands were instantly incinerated into ashes. Immediately thereafter, the 2 Earth Emperor nails transformed into a pair of rainbow snakes that shot forth toward the Stemborer Queen like lightning. The Stemborer Queen was quite alarmed by this turn of events, and it immediately regenerated a new pair of hands before grabbing toward the 2 Earth Emperor nails from an incredible angle. However, the pair of Earth Emperor nails merely passed through the Stemborer Queen's hands like a pair of projections before plunging into its body. The Stemborer Queen hurriedly examined its own hands, and upon discovering that they were completely unscathed, it inspected its own internal conditions, upon which its expression darkened significantly. The 2 Earth Emperor nails had embedded themselves firmly into the black crystalline core within the Stemborer Queen's body, then released countless yellow threads that bound the crystalline core tightly, rendering the Stemborer Queen completely unable to draw upon any magic power. I didn't think that you'd have the ability to unleash the essential power of these 2 profound heavenly treasures. You can maximize their power by doing this, but it'll take them at least 100,000 years to recover. In any case, your struggles are futile and all you've done is make me more enraged. I'm going to tear all of you apart inch by inch, then refine your souls into puppet servants for myself, the Stemborer Queen said with a furious expression as it swept one of its front limbs through the air. A white blade of wind instantly appeared before Daoist Xia, attempting to slice him in half. Chapter 2246. Fierce battle. A dull thump rang out as a shimmering golden fist shattered the wind blade with a vicious blow. Immediately thereafter, Hanli appeared in front of Daoist Xia as he slowly withdrew one of his giant fists. The Stemborer Queen faltered slightly upon seeing this. That wind blade seemed to be quite ordinary, but in reality, it had been imbued with enormous power, and even the average spirit treasure wouldn't have been able to oppose it. Looks like I underestimated you. Your physical body is quite powerful as well. I recall that among the group of Grand Ascension stage beings that I trapped earlier, there was a demonic being with a very similar form to yours. Are you using the same cultivation art as him? The Stemborer Queen asked. She was completely disregarding Daoist Xia and Bao Hua, choosing to focus entirely on Hanli. You must be referring to Sacred Ancestor Nyapan. My provenance true devil arts are slightly different, but our cultivation arts are indeed related. I possess a lot of powerful treasures and abilities, but in reality, my greatest trump card just so happens to be this physical body of mine as well, Hanli said as he made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands, upon which purplish golden scales and silver patterns emerged all over his body. At the same time, several giant true spirit projections emerged behind him before fusing as one with his body, and he suddenly transformed into a fiend celestial that was over 10,000 feet tall with countless runes revolving around him. His purplish golden scales then transformed into a suit of intricate purplish golden armor with countless runes engraved on its surface, and it was giving off an incredibly fearsome baleful aura. Meanwhile, a tiny miniature humanoid figure that was identical to Hanli in appearance was seated in his dantian with a layer of silver flame burning around it. Hanli's nascent soul had ignited an essential flame that was burning through his essential power. As a result, his magic power and physical body would be enhanced by as much as 2-fold, but he wouldn't be able to maintain this form for long, and the after effects were definitely going to be very severe. The disdainful look on the Stemborer Queen's face finally faded upon seeing this. Is this the holy nirvana physique of the Elder Devil race? Wait, that's not all. This is the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. How do you possess a secret technique from the 100 Refinement Mountain of the true immortal realm? Ah, I see, you must have obtained this cultivation art from the 100 Refinement Mountain trader that fled down to the lower realms. Even so, you haven't received any guidance from a true immortal of the 100 Refinement Mountain. Do you really think your half-assed mastery of this secret technique will allow you to oppose me? The Stemborer Queen said with a mocking sneer. In the next instant, countless golden and silver runes emerged on the surface of the Stemborer Queen's body, and it swelled drastically in size once again to match Hanli's enormous stature. The 2 gargantuan beings had virtually taken up the entire underwater abyss, and both of them were releasing extremely fearsome auras. I won't know if I can oppose your true extreme physique or not until I give it a try, Hanli harumphed coldly as a silver visor appeared over his 3 heads, leaving only his 6 bright and piercing eyes exposed. He then let loose a thunderous roar, and 3 balls of light of different colors emerged from his body, each of which contained an extremely lifelike miniature mountain. The 3 mountains crashed into one another to form a single massive ball of light, and Han Li reached into the ball of light to pull out a gigantic staff that was of a dark azure color. Not only was the staff extremely thick, there were countless 5-colored spirit patterns etched onto its surface, and it seemed to be incredibly heavy. Han Li gripped onto the giant staff before casting a cold gaze toward the Stemborer queen, then swung the staff viciously toward his opponent. A huge spatial rift appeared in the wake of the gargantuan staff, and a tremendous burst of wind pressure came crashing down with devastating might. With his 3rd Nirvana transformation, Han Li's physical body could already match that of some of the powerful legendary true spirits. But now that he had ignited his essential flame as well, his strength had truly reached an astounding level. The Stemborer queen's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it raised a pair of scissors-like limbs attached to its abdomen to oppose the massive descending staff. A ball of rainbow light exploded amid a resounding boom, and the entire underwater abyss tremored violently as powerful shockwaves erupted in all directions in a frenzy. Despite this, Han Li and the Stemborer queen both remained as still as a pair of immovable mountains. Once all of the light up above faded, it was revealed that the giant staff and the pair of sharp insect limbs were locked in a complete standstill. The staff was unable to descend any further, but the pair of limbs were able to repel it either, and it seemed that the 2 sides were evenly matched. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately raised his staff again before unleashing a flurry of attacks, sending countless staff projections sweeping toward his opponent from all sides. The Stemborer queen's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and it retaliated with its many limbs, creating countless limb projections in the surrounding space as well. Neither of them were using any magic power and were purely clashing with their physical strength. All of a sudden, a series of tornadoes erupted out of the water, and the entire space tremored violently as countless thin spatial rifts emerged, while one massive wave after another was swept up on the surface. The battle between these 2 gigantic creatures had plunged the entire underwater abyss into a doomsday-like scenario. A resounding thump rang out as the Stemborer queen's back was struck by Han Li's staff during a lapse in concentration, and it was sent flying for over 1,000 feet. However, in the next instant, the Stemborer queen let loose an enraged roar and shot back like an arrow, instantly reaching Han Li before unleashing countless white wind blades toward him using its sharp appendages. All of these wind blades were imbued with tremendous power, and they had been unleashed in extremely close quarters, so Han Li was forced to scramble to defend himself. All of a sudden, a pair of pristine white fists emerged from behind the flurry of wind blades, pressing against Han Li's chest before lashing out in a vicious surprise attack. 2 massive indentations appeared on Han Li's suit of purplish-golden armor, and he was sent flying backward, only managing to right himself after flipping over several times in succession. The Stemborer queen immediately pressed its advantage as it flapped its wings and shot forth in a flash, slashing its sharp limbs toward Han Li like a series of lethal scythes. At the same time, it reached out with one of its human arms to gouge out the eyes on Han Li's central head. Even with Han Li's incredibly powerful body, he would definitely be severely wounded if these attacks were to land. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this situation, and as soon as he steadied himself, he released his giant staff, which reverted back into 3 massive mountains that shielded him from the Stemborer queen's attacks. The Stemborer queen's sharp limbs flashed through the air, and dozens of deep gouges instantly appeared on the surfaces of the 3 mountains. Meanwhile, the Stemborer queen's human arm lengthened dramatically before skirting around the 3 mountains like lightning, continuing to reach out toward Han Li's eyes. Han Li was caught off guard by this crafty maneuver, and it was too late to take evasive measures. As such, he could only inject his magic power into his silver visor in a frenzy to release a flurry of countless runes while quickly closing his eyes. The Stemborer queen's fingers pierced through the flurry of runes like a pair of needles, then struck Han Li's eyelids with vicious force. Han Li had already mentally prepared himself for the impact, but he still felt as if he had been dealt a hammer blow to the face, and countless golden stars exploded in his field of view. Despite this, Han Li suddenly let loose a peal of hearty laughter as the 3 giant mountains abruptly vanished. At the same time, bright golden and silver light erupted from the surface of his suit of purplish-golden armor, and countless silver spirit patterns detached themselves from his body before vanishing into the Stemborer Queen's body. The Stemborer Queen was quite alarmed by this turn of events, and it was just about to do something when a series of thick silver chains appeared out of thin air to bind its entire body. Chapter 2247. Spiritual Sense Chains and Punishment Lightning. The silver chains were glowing and rather illusionary in appearance, as if they weren't substantial objects. The Stemborer Queen thrashed violently, but was unable to struggle free from the chains. A look of incredulity appeared in the Stemborer Queen's eyes at the sight of the chains, and that disbelief was quickly replaced by fear. These are spiritual sense chains. But that's impossible. You cultivated the spirit refinement technique? How could this secret technique possibly have ended up in a lower realm? Han Li remained silent and expressionless as he made a hand seal with each of his 6 hands before changing an ancient incantation. All of a sudden, the silver chains tightened even further around the Stemborer Queen. So what if you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique? Your pitiful spiritual sense will be nowhere near enough to bind my true extreme body. The Stemborer Queen harumphed coldly as 5 colored runes surfaced all over its body, and the eyes on its 2 demonic heads suddenly sprang open with menacing looks on their faces. 2 extremely unfamiliar auras immediately erupted from the Stemborer Queen, and its magic power fluctuations, which had completely disappeared earlier, were beginning to arise again. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of the Stemborer Queen's transformation, and he said something that was quite perplexing to the Stemborer Queen. I never intended to truly defeat you with this ability. All I need to do is to trap you here for a short while. What do you mean by that? The Stemborer Queen faltered slightly before hurriedly inspecting its surroundings, but there was no else around aside from the meditating Daoist Xia. However, right as its voice trailed off, a string of rumbling thunderclaps suddenly rang out above the underwater abyss. A dazzling flash of light erupted, and a 5-colored pillar of lightning comprised of countless arcs of lightning came crashing down from above. This is punishment lightning. That old bastard Hekong is still alive. A look of horror and incredulity appeared on the Stemborer Queen's face at the sight of this pillar of lightning. It then abruptly shook its 3 heads and a layer of inky black flames surfaced over its body, while the black crystalline core within its body began to emit a loud buzzing sound. In this dire situation, the Stemborer Queen had chosen to self-detonate its own crystalline core without any hesitation. Upon coming into contact with the layer of black flames, the silver chains quickly began to display signs of melting, and it seemed that the Stemborer Queen was about to struggle free. However, right at this moment, a deafening thunderclap rang out, and the 5-colored pillar of lightning came crashing down onto the Stemborer Queen at an incredible speed. Countless arcs of lightning intertwined to instantly encompass the Stemborer Queen's entire body, and a piercing screech rang out as the Stemborer Queen's body quickly disintegrated into ashes within the span of just a few breaths. The 5-colored pillar of lightning flashed a few more times before abruptly vanishing, seemingly only able to last an extremely short time. High up in the sky above the water, the giant 5-colored eye that had just sprung open also silently dissipated. The entire sky returned to its murky gray state, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, a pained groan rang out from within the black bowl situated on the altar in the mysterious stone forest, and the chains connecting the bowl to the ancient lamps suddenly tremored violently. The flame within the only remaining lit lamp became even dimmer, as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. That was a close call. That attack alone expended around 90% of all of my remaining spiritual sense. Without that human brat's help, I would have been in severe trouble. I've finally managed to avenge myself by erasing that B** out of existence. I bet she could have never imagined that I would live until now, huh? Come to think of it, I have to thank that human brat. Otherwise, who knows when or if I would have ever been able to avenge myself. The male voice chortled in a near-deranged manner, and it was filled with both a hint of hatred and wistfulness. Meanwhile, Han Li wasn't thinking about how the Stemborer Queen had been killed so easily. Instead, he was writhing violently on the ground with his hands thrown over his head, howling with excruciating pain. His massive body began to rapidly shrink as his golden body was withdrawn, and his purplish-golden armor quickly reverted back into purplish-golden scales before fading altogether. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li finally reverted back to his human form, then struggled to his feet and shook his impossibly heavy head vigorously. Not only had that transformation expended much of his essential power, the spiritual sense chains that he had manifested had exhausted almost all of his spiritual sense. It had been a very long time since he had engaged in such a fierce battle, and thinking back on it now, there was still a hint of lingering fear in his heart. "Are you all right, Brother Xia?" Han Li asked in a raspy voice as he cast his gaze toward the meditating Daoist Xia. "I'm fine, I just need some time to rest, but I won't be able to fight for the next few months. Otherwise, this body of mine would sustain irreparable damage," Daoist Xia replied as he slowly opened his eyes. "I understand. How about you come into my spirit beast bracelet to rest and recuperate, and I'll take care of everything here," Han Li suggested. "That's a good arrangement. I don't even have enough power to protect myself right now, so I would only be a hindrance to you," Daoist Xia agreed after only a brief moment of contemplation. He then immediately made a hand seal, and silver light surged over his body as he quickly shrank down into a palm-sized miniature golden crab. Han Li swept a sleeve toward the golden crab, releasing a burst of 5-colored light that drew the crab into an intricate spirit beast bracelet. After that, he cast his gaze toward a certain direction and said, "Fellow Daoist Bao Hua, you've been spectating there for quite some time. It's about time you showed yourself, is it not? Even though you expended a lot of your energy to unleash that secret technique, I'm sure you're still not completely defenseless right now." Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and an extremely pale Bao Hua appeared with a wry smile on her face. "Your spiritual sense really is far superior to all of us, Brother Han. However, I'm afraid you've made an incorrect assessment of my condition. I really don't have much magic power left, and I was only able to unleash that concealment secret technique using a talisman gifted to me by a good friend." As Bao Hua cast her gaze toward Han Li, her eyes were filled with unadulterated astonishment. It was clear that the power displayed by Han Li during his battle against the Stemborer Queen had made her realize that she was already no match for him. As such, even though she appeared to be quite calm on the surface, she was internally extremely wary of Han Li. "I'm sure you're aware that I wasn't the one who killed the Stemborer Queen. Someone else stepped in to land the killing blow," Han Li said as he shook his own head, then summoned a vial, tipping out several green pills that he swallowed in a single mouthful. "That may be true, but if you hadn't trapped the Stemborer Queen with that incredible ability of yours, that punishment lightning definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. Speaking of which, who exactly was it that had unleashed that lightning?" Not only was he aware of everything that was happening here, he was also able to transmit his voice directly to the two of us. Without that voice transmission, the two of us would have most likely fled for our lives already, Bao Hua mused with furrowed brows. This is my first time interacting with that being as well. However, seeing as he was able to unleash such fearsome lightning, he definitely isn't a being from the lower realms. On top of that, he's also in the original sealed site and seems to be very familiar with the Stemborer Queen's situation. I'm sure his identity is quite apparent now. Surely someone as intelligent as you would have already arrived at the same conclusion, Han Li chuckled. Looks like our conclusions are quite similar then. That person is most likely one of the true immortals that sealed the Stemborer Queen in the first place. Otherwise, there's no reasonable explanation for all of this. However, this Stemborer Queen doesn't seem to be the same one from before either. The soul within its body seemed to be very familiar with the true immortal realm. Could it be that its body was possessed by the soul of another true immortal? Bao Hua speculated with a befuddled expression. Han Li also began to stroke his chin with a contemplative expression. "If you want to know the truth, then pay me a visit and all will be revealed." A placid and benevolent male voice suddenly rang out in the air above the abyss, and it was none other than the voice that had been transmitted to the two of them earlier. Han Li and Bao Hua's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they quickly exchanged a wary glance. "Looks like you two still don't trust me. In any case, the Stemborer Queen is already dead, and this space that was created using its power is going to collapse soon, so you'll meet me in a short while anyway," the man chuckled, seemingly completely unbothered by Han Li and Bao Hua's hesitation. Bao Hua's heart jolted upon hearing this and she hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that, senior?" However, the male voice completely cut off there, and the entire surrounding space fell silent once again. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of dull rumbling rang out from the bottom of the abyss, and the surrounding seawater began to surge violently. Chapter 2248. Restricted Technique of the True Immortal Realm, This place really is about to collapse. Looks like that person wasn't lying. Bao Hua's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly cast his gaze toward the spot where the Stemborer queen had just been killed, then suddenly made a grabbing motion. Spatial fluctuations erupted in that direction, and a thumb-sized black bead emerged out of thin air before flying into Han Li's grasp. Is that? Bao Hua faltered slightly and was just about to say something, then the entire abyss began to collapse. Countless white spatial rifts rapidly appeared in the surrounding area, and they were expanding at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Bao Hua's expression changed drastically as she summoned her treasured phoenix spirit plate, but just as it began to glow with crimson light, a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations swept forth, and the formation plate immediately dimmed once again. Looks like that person really has made it impossible for us to leave this place, Bao Hua said with a dark expression. That's only to be expected. It seems that he was determined to keep us here from the very beginning, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua gave a cold harumph and was just about to say something when gray light converged toward them from all sides, and a blurry light formation descended upon them. Han Li and Bao Hua's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but neither of them tried to resist or evade. The light formation flashed and both of them instantly vanished on the spot. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire abyss completely collapsed amid an earth-shattering boom. After returning to his senses, Han Li discovered that he was standing in front of a crimson altar that was over 100 feet tall. Directly beside him stood Bao Hua, who immediately began to inspect their surroundings with a grim expression. On the altar sat an inky black bowl, which was surrounded by 8 massive copper pillars, upon each of which was an antiquated crimson lamp. This seems to be an extremely profound ancient restriction that has the same function as the ancient seal, Bao Hua murmured as a flash of recognition appeared in her eyes. I didn't think that someone from a lower realm would recognize this 8 origins soul-locking formation. You're right, this formation is indeed closely related to the seal that had trapped the Stemborer queen. In fact, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that this is a miniature version of that seal. The familiar male voice rang out again. Han Li and Bao Hua immediately focused their eyes on the black bowl on the altar, which was where the male voice was coming from. You're far too kind, Senior. I was only able to notice the similarities as I had once guarded the seal for an extended period of time. In terms of mastery in the art of formations, fellow Daoist Han is far superior, Bao Hua said with a slightly forced smile. I see that your race hasn't forgotten my instructions and has been doing its best to maintain this seal over all these years. I'm quite pleased with your efforts, the man said. So you really are one of the true immortals that sealed the Stemborer queen. Bao Hua had already guessed this to be true, but she was still stunned upon hearing confirmation of her suspicions. I also didn't think that I would remain in this lower realm for so long and be reduced to such a sorry state. You made quite a significant contribution to eradicating the Stemborer queen, so here is a reward for your efforts. The male voice chuckled as the lid of the bowl rose up, and an object flew out from within. An elated look appeared on Bao Hua's face upon hearing this, and she immediately caught the object before focusing her gaze on it, upon which she discovered that this was an ordinary-looking yellow wooden hairpin with a coarse surface that was even lined with several cracks. However, as soon as she caught the hairpin, a burst of cool energy instantly surged into her body, flowing through all of her meridians and striking her entire body with an indescribably warm and comfortable sensation. This is golden yang wood. Thank you for the precious gift, Senior. Bao Hua's eyes widened as she immediately extended a deep bow toward the bowl, and even her voice was beginning to tremble slightly. This golden yang wood isn't all that precious in the true immortal realm, but it's perfect for your current situation. With the nourishment from that hairpin, all of your chronic injuries will be completely healed. All right, I'll send you out of here now, the man said in a calm voice. Bao Hua faltered slightly upon hearing this, yet before she had a chance to react, a burst of black light flashed from the surface of the bowl, and a small light formation emerged beneath Bao Hu's feet, instantly teleporting her away. Thus Han Li was the only one left standing in front of the altar. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent as he appraised the black bowl from afar. You're quite a brave man. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn on you now that you're alone? The man chuckled. If you truly harbored any ill will toward me, then you wouldn't have helped me kill the Stemborer queen, nor teleported me to this place, Han Li replied with a calm smile. You're not completely right, but you're indeed correct to say that I bear no ill will toward you. I teleported both of you here so you wouldn't perish in that collapsing space, but in reality I only wanted to see you. Let me ask you this. Have you cultivated the spirit refinement technique? The man asked. Han Li's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this and he asked, Did you find this out after hearing what the Stemborer queen said before it perished? There's no need to be so suspicious. I already detected that you had cultivated the spirit refinement technique through the formation here as soon as you entered the underground palace. Do you know what my occupation was back in the true immortal realm? I was a patrolling envoy. In the presence of an immortal patrolling envoy, there's no way that anyone can disguise the special spiritual sense fluctuations from cultivating the spirit refinement technique, the man said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Why are the patrolling envoys of the true immortal realms so fixated on who's cultivating this technique? I really don't know whether you're immensely fortunate or extremely unlucky to have been able to master this spirit refinement technique up to the second stage. The spirit refinement technique is a restricted technique among all of our immortal regions, and even though there aren't specific laws prohibiting it, all those discovered by major powers to have cultivated this secret technique will be hunted down and killed no matter the cost, the man said in a cold voice. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this and he asked, Why is that? Is there something wrong with the spirit refinement technique? Do you know how many immortal regions there are in the true immortal realm? Even discounting all of the secluded and insignificant ones, there are thousands upon thousands of immortal realms. The spirit refinement technique had been invented tens of millions of years ago, and due to its extraordinary spiritual sense enhancement effects, countless people cultivated the technique. However, not long after that, barely anyone in all of the immortal regions dared to cultivate this technique, and those who did were almost constantly in seclusion, the man sighed. Han Li was very intrigued to hear the reasons behind this, but he didn't ask any questions as he knew that the man would provide an explanation in due time. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the man continued. The reason for this is that all those who cultivated the spirit refinement technique ended up going insane and perished as they couldn't repress their inner demons. In this insane state, they lose all sense of reason and become extremely bloodthirsty, and the condition is irreversible, creating a disaster that almost destroyed half of the entire true immortal realm. Of course, there's no lack of immortals who couldn't resist the temptation and cultivated the technique in secret, but all of them were apprehended with no exceptions upon being discovered by patrolling envoys like me. Even true immortals are unable to perfect this secret technique? Has there really been no one that's managed to break the mold and completely master this technique? Han Li asked with a grim expression. At its core, the spirit refinement technique is a technique that stimulates the latent potential of one's spiritual sense to drastically enhance it. The one who invented it was an extremely renowned figure in our true immortal realm, and it's certainly no easy task for others to try and perfect it. There have been several other spiritual sense secret techniques invented with the spirit refinement technique as reference, and they're all a lot safer than the spirit refinement technique, but they obviously work nowhere near as effectively. As for whether anyone has ever fully mastered this secret technique, there has, and there's been more than one. However, all of them encountered some miraculous opportunities. Otherwise, their ultimate fates wouldn't have been any different, the man said in a solemn voice. So that means those who unintentionally cultivate the spirit refinement technique in the true immortal realm will either have to go into hiding or disable this ability altogether, Han Li murmured to himself with furrowed brows. Chapter 2249. Information from a true immortal. You think you can disable the technique? If it were that easy to escape the technique's clutches, then it wouldn't have been listed as a restricted technique. Once you begin cultivating this secret technique, stopping halfway is not an option. At your current level, if you don't reach the third stage of the spirit refinement technique within 10,000 years, your mind will be unable to contain your enormous spiritual sense, and you'll die from self-detonation. Under those circumstances, your fate will be sealed, even if you possess someone else in advance, the man chuckled coldly. At least I still have 10,000 years to find a solution. Come to think of it, aren't there only 3 stages in total to the spirit refinement technique? Han Li asked. He naturally wasn't just going to blindly believe everything that was being told to him, and he immediately identified something suspicious. The man faltered slightly upon hearing this before suddenly arriving at a realization. Who told you that the spirit refinement technique only has 3 stages? Ah, I see, you must have only obtained the first half of the spirit refinement technique's cultivation method. There are actually 7 stages in total. You've only mastered the first 2 stages, so you still have a long way to go. Thank you for telling me this, but would you happen to have the cultivation method for the second half? Han Li asked. The spirit refinement technique isn't exactly a rare cultivation art in the true immortal realm, but it's definitely not very commonplace either. On top of that, trading and teaching the cultivation art is strictly prohibited, and I'm a patrolling envoy, so unfortunately, I do not have the second half of the secret technique. However, there's no need to be too concerned. As long as you can master the 3rd stage, you'll have around 30,000 to 40,000 more years until you face the same crisis with your spiritual sense. With your aptitude, that should be more than enough time to ascend to the true immortal realm and find a solution there, the man replied in a meaningful voice. You make it sound like a simple task to ascend to the true immortal realm. If that really were the case, there wouldn't be so many fellow Daoists stuck at the Grand Ascension stage, Han Li said with a wry smile. Ah, you seem to have forgotten that you're speaking to a true immortal. If you receive my assistance, your chances of ascension will increase by at least 20%. The man chuckled in response. Han Li was silent for a moment before replying, I'm sure that I'll indeed have a better chance of ascending with your guidance, but surely you didn't summon me here just to help me, senior. You're a smart man. Indeed, if you were useless to me, I would have still helped you kill that Stemborer queen, but I definitely wouldn't have gone out of my way to teleport you here. I've done this because I want you to help me with something, and in exchange I'll provide you with the methods to master the 3rd stage of the spirit refinement technique as quickly as possible, as well as to transcend your immortal tribulation. What do you think? The man proposed in a straightforward manner. Han Li wasn't surprised to hear this, and he asked in a calm manner, wouldn't a sacred ancestor like fellow Daoist Bao Hua be more suited to assist you? Why does it have to be me? If any ordinary lower realm Grand Ascension stage being could be of assistance to me, then I wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years, the man chuckled. So what exactly is it that makes me special? Han Li asked with a solemn expression. I took an interest in you precisely because you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even if there were another lower realm Grand Ascension stage being that was several times more powerful than you, they still wouldn't be of any help to me, the man explained. Han Li was rather perplexed upon hearing this. You're interested in me because I've cultivated the spirit refinement technique? That's right. I haven't described my situation to you yet, but I'm sure you've arrived at some conclusions based on what you can see here, the man sighed. I'll have to ask you to enlighten me, senior. Is it the case that the Stemborer queen we just killed no longer contained its original soul? Of course, if this concerns some sensitive information, then you don't have to tell me, Han Li inquired in a cautious manner after a brief pause. I'd rather not reminisce about those past events, but it can't hurt to tell you what happened. Back then, the Stemborer queen was wreaking havoc on the lower realms, and after this was brought to the attention of the immortal envoys of our true immortal realm, I was sent down with another patrolling envoy to eradicate it together. It's quite difficult for immortals like us to descend into lower realms, but we were able to do so through some special methods. Thus, the man began his recount. It was an extremely rare opportunity even for a Grand Ascension stage being to hear the experiences of a true immortal, so Han Li was naturally listening very intently. Right as we were about to kill the Stemborer queen, a massive spatial storm suddenly erupted in an extremely untimely fashion, impacting all of the realms, and as a result, we were severely debilitated by the power of realms that we had kept in check using treasures and secret techniques. As a result, the tables were immediately turned, and we were almost devoured by the Stemborer queen. In the end, we had no choice but to use an immortal secret technique to self-detonate and severely wound the Stemborer queen. After that, we were no longer able to kill the Stemborer queen, and we could only possess a pair of high-grade devilish beings, then build this massive seal before issuing instructions for this seal to be maintained in the future. Following the spatial storm, we discovered that we had lost all contact with the true immortal realm and were unable to go back using the original method. Thus, we posed as Grand Ascension stage devilish beings and explored some of the more renowned lower realms. During this process, we discovered that spatial storm had affected all realms, causing the power of the boundaries between realms to be increased by close to tenfold. so we were unable to find a way to return to the true immortal realm. Thus, we could only return to this place and set up this small formation that our souls could reside and hibernate in. At the time, we could only hope that some of our good friends in the true immortal realm would think of us and try to descend into this realm to save us. We awakened roughly once every millennium, but we were met with disappointment every time. As time passed, my companion began to fall into despair, and we had a few arguments, following which she suddenly restricted me and sealed my soul within this bowl. A hint of fury crept into the man's voice as he spoke. After that, she took the clear jade lamps that were maintaining our souls and sought out the sealed Stemborer queen. As for what happened after that, I'm sure you could already tell after witnessing that Stemborer queen. If I hadn't had the foresight to save a clear jade lamp for myself, my soul would have already dissipated countless years ago. As for why she did that, I presume she wanted to attain a true extreme body by borrowing the Stemborer queen's body, then attempt to force her way through the power of realms and return to the true immortal realm. Of course, perhaps she had some other intentions as well, but that's beyond my knowledge, the man sighed. So that's why you've been trapped here this entire time. Are you recruiting my assistance to help you break free from this bowl, Senior? Han Li asked in a calm manner even as countless thoughts were racing through his mind. During all these past years I've already undone the seal in this black sandalwood bowl and regained most of my freedom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to assist you two just now. What I need you to do is to use your powerful spiritual sense to help me activate a talisman. Once the talisman is activated, it'll be able to send a message to a good friend of mine in the true immortal realm. I'm sure that with our close friendship he'd definitely do everything in his power to rescue me, the man said in a solemn manner. You have a talisman that can directly contact the true immortal realm? Han Li was quite stunned to hear this. Ordinary talismans naturally wouldn't be capable of this, but this talisman of mine was created by a renowned immortal lord of the true immortal realm, and there are very few of them in existence. On top of that, the average low-grade immortal wouldn't possess sufficient spiritual sense to activate this talisman, which is why I'm turning to you now, fellow Daoist Han, the man said in a resigned voice. So you're saying that with the enhancement from the spirit refinement technique, my spiritual sense will be powerful enough to activate this talisman? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Your spiritual sense is several times more powerful than other beings of the same cultivation base, but it's still lacking compared to my spiritual sense back when I was in my prime. Only after you master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique will there be a chance for you to achieve this, the man replied. Chapter 2250. Assistance. I have to master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique? That won't be an easy task. Back when I was cultivating the second stage, I had already exhausted all of my resources. It won't be very plausible to expect me to make another breakthrough in a short time, Han Li said with furrowed brows. I witnessed your battle against the Stemborer queen through the formation, and I can see that your physical body is no less powerful than those of profound immortals, so with my guidance, it won't be as difficult as you think to master the third stage of the spirit refinement technique. I've never cultivated this technique before, but as a patrolling envoy, I've detained a few people who have cultivated the technique, and I've learned some secret tips and tricks from them, the man said in a confident manner. Even so, this is still quite a difficult proposition. I'll have to think about whether I want to keep progressing in this secret technique. After all, I don't want to become an automatic public enemy if I ever ascend to the true immortal realm in the future, Han Li said with a wry smile. I understand that you're still a little skeptical about my claims. It's alright, even if you don't continue to cultivate the spirit refinement technique, you'll begin to notice some abnormalities in your mind in 1,000 years at most, and you'll come back to find me then. As for ascending to the true immortal realm, don't you think it's a little too early to be thinking about that? I think it's more practical to think about how you can get yourself out of your current predicament, the man said in an indifferent manner, displaying no intention of forcing Han Li into a decision. Han Li was silent for a long while before finally replying, Thank you for your understanding, Senior. This is a very important matter that'll impact the rest of my cultivation, so I have to be a little cautious. I'll think things through and get back to you as soon as I can. Before that, I have something I'd like to ask you. The man was unsurprised by Han Li's reply and he asked, Oh? What else do you want to know? I want to know exactly what the true immortal realm is like, Han Li said. It's a little too early for you to be thinking about the true immortal realm, But if you really want to know, I can disclose some details to you prior to your immortal tribulation. For now, I can only tell you that it's a vast place. Only after getting there will you come to understand just how vast the immortal regions are. Even if an immortal were to travel for their entire life, there would be no way for them to completely explore even the most ordinary of immortal regions. As such, even though you've cultivated the spirit refinement technique, it'll be very unlikely for you to encounter patrolling envoys like me unless you go to the major cities of the immortal regions, so you're still quite safe, the man replied. I'm even more looking forward to ascending to the true immortal realm now, Han Li said with a smile. The cultivation resources and treasures of the true immortal realm are all far more abundant and superior than those of the lower realms. Otherwise, I wouldn't be plotting so desperately to return there. Alright, seeing as you're unwilling to accept my proposal, I won't keep you here any longer. I don't like to owe anyone any favors, so you can have this as compensation for helping me kill the Stemborer queen. As soon as his voice trailed off, a streak of white light flew out of the bowl. Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense toward the object before making a grabbing motion to draw it into his grasp, upon which he discovered that this was a translucent jade shard that was as thin as paper with golden and silver runes etched all over its surface. These runes were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text. This is a talisman that I brought with me from the true immortal realm, and it contains a drop of purple yun essence, which is very precious even in the true immortal realm. This should be enough to replenish the essential power that you expended from igniting your essential flame, the man explained. Han Li was ecstatic to sense the immortal spiritual qi that was being given off by the jade shard, which was completely different from normal spiritual qi, and he immediately cupped his fist in a grateful salute. You can go now. Come back and see me when you decide to continue to cultivate the spirit refinement technique. As soon as the man's voice trailed off, a gray light formation emerged beneath Han Li's feet, and he was teleported out of this space. There's no way you can simply stop cultivating that secret technique. In his current situation, I'll only need to hibernate for a short while before he returns to me, the male voice mused following a brief silence. Immediately thereafter, the entire altar tremored violently, and the 8 surrounding copper pillars also rumbled loudly as a giant formation emerged under the entire stone forest. All of a sudden, the stone forest, copper pillars, and sacrificial altar all abruptly vanished, leaving the entire area completely empty again. A year later, a black-robed young man was seated in meditation on a giant rock, which was situated at the top of a massive mountain not far away from the edge of the original sealed site. After a long while, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, and there was faint purple light flashing within his pupils. Why is he here? The young man murmured to himself as a hint of wariness appeared on his face. Moments later, a streak of azure light approached from afar in a blatant manner, reaching the giant mountain after just a few flashes. You're a punctual man, fellow Daoist Yuan Yen. You're already here 4 hours prior to the agreed time. The azure light faded to reveal a young man in his 20s, who looked down from above with a faint smile. The young man was none other than Han Li, and the black-robed young man was one of the 3 devilish patriarchs, Yuan Yen. I don't recall agreeing to meet you here. Where's Bao Hua? Wait, don't tell me that she was the one who set this up, Yuan Yen said in a cold voice. Fellow Daoist Bao Hua should currently be in the Jade Cloud Valley. I came here upon her request to keep you company for a short while, fellow Daoist, Han Li said in a straightforward manner. Yuan Yan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but to Han Li's surprise he remained quite calm as he said, the Jade Cloud Valley? That's the place where Lu Ji is temporarily residing to recover from her injuries. So Bao Hua really has decided to reclaim her position as matriarch. In that case, Nyepan is most likely facing some obstruction as well. Among all of the Grand Ascension stage beings of the foreign realms, the only one aside from you that can stall Nyepan is most likely that old man Copper Crow. What kind of benefits did Bao Hua grant you to enlist your services? I don't know who is the one currently keeping Nyepan occupied, but I'd assume that it's old man Copper Crow as well. As for benefits, I did indeed receive some. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to face a devilish patriarch like you, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. I heard that even though several people were involved in killing the Stemborer queen, you were the one who contributed the most. It looks like your powers are at least comparable to the likes of myself after you reach the Grand Ascension stage. However, do you really think you can stop me if I insist on leaving? A cold light appeared in Yuan Yan's eyes as he spoke. I did contribute somewhat to the death of the Stemborer queen, but I certainly wouldn't dare to declare myself as the main contributor. As for whether I'll be able to stop you, why don't you give it a try and find out? Han Li goaded in an indifferent manner. Yuan Yan's expression darkened even further upon hearing this, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. After a long while he finally sighed and said, "In any case, it was thanks to Bao Hua that I was able to escape from that seal, so I'll let her do as she pleases just this once. If she can succeed, then I'll acknowledge her as one of the 3 devilish patriarchs again, but if she fails, then I definitely won't give her a second chance." Han Li was naturally quite pleased to hear this, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm glad you've arrived at such a decision, fellow Daoist. If you don't mind, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss some cultivation insights and experiences?" "That's not a bad idea. I'm also very interested to hear about how you were able to become so much more powerful after making your breakthrough," Yuan Yan agreed after only a brief hesitation. Han Li nodded in response, then pointed a finger downward, and another giant rock on the mountain rose up before falling heavily back down onto the mountain not far away from where Yuan Yan was. After that, Han Li descended from above and settled onto the rock. In the sky above a small island countless kilometers away, Old Man Coppercrow was hovering expressionlessly in mid-air. Standing directly across from him was a handsome young man wearing a suit of translucent armor, looking on at Old Man Coppercrow with cold animosity in his eyes. In a valley that was filled with vibrant green bamboo plants, there was a boundless sea of mist that enshrouded the entire valley. A string of explosions rang out incessantly at the center of the sea of mist, and countless flower petal projections could be seen fluttering within it.